At the finish,
The top 11 men and women are ready to begin the last fight of the year. Who will be the champion of the Golden Trail World Series 2021? Find out Saturday the 16th of October.
Easy.
Ça marche.
It's the Golden Trail Journal! Roberto, what are we doing now? Going up to the top and then we are going down.
Spamming.
Maybe today you see Ninka
I hope, yeah. I think I will run with her.
and you see a cliff?
No, I'm fair play and it's a friend.
This is what happens when you don't have a shoe sponsor. Who is your shoe sponsor?
Caitlin Fielder Fine Art.
It doesn't look that fine. They're running the start of the race. First 2 miles is all road. You can see them practicing running on road. Who needs to practice running on road? It's road! It's like an assault course. Davide in the lead. Is it going to be the same on race day? And out the back, the camera runners, they need to be out the front. He needs to train better. She's showing them who is queen.
Le repos, the rest.
She's walking. Maud cannot walk. We've never seen her walk before. We did not know this was possible. Interesting. Surrounded by 3 cameras. It's only 10 minutes until the race starts. £1,000. Davide is first up this hill. £1,000! Where's Davide? No Davide. I can't afford £1,000. Where's Davide?
He's out.
He's out! Ah, Davide! You've lost me £1,000.
Too fast, eh?
Do it like you would talk. Okay. Welcome to the Golden Trail. We are here at the first aid station where if they don't get enough fuel, they have to stay here for the rest of their lives.
You can run with us.
I can. For a while.
It's me, the cameraman, the speaker. So here we are for the final of the Golden Trail World Series.
Watch my feet when I run. You just slide back. This is so tiring. This is going to be killer. The cyclists have to do this tomorrow. He's an Olympic champion and he cannot cycle.
Here it's very difficult in bicycle. It's not possible. I go in the road.
So there will be no cameras on this part on the bike because it's not possible. Wow! I'm going to try and run this as fast as I can.
I can't believe there's no finish line. There's nothing.
We're at the top. Everyone's been climbing already. Stian has been sleeping in the back. Why did you start here?
Do as little as possible. So now we check out the most important, that is downhill.
Yeah, we should go, eh?
Oh yeah, come on.
We're holding them up. Sorry, Roberto. We actually have Shakira joining us on the course. Hips don't lie. Look at that stretch. Look how deep. The architecture in this place is really bad. Davide is having to hold up this house. Davide, will this collapse without you?
Yes, of course, so I will have to wait here for at least 3 days. I'm not sure I will be able to compete on Saturday.
This place didn't have Davide.
Hey, come on, let's go.
How was it?
Nice. We take it easy.
Oh, left.
See what happens when you're in charge.
Make sure this doesn't happen tomorrow. Time to relax. This is how hard Stian runs. Look how sweaty he is.
Just a warm-up.
Too cold for me.
When Greg announced that there will be a final on the Hierro, I stopped running and only gym.
Wow! Do you know what the name of the locals is? What would you guess?
Depuis le départ jusque-là, il y a 35 minutes de bagnole.
El Hierombreros.
And what is it?
Ereño.
Parce que là, c'est de toute façon,
Ereño.
avec le setup, on va pas le changer en plein live, quoi.
Journal?
Toi, ça tu peux quand même bidouiller pour
After a roller coaster of a
par
season,
exemple. Alors là.
the best elite athletes in the world have battled.
Ok.
Champions have been crowned. New talents have risen. And the hunger for victory is bigger than ever. The Golden Trail World Series is going to the Canary Islands for the last event of the season. The one race has been exclusively created for the occasion. 37 kilometers of hard and raw volcanic rock trails with 2,862 accumulated gain. The final event of the season has all the ingredients to give us the biggest showdown of the year. See you on the 16th of October in El Hierro for the grand finale of the Golden Trail World Series.
And welcome everyone to the final of the 2021 Golden Trail World Series. I am here with Albert.
Hello, Martin. How are you?
I am great. I am super excited. The location is amazing. The course is amazing. It's the best runners in the world lined up. It's going to be an amazing race, and there's already a lot of you guys following on YouTube, on Facebook, so it is super exciting. I am super pumped.
We are super excited.
Yes,
all of us.
yes.
It's going to be very interesting to see how it unfolds. Who
Yeah.
wins not only the race, but who wins the series also.
Exactly, because this is the final. So to be here invited, the top 11 men, top 11 women had to run 3 races during the season, at least to score the best possible points and make it to that starting line that you can see over there on the images. And this final, points count double. And yep, as you say, the winner of the race may not be the winner of the overall series.
Yeah, of course. So let's see what's going to happen, not only in the men, but also in the women, because even the winner can change today. It depends on the result. And also, let's say it in Spanish. Hola a todos desde Tamaduste, aquí la meta de esta final de las Golden Trail World Series. Esta última carrera después de las 6 que ha habido, una carrera que, como Martin estaba contando en inglés, va a dar el doble de puntos, así que va a ser muy excitante no solo ver quién gana esta carrera de 37 kilómetros y 2.800 metros de desnivel positivo, sino también quién gana las series. Lo que estamos viendo es la línea de salida en la frontera. Nosotros estamos aquí en la derecha en Tamaduste, un sitio idílico, y vamos a ver qué pasa hoy.
Yes, I agree. Sorry, our Spanish friends, I do not speak Spanish well enough, but for sure we will keep you entertained today. It's going to be quite incredible. If you've been following everything that's been happening, all the runners have been here for several days now, and they've been running on the course, and it is an incredibly hard course. Albert was saying in Spanish, it was 37 kilometers, 2,800 meters of climb, but 3,100 meters of descent. They'll finish here right next to us by the ocean, but they will start slightly higher up on you, as you see on these images.
Yeah, as Martin was saying, it's a volcanic island, so it's very tough, it's very rocky. The climbs are awesome, or almost vertical kilometers, or at least it's the same feeling, and the downhills are crazy.
Yes, yes. So, as you say, this is a very weird course because it's been fully designed for the final, never been done before, and what they've done is they tried to find the most epic sections. So the climbs, as you say, they're vertical kilometer type. They're super steep, and then the descents, some are technical on lava rocks. As you see, there we go. So the first climb, 1,100 meters over 5Ks. This is crazy already. And see, boom, right, all the way down on the other side. Back up, and that back up is less than 3 kilometers and 800 meters of climb. Back down again, and that final climb is extremely hard, and it feels really long. Then they will cross the town just above before heading down towards the finish line where we are.
Yeah, exactly. For people that know about El Hierro, there is a race here that is quite famous, which is the Marathon del Meridiano, but actually that race, it has nothing to see with that one. They only share the last 5 kilometers of Marathon del Meridiano. So as Martin was saying, it's a race brand new, designed for this final. And as you were saying, they tried to find the most difficult parts of the island.
Yes. And it was interesting to see because the runners have had the chance to actually discover the course and experience how hard it was going to be. And you know, these are some of the best athletes in the world. And all of them were like, this is going to be hard. So because of the course, but also because of the weather, right?
Yeah, we were training in the section, especially the second half. I think it's going to be like very hot. It's also very dry. It's quite curious because it's a volcanic island and very rocky, but the two parts are very different. When you are on top, it's windy. The first part, it's you have a lot of forest and trees, but then the second half is like if you go into a desert. And especially I think that second part, which is going to be also later in the day, it may be really tricky if you don't drink enough and if you don't hydrate enough.
Yeah, heat management is going to be essential, as well as you said, hydration, nutrition, but also effort-wise. Because, as we said, the climbs are so steep that if you end up bonking or not being 100%, you're just going to be walking very, very slowly. And we see you guys starting to pop up. So you got people from Denmark, people from India, people who are actually watching right from their bed. Yes, well, that's a good way to do it. And they will start. So there's going to be two different starts. The woman will start first at 9 a.m. local time, 10 a.m. Central European time. This is the woman. And then 30 minutes later, the elite men will start. So there'll be a 30 minutes difference, which will allow us to offer you the best live experience.
And I was watching some of the comments, and for example, we have Lucy Bartholomew saying hello from Australia. Another interesting question is how far is La Palma volcano from here? Actually, it's the island that it's neighbor to the east.
Yeah, just further north.
Yeah, and it's curious because in the night you can see the lights of the volcano from La Palma.
Yeah, it's close enough, but far enough for us to be safe.
Yeah, that's true. For people that doesn't know, that is the second smallest island in the 8 Canary Island. It's the second also less populated with 11,000 people. It's actually a quite a small island in that there are 8 Canary Islands that some of you may know from Transvulcania in La Palma or Transgran Canaria in Gran Canaria.
Yeah, and so we have more people from Sweden, obviously Australia with Lucy, with South Africa, Germany. Yeah, this is global. This is the World Series. Yeah. Welcome.
And for example, Martin Marci-Tommy is saying, who do you think are going to win? I think that they should say who is going to win, no? They should try to guess.
And then we'll disclose what we believe. But if you guys have ideas about who's going to win in the men's and in the women's, you can put that in the comments. But yeah, it's going to be a tough guess because we've seen a lot of athletes very strong. Like Bartolomeo, for example, he just knows. He just knows how to prepare specifically for one race. And so even though he hasn't had the best races during the season, I can still believe he can do something extremely great here. We've got Stian, who had an amazing season. The first 3 races, boom, he won them all. He's the first runner. He's a current leader in the World Series. And in the women's, we had Maud Matisse, just like last season. She won it all. But this year, Nienke is coming here to challenge her. And if Nienke win here, with the points counting double, Nienke Brinkman will win the overall, will win the series. But if Nienke and Maud fight too hard, and they are not on the podium, it's Anaïs Sabrier who could actually win the series.
Yeah, it's super exciting because actually we have here not only the first 11 men of the ranking, but also the 15. So there are people that they have nothing to lose, a lot to win, and also the best of the season, of course. And as Martin was saying, Stian Angermund, that for example he has won 2 times here in Marathon del Meridiano, so he knows the island very well. Bart Petvoyevsky, what a surname, eh? It's complicated. That he's usually super strong in October, and he wins like the Golden Trail World Championships, or Davide Manini, Remy Bonnet, Elusine Lazzawi, Thibaut Baronian, Francesco Papi, Sylvain Cachard, Frédéric Tranchant, Jan Margarit, Roberto Deloranzi, Antony Feldmere, Christophe Boudurca, Johan Baujard, Marcin Resosco. That only for the men. I mean, a lot of things can happen, not only in the series, but in the race.
Yes, and we've seen, okay, so Stian was often winning the races, but then Jean Margarit, like he didn't have a crazy early season. He was not even in the top 10 or not top 11. And then he won Skyrim. He just came out very, very strong. He was just right time, right day. and he had a great race, won it, and showed that he could be fighting against the world's best. So anything can happen, as you said, and we're now getting close to the start, another 5 or 6 minutes. And it's gonna be interesting because some runners will have nothing to lose, as you said, and nothing to lose means you can go crazy. However, when they are nothing to lose and they're still close to the top 10, if they don't finish today because they go too hard and they blow up, then they get out of the top 10. So how much can you try? How hard can you try? Because again, it is a very unforgiving race. The course is extremely tough, 3 massive climbs, and if you're not 100%, even for the last climb, there's going to be a big difference. So here you go. I'm going to start saying that it's in the last climb, and I would even say in the second part of the last climb that I believe the race will be won or lost.
Yeah.
That's my first, okay, I put my cards on the table. I don't give names, but I say the location of where I believe the race is going to be won or lost.
Yeah, I fully agree, and we are seeing here the girls. We see Sara Alonso, we see Daniela Moreno, we see Nienke Brinkman. We have seen already Maud Matisse, as Martin was saying, it's the clear favorite because she has won 3 races. She's the leader, but be aware because Nienke Brinkman, we have seen her, is the great sensation, the great appearance.
The newcomer. She's shown she could be extremely strong, and now she has also the confidence that she can be just as good as Maud, if not challenge her, because she first came, was second in Cerzinal, lost a bit of time on Maud on the flatter section, but after that, she showed at Chiemgau and at the Skyrun that she could be the best, and by really far. Like the time she had the Skyrun was insane.
Yeah. I'm looking forward to explain her background and story because it's amazing for people that doesn't know her. But also let's talk about all the other girls that will be in this starting line, like Anaïs Abrier, who is 3rd actually in the ranking, or Blandine Lirondelle, another
she was
name.
2019 Trail World Champion, just this.
And in OCC, she crashed the race.
Yeah, new course record as well on 56 kilometers. And so here, Anaïs is talking with Francesco Pupi.
Yeah.
As we were saying, the men's start in 30 minutes after, so he's come to say good luck to all the ladies. And we have Odile as well from Switzerland, from the Jura. She was actually 5th, and then she was bumped down to 11th, so she just made it. And then we see Blondine Hirondelle, as we were seeing, Iris Pessé on the screen from Hoka.
We've seen Elise Ponset also. Elise
Ponset, yeah.
Fielder.
Oh, from Mexico, Karina. She's very, very strong downhill runner, and she can hike very well because the climbs are so steep that you cannot run. So the hikers will be favored here, and actually that's something we can say about Maud right here is that she can hike extremely fast.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a race that suits a lot the people that are good in vertical kilometers, because as we were saying, that kind of climbs, the elevation is in so short space of kilometers, so it's like that feeling of really, really hard, really. We were asking yesterday in the press conference, for example, to Stian what's going to be the key of and they were looking forward to the people that climb well. They were looking forward to that climbs.
Yeah. And so they're asking all the runners to wear their mask for the start, and but it looks like it's a buffet. Like Dani Moreno and Iris Pessé are having a last-minute snack. Getting ready, Marcela Vasinova as well.
Una pequeña actualización en castellano, así. Las chicas van a salir a partir de las 9 de la mañana y estamos viendo a Sara Alonso, la corredora de Santurce y de San Sebastián. Todas las chicas hemos estado repasando un poquito las favoritas. Las chicas salen a partir de las 9 y los chicos van a salir a las 9:30 para también tener diferentes coberturas durante el streaming. Ahora lo que estamos viendo es las chicas que salen aproximadamente dentro de 1 minuto. 1 minute to go, ¿no, Martín?
Well, it looks like it's 1 minute to go indeed. We don't have the sound feedback, so we cannot really hear, but I believe you guys at home have the sound of the starting line of how it's gonna happen. So if it sounds like we're talking over things, It's not on purpose. We just do not have the feedback, which is okay. And you see the media team is there as well. There's going to be a whole TV series about the 2021 season. So this will come out in December. So don't miss out on this. And yeah, shortly we will. There we go. They are calling them. So I'm going to shut up, and you will hear their names.
Y fuerte el aplauso para la corredora del Coca One Grammy de Estados Unidos, Dani Moreno.
And so you see more female runner being called out to the start. You see these ladies, they all know each other. They've all raced each other all throughout the season.
And one thing that we had not commented, but we have here 14 out of 15 of the top runners, and who is not here?
It's a sad time indeed, but I'm sure she's watching from home. Judith Wieder from Switzerland. She's already won the Golden Trail World Series. Extremely strong runner, and we love her smile. Sadly, she will not be able to join. But yeah, we say greetings from El Hierro, Judith, and get well soon. And we know you've got a lot going on, and I'm sure being with your family right now also matters. Here she is from France, representing Hoka, Blandine Lirondelle, the 2019 World Champion. Next to her was Caitlin, that we've seen from New Zealand. She lives in Andorra, so she's familiar with the steep ups and downs.
Estamos contando en inglés que están 14 de las 15 primeras del ranking, y quien no está aquí es Judith Wider, que está lesionada, que estaba cuarta en el ranking, y a quien desde aquí mandamos un fuerte abrazo y un fuerte saludo. Hola Judith, desde aquí, we miss you.
And there we go, second in the series currently before the final, Nienke Brinkman.
A lot of people cheering for Nienke, eh?
Yes. Well, everybody's rooting for the underdog. Yeah, and we're gonna try and not butcher all their family names. And so you guys are right. It's Brinkman Nienke. And ladies and gentlemen, we are seconds away from the start of the 2021 Golden Trail World Series final here in El Hierro, the one race for the lady. Stay with us, because if you're only joining now, it's only the ladies starting now, and in 30 minutes is going to be the men's, just to make sure we can offer you the best live coverage experience.
How amazing are these moments. We can see Maud super concentrated, Blandine dancing, Nienke so.
Everybody's going in the zone, doing the pre-race rituals. We know for sure they are ready, and now all they want to do is just go for it.
What I like from this race is not only about winning, there are a lot of things in play here, because some runners, for example, Sarah Alonso is 7th, but she wants to earn points and get some more positions, and there are a lot of things. Even that people that are now in 12th or 3rd position in the ranking, they still can have a lot of things to play here.
Yes, indeed, and because there is indeed a lot of prize money as well from first to 10th to 11th actually, and obviously the amounts go down. Therefore, they will have to fight for every position. The start is going to be extremely steep, so we'll see if any of these women is actually willing to take it out hard right from the beginning, and or not. I will have something to say about the men's, because I have a few names that I want to call out. I do believe will go crazy with nothing to lose right from the start. And there we go, ladies and gentlemen. This is the start of the female race. 14 elite athletes leaving for this crazy course. 37 kilometers, 3,800 meters of climb, and 2,800 meters of climb, and 3,100 meters of descent.
Y ahí vamos, arranca la The Ones Race el Hierro. Desde la línea de salida, esta carrera de 37 kilómetros y 2.800 metros de desnivel positivo. 14 chicas, 14 élites de las 15 primeras del ranking ya están corriendo por las calles de la frontera. So let's explain a little bit that now they are going to run a little bit in the town.
Yes.
And suddenly they start to climb very early.
Exactly. So a little bit of somehow runnable part. They will go across, and then it's going to be a hard left turn, and they're going to be going still on the road, but on a very steep section.
And we can see the top three,
Top three are here.
Right from the beginning.
And you see, they were laughing, they were clapping. Now it looks everything is getting very serious, and as you can see on the profile, that first climb is 1,100 meters in 5 kilometers.
And actually, they will go to the highest part of the race now.
Yes. And so that's the sharp left turn. There we go. They are now starting to climb, and you will see that will slow down massively in maybe 30 seconds or so. Nienke is still smiling.
What do you do when you have a camera in front?
Yeah, but when they see the climb, I think it's going to be less of a smile.
Yeah.
And yeah, we haven't talked much about Sarah Alonso, but she is very comfortable with the heat. So this is something that she won't suffer from too much today. And yeah, we should definitely count her in definitely in the top 5, and who knows, maybe more. You see, the gradient is starting to hit, and now already Anais is falling back a little bit, but I think it's wise. I think it's going to be a waiting game. And Anais knows it as well. She knows that if Nienke and Maud fight each other to a point where they could potentially blow up, she can come reel in and potentially take the win.
Yeah, and it's interesting to see. I think that Maud is going to try from the beginning to take some advantage in the climbs, no?
Yeah. So if you hear a little bit of sound behind us, we are also close to the airport. So we have big planes taking off.
And you were talking, Martin, about Sarah Alonso. I think, like Nienke, she's the great sensation of the second part of the season. She started, it's a little bit quite similar, the profile, because she started running only 2 years ago. 1 year ago, nobody knew her. She went into a race and she finished second, starting 1 hour after, because she wasn't in the lead.
She was in a different wave, yeah.
Yeah. And then she was like a big fan of Golden Trail Series, watching it in TV, and now she's not only following but running it. And in the last 2 races, she has done 2 podiums. She started in Noia and Uria 11th, so the progression is really high in just 1 year. And I think, as you say, she's super strong. She's super motivated. She's now 7th, so with a good result, she could jump into 5th position. And it's going to be very interesting because she's also super young, only 22 years old.
Yes.
So let's see what it happens.
Yeah, and yeah, I was talking to her as well, and she was explaining exactly what you said. She used to look at the Golden Trail Series, and it took her a little bit of time, as you said, during the season to realize that she belonged to these World Series. She was part of these best pro athletes. And once that clicked in her mind, she realized and she got the confidence to go hard and to go against these top ladies. So it's gonna be good to see, like, now with that mentality, how she's gonna be able to play it out. And here we've seen already different tactics, different styles, because it is very, very steep. And so Maud is, as we were saying, is a very strong hiker. And so as soon as the gradient is increasing, she will be able to hike very strong. Ninke, she's putting pressure, she's running every step, and see it's changing again. And this is where Ninke potentially could start to put pressure on Maud, knowing that this first climb, it is still 1,100 meters of climb over 5 kilometers, but this is the most runnable climb. And soon you'll see when they get off the street, they will be in the trees, it will still be covered. So that's also a part of the course where they will be able to run without risking to overheat.
Oh man, I know that it's so early, but how exciting is to see Ninke and Maud neck to neck already in the beginning. It's so crazy.
We could feel it, like the tension during the whole week here, and now it's gonna blow up. It's gonna really show in this race that these two will go really head to head, and may the best win. Hopefully they don't blow up too hard.
It's only 12 points separating them. The one that wins is going to win the series, and as you say, they already compete together in Gersinal, but it was the first race of Ninke.
And it was a very, very different profile.
Exactly. Too. So let's see what happened. And I don't know if you want to speak a little bit about Ninke, but her background and story is amazing.
Yeah. I mean, and some of you guys already know, but she's a road marathoner, and she was shooting to try and go to the Olympics. So that means running a 2:29, 2 hours 29 for the marathon, and so it shows the speed and how much talent she has as an athlete. But she was doing the Jungfrau Marathon that she won with I think it was even a course record, and therefore the organizers of Cerzinal say, hey, well, do you know Cerzinal? No. What is it? And so it was really interesting. Like, she was really new to that scene, and so she came to Cerzinal and had an incredible race. This was the first time we could see her name. And but yeah, maybe you can say a little bit more as well about what she's doing right now, aside from being a runner.
Well, actually, she was a former field hockey player, and until she moved to Switzerland, and then she said, oh, there the level is not so high, so she started running, and she ran just 20K per week. But then with that amount of running, it's when she managed to win the Jungfrau Marathon, the German Marathon, and then so she said, oh, okay, maybe I'm good. Let's try to do 100 kilometers. And she was aiming to do the Amsterdam Marathon in October. And that's exactly how you explain it. The organizer of Gersinal invited her. She didn't know anything. And then she appears there and boom. Second after Maud Matisse, I think it was just 3 minutes behind.
Yes.
Winning almost everyone. And it was like, wow.
Yes, Albert, I think you were right and I was wrong. I said Jungfrau, it was the Zermatt Marathon.
Yeah.
Yes,
yeah.
Sorry about that. And we've seen Anaïs Sabrier not too far back here from the lead pack. I don't think you want to be too close too soon, because these two ladies, Maud and Ninke, they're somehow on a slightly higher level than the field, and so trying to keep up with these might be dangerous. Behind we have Blandine Lirondelle, Sarah Alonso, and Iris Pessé. And it's coming into the steeper section. Iris, who's a VK specialist, she has her poles, and I think it's a very, very smart decision today. The climbs are going to be very, very steep, and if you can use the poles to kind of ease the effort on your legs, you might be able to use that strength and energy in the later stage of the race.
Yeah, but also when it comes to rocky terrains, I don't know about the poles. I don't know, how do you feel about that? Because I think that sometimes if it's too rocky, it's complicated to use them.
I mean, it really depends on, again, how much you can use the poles and how familiar you are with them. Iris, she's a cross-country skier, like Luis Alberto, for example. So using poles, they could do it at night without even thinking. It's just natural. It's a natural extension of their body. And so I was actually talking to Iris, and she said, yeah, even if it's sand, like, it's not going to slow her down. So it could only help. Of course, it's a bit more tricky, but I do believe if you're really comfortable with poles, for the gradients that are going to be there, it will help for sure.
And how amazing is to see Nienke running here in that climb. It's not easy to find here, and see the town in the background. And now, after some meters, they will enter in a more closed zone that has more trees. They will cross the road a couple of times, and then the zone, it becomes like more with more forest.
Yeah, it stays quite cool on that side of the island, and especially it's still early in the morning here. And so, the heat is not going to be a problem. It's going to be in the shade, nice and cool. It's going to be later on the other side when they tip over for the first downhill, and you'll see how technical it is. We'll have drone images of that, hopefully.
And we see also our colleague Biel Raffles filming Nienke. He's in the middle of Nienke and Maud. And
excuse me.
Are you okay?
Yeah. I'm getting excited. I need to breathe a little bit every once in a while. And as you see, Nienke is running, Maud hiking, two different styles, but so far there's maybe only 10 meters apart. And the pressure is on. Nienke is not saving her legs. She is going for it right from the start. And there will be 5 aid stations along the course where runners will have the opportunity to get their own stuff, because it's the final. They've taken care of, basically they're crewing for every runner from every brand to support every runner the exact same way. So over 4 points in the race, runners will have access to their own flasks, their own gels, energy drinks, whatever they needed has been brought to them to each of these 4 aid stations. And so again, if you're joining, we see some comments. It is only the women's race right now. They started now 17 minutes ago, and in less than 15 minutes it's going to be the turn of the men's. We had 2 different races 30 minutes apart, first to offer you a better live experience, but also we're hoping, that was the estimation we made, that the men's and women's with that time difference would potentially arrive very close to one another.
And also, I don't know if you can see that in the image, but to be running here, it's super tough.
Oh, it's insane. You and I, we were on the course to be able to know every step of the way and be able to tell you exactly what's going on. And this is incredibly steep. The fact, indeed, that she's running, it's just mind-blowing.
Sometimes in the image you cannot appreciate that, but when you have been there and you see them running here, it's like, oh, wow.
And especially knowing that this is only the first climb of 3 massive climbs, is like, do you really want to go hard or be running there? And that's something that people have been saying as well, is that Maud knows how to hike. So when you hike, you go maybe slightly slower, but you do save your legs and you use a different muscle chain as well. And so see, she's not that far behind, and she's probably breathing a little less hard and using different muscles. So whenever they're gonna tip over onto the top, it's gonna be kind of a flatter section, more runnable, and then onto the downhill. It will be interesting to see what happens there.
And how interesting is also to see the 2 different styles, one running, the other one hiking, power hiking.
Yes. Do you want to give an update in Spanish?
Yeah, of course. Estamos aproximadamente en el kilómetro 3, la primera subida a la carrera. Se sube desde 263 metros de altitud desde la frontera hasta el punto más alto de la isla, que son 1300 metros. Y ahí estamos viendo a Nienke Brinkman, que está liderando la carrera por apenas unos segundos delante de Maud Matisse desde el principio. Las dos líderes de este ranking, de esta clasificación general de las Golden Trail World Series, luchando mano a mano.
And welcome to our friends from Mexico as well.
Sí. Hola a todos los amigos de México.
Because
Claro.
Karina is very, very strong, and with these downhills, I believe she can do also very, very well.
Yeah, I'm super excited to see how Karina performs here. Also, she has an amazing background. She's living, I think it's in a town that is 3,800 meters altitude in Mexico. Right now, she's staying in Europe, but she was born there. And what I didn't know is that her parents, they are super famous mountain climbers.
Like alpinists.
Yeah, alpinists.
Yeah.
And I think they are super famous, and I think that her mother was the first woman in Mexico to climb Everest. So that I didn't know, but she definitely has good genetic.
Yes, and I think there was also a story about a glacier that was close to where she lived and was a place to go for all like mountaineering people, but somehow the ice started to melt, and so they ended up turning into mountain runners because there was no more snow.
And another thing that is funny about her is that she said that she wanted to play hockey. She liked playing hockey, same as Nienke. But then she finished running and she doesn't do it well, but estábamos contando en inglés que Karina nació en Villa Alpina a 3.800 metros de altitud y que sus padres, Carlos Carsorio y Elisa Ávila, que vosotros en México los conoceréis bien, son unos alpinistas muy famosos y que, si no nos equivocamos, su madre Elisa fue la primera mujer mexicana en alcanzar la cima del Everest.
And you see, these two runners are still running very, very close. Maud is not letting her go. Is not letting her take any more than 10 meters. And again, you see, very different tactic, because maybe that will help you appreciate how steep it is and how hard you have to work to get up that hill. Nienke is making it look kind of easy, but it is not, and it's very, very steep, and you see almost Maud now starting to catch up a little bit.
And if I don't get wrong, they both are wearing the same shoes, the Slab Pulsar, no?
No, I think Maud is wearing slightly different. I think it might very well be the soft ground.
Yeah, the new version, no? That it's going to be released.
I don't know when.
Yeah, soon.
And
but Nienke is wearing the Slab Pulsar.
Yeah,
for sure.
And so we've got the update. It's about 30 meters between Nienke and Maud.
Also, how good is the people that are filming, because they go behind them.
Yes, we have a team of camera runners and mountain bikers who try to follow the runners depending on which section. So the flat section, the road section, is obviously the e-mountain bikes, and we have people who have competed in the World Championships. So they are top pilots, and the runners are also like very strong competitors who can podium on VKs and stuff like that. So this is the only way to offer you these images and be able to keep up with these world-class athletes, because they have to carry the camera, they have to carry the backpack with all the equipment to broadcast the images and send it back to you guys.
Yeah, thank you to all the team that is out there. People sometimes they don't realize how hard it is to have these images. Thank you to we put here the ugly faces so people see us, but is an amazing team of not only camera runners, but also like mountain bikers. They all are awesome in everything they do.
Yes, the whole setup, and it's interesting because you see one race live, you see two races live, and we have all the races live obviously in the World Series, so you get used to it. But remember, like 3 years ago, like the only way you could follow a race was to refresh tweeters or to try to go on the live coverage through the GPS tracker when there was one. Now we have images almost all the time. There's going to be 5 hours of live coverage with the women, with the men's. It's quite incredible what has been happening, and to be honest, like only the Golden Trail World Series can offer live coverage at every step of the way, including the final here.
Yeah, you said even 3 years ago, but I would say even 2 years ago or 1 year ago, sometimes it wasn't so reliable, eh?
Yeah, true. No, it's getting better and better, and if you've been with us the whole season, we've been able to offer you more and more images and have better like a system that was more relevant, more connection as well. Like it is a very new. It's never been done before. So we're learning as we go as well. And every race we learn and we offer you a best experience.
And I'm seeing one comment from Dejan Angelowski. Does this race have any technical terrain on downhill?
I think they don't have non-technical terrain in downhill. And you will see the images. So far, this is the first climb, the longest climb, 1,100 meters of climb, over 5 kilometers. But then they will tip over on kind of the plateau. It will be runnable, faster, and then the first part of the descent will be, as you see there, the first part of the descent will be quite fast and not really technical. But as soon as it will start dropping on the other side towards the ocean, then you will see it is crazy technical. And there's so many switchbacks that it can't even run fast. You just twist and turn and turn and turn again. You'll see it's a very exciting course.
I would say that some of the downhills are very tricky. You need to be super concentrated because it's easy to fall, it's easy to twist your ankle because it's very rocky, sometimes loose rocks. So you really need to be aware of what you're doing and stay focused, especially if you are tired in the second part of the race.
Absolutely, especially because here you see it's still in the forest and it's rocky with something we're sometimes more used to in Europe, but when we'll tip over to the other side, it is truly volcanic ground with like lava rocks and it's extremely sharp, so you really don't want to fall there because that would be ugly.
And thanks also for the nice comments. Another one from Tommaso Sarti, what is the estimated arrival time? We don't really know because as we were explaining at the beginning, that race is brand new, so there is not much references, but what we can say is why don't you try to guess? It's 37 kilometers with 2,800 meters of elevation. We believe that it's going to be for the men between 3:45, 4. And then it's when we get wrong and everybody says, oh, you are shit.
No, there's no judgment here, and it's all very kind, and whatever you guys predict, I think you'll be close to the truth. You guys are like, all right, we are in the sun.
Yeah.
Lucy's already making fun of us because we're going to get fried, but hopefully stuff is going to be unfolded, unloaded from the buses and from the trucks, and we'll have soon a tent to provide shelter for us so we don't get fried until the end.
But I live in Barcelona, so I know the sun.
Yeah, well,
don't worry.
I live in Switzerland, I'm going to fry.
Bueno, una pequeña actualización en castellano. Estamos viendo alrededor del kilómetro 4. Hemos visto sobre todo a Nienke Brinkman, que está liderando la carrera, seguida muy de cerca de Mont Matisse. Y tenemos una pregunta de Aitor Guerra: ¿a qué hora salen los hombres? Los hombres salen a las 9:30. Aquí lo estamos viendo. We were saying in Spanish that there were some questions about what time were the men starting. So the men are starting now at 9:30, and now we can see them.
Yes, exactly. In 3 minutes they will start. So the women's were a few minutes late, so they might delay that start to make sure they still have 30 minutes precisely between the men's and the women's. But you see here Bartolomeo, who's oh man, he's prepared, he's ready. And then Thibaut Barognon as well from France, also representing Salomon, getting ready. And Yann Margarit, I don't know what he's looking for, but yep, you've got all the world's best here as well. And same as in the women's, the top 11 was invited, but the top 15 men came because again, the points count double. See, Rémi Bonnet is also, the spirits are high. I mean, as we were saying, all these runners know each other very, very well, and they've been competing against each other as well, and so it's very friendly. Here in third position, Anaïs Sabrier, who is behind the two rockets.
Yeah.
In the females race, she is in third position behind Maud Matisse and Nienke Brinkman.
Yeah, it's a little bit, it goes with the script, Nienke and Maud neck to neck. Anaïs Sabrier, who is third in the overall ranking, also third, and in the back we have seen in the past Blandine Lirondelle, Sarah Alonso, And it is because
yes.
it's obvious, or you could expect that because it's super strong in the climb. So let's see what it happens, and also let's see the men feel a little bit, because it's also going to be super interesting to see how it unfolds. Now they are calling one by one.
Yeah, so Johan Beaujard from Team Matrix from France, he was second at the Scarune, very, very strong. We've got also an incredible lineup, and yeah, you're right, and Iris Pesset was also saying this because she's 12th, so right now she's just outside of the prize money, and she said, I got nothing to lose. Obviously she knows that it's a long race and she can't go too hard too early, but she will definitely take chances, and I think this is why we were staying here in the chasing group.
That was very important what you say, the 11th, because from the 11th position they get 1,000 euros. From 6th to 10th position they get 3,000 euros. From 2nd to 5th position they get 6,000 euros, and the winners, the Golden Trail World Champions, they get 10,000.
10,000 euros, indeed. On top of all the money they get when they get top 5 in all the 6 stages.
And there we see Sarah Alonso.
Sarah Alonso, so she's probably in 4th position now. The camera runners are slowly moving back the women's field to give us images about all the runners, not only the leaders. And Sarah Alonso right now in a very good position. We were saying that climb now where they are is starting to be in the trees, and this is probably the most runnable climb, and they're gonna be facing the whole race.
And it's also, I think, the most beautiful part of the race, especially when they get on top.
Yeah, and it's interesting how the landscape and the terrain changes from part to part. You'll see this is the start, but you'll see later in the race it's going to be way more exposed, lava rocks, all in the sun, and that's where the heat is going to be hard on the runners. Here on the left, they keep calling all the athletes. Thibaut Barognan coming in. We got Francesco Pupi, the mountain runner, and you guys were saying in the comments.
En castellano estamos viendo a Sara Alonso a la derecha, que probablemente esté cuarta, un grandísimo resultado, una Sara Alonso que actualmente está 7ª en la clasificación, y ahí tenemos justo detrás de ella, just behind her, Blandine Lirondelle, que estaría 5ª. Una Sara Alonso que está 7ª y que quiere hacer un buen resultado para tratar de entrar en esta 5ª posición. Lo hemos comentado antes en inglés. So Martin, we are seeing now that Blandine Lirondelle was 5th, then Daniela Moreno 6th, Iris Pesset is 7th now, when we see the presentation of the guys.
Yeah, so we have again all the top athletes being presented, coming from all different countries. And here's Bart. And you guys were asking, okay, who's gonna go out hard, fast? And I'm gonna give a name. I'm gonna take a chance. Maybe I'm gonna be wrong, but that's how it is. I do believe that the Italian runner Davide Manini will go out really hard. And then in this first climb, I do believe he will go almost too hard. I don't know. That's just my assumption. Because the men's also know that the race is long. Some are more like mountain running specialists, like shorter distances. This will feel very, very long with this amount of elevation and how technical the terrain is going to be. We got Fred Tranchon as well here in the background. And on the left that we just saw the current leader of the World Series, our friend coming from. Oh, actually, he's been in France. He's been in Avoria training. Recent father as well.
Yeah. He usually lives in Bergen in Norway, but I think that since this summer he moved to Avoriaz, especially to prepare CCC, the last race he ran. And as you say, now he's a father. And when it comes to climbing, I don't know what you think, Martin, but I think that for sure Davide will try to use it. Remy for sure will try to be ahead because he's also very strong in climbing. Stian of course, and maybe the likes of Johan Baujar or Roberto Deloranzi, who are more specialists in vertical kilometer, can be in the first part.
Yes.
Ahead.
I did speak a little bit with Remy, and I could hear that the first climb and first descent, he was gonna try to stay back a little bit, not to go too crazy. So I don't know if that's gonna be the case. Stian, as you were saying, one of the world's best vertical runner, but we've seen, Roberto Deloranzi in Kimgau. He took it out really hard at the start in the first climb with Francesco Pupi. So really anything can happen. But again, it is a long race. So if they go out hard or too hard, that might be a challenge.
And then a couple of questions of Robin. He was asking how big is the men's field. It's around 60 people. Remember that this race has been designed especially to be the Golden Trail World Series final, and then it has been open to the amateur, but the main goal was to be that great final. And the race, Martin, is about to start. The men's race is about to start because the race has already started 30 minutes before.
And it's on, ladies and gentlemen, the second start of the Golden Trail World Series final here in El Hierro. We've got all the elite athletes and some other runner who had the opportunity to get involved and get a number for this legendary race, the very first edition of the one.
I like how you say El Hierro.
Is it not how you say it? Caramba.
It's El Hierro.
El Hierro. Okay.
El Hierro. Now.
El Hierro. Arriba, correros!
Like this.
And okay, so now they've taken the mask, and now no more poker face. We can see who's ready to give it out. Thibaut's chatting away. Francesco getting in the mood. And look at this on the right of your screen. Bart. Remy, they all here. Roberto from Team Vibram. He sounds very Italian, but he's actually from Switzerland. And we show you the course again. So the first climb, crazy amount of elevation right from the start. They go over and down the other side of the island. And then the second climb is 800 meters over less than 3 kilometers. So proper vertical kilometer grade. Down again to the ocean and back for the last climb, which is relentless and just will not end. And that's what I was saying earlier. I do believe that in the second part of that last climb is where the race will be won or lost. But again, I might be wrong. I already have.
Ha arrancado ya la carrera masculina aquí en la frontera. Aproximadamente 80 corredores forman parte de esta carrera masculina. La femenina ha arrancado a las 9. Ahora estamos viendo a las 9:30 la salida de la carrera masculina, con también 15 corredores de élite, los 15 primeros de estas Golden Trail World Series. Y ahí estamos viendo de entrada a Francesco Pupi, a Roberto Deloranzi y a Bartłomiej Przedwojewski liderando esta carrera que durante 1 kilómetro, casi 2 aproximadamente, discurre por las calles de la frontera para rápidamente entrar ya en la primera subida, una subida de 1100 metros positivos hasta la parte más alta de la carrera.
And here we go. They are starting. There you go. Stian is moving up a little bit, just making sure he's not left behind. So you've got the usual suspects here for that first climb. And yeah, something also that's going to be interesting. Fred Tranchant, the orienteering runner, has been moving up the field throughout the season. Had a pretty bad start because of an injury that he had during the World Championship of orienteering. But he's been moving up and actually running really strong. And this kind of technical terrain really could suit him if he can manage the distance and the heat.
Yeah, and we see on the right Maud Matisse, who is currently second behind Nienke. They should be already, I think, past half of the climb, even a little bit more.
Yeah, I'm not sure how far they are, but Maud's still in second place. And the men's, look at this. Stian is taking it out.
Yeah, Stian said in the press conference that even if he's leading in that case, in the men, he has 50 points over Bad Predvojeski, but he was aiming to win the race, not to play with the points, whatever, but to win the race.
Yeah, it was interesting. Even Bart said the same, because we asked him, okay, well, you've seen the amount of points, where you need to be in this position overall, or this position overall, this person could be close to you, and they're like, I came to race for the win.
Yeah.
And then if it doesn't happen, then I'm going to try to do my best. But it's interesting. So they're really all going to take it out, hoping that they can make it to the finish line in first position. But obviously, only one runner will be able to pull this off.
I think that in a race like that, and this sport is not like cycling, when you can have like live updates. I think you cannot play with that, with the positions or the times or whatever, because then you might regret that. So you need to go as hard as possible, do your race and get your best position, and then after see how it unfolds in the overall ranking.
Mm-hmm. And here, Remy is also moving up right behind Stian, together with Francesco Pupi, mountain runner. So these guys are comfortable on that kind of grade. And Stian is a little bit like Nienke. Like he just doesn't hike, never, ever. He just always runs, regardless of the climb. And it's quite incredible to watch. And he's got like very short stride, high efficiency, high cadence. So it's going to be interesting to see how he does it on the second climb, knowing that it is vertical grade. And so he does that on a VK, but this is a 37-kilometer race. So can he actually handle that pace and still carry on for another 15 kilometers? It's going to be hard to watch.
If you can watch Stian in a climb, in a vertical kilometer, it's so crazy. I remember in 2016, nobody knew him. I was at Buffet Peak Trail in the vertical kilometer of the Skyrunning World Championships, and suddenly one guy appears flying at the end, flying in a part that you cannot even walk with poles.
Yeah,
and that was Stian.
Like basically you bend over and you eat the grass. It's so steep.
And I remember I did the vertical kilometer in Zegama. I don't know if you have done it also.
I was behind you cheering, remember? I scared you.
But yeah, true. And at some points you cannot even walk. And then Stian won, and after the race I asked him, but dude, Stian, do you run all the time? And he said, yeah, of course. I said, what? It's impossible.
Yeah,
it's so crazy.
It's crazy. It's quite crazy. And just to answer a bunch of questions here, Max Tyson, désolé, dans le brief, c'est toujours de faire pour les World Series le commentaire en anglais. Et ensuite, dans une deuxième langue qui est la langue du pays où se trouve la course. Donc en l'occurrence, aujourd'hui, on fait anglais et espagnol. Mais on va essayer peut-être de vous faire des petits récaps par écrit depuis le compte des Golden Trail Series. So sorry, that was a little bit of a French section just to inform everyone that today we'll be obviously speaking in English because it is an international race. It is the World Series. And then the second language we always choose is the language of the location of the race. Here, El Hierro. So Spanish.
So you learn also some languages.
Of course. Next year we can speak together in Spanish, hopefully.
Yeah. J'aimerais pratiquer mon français, mais pas du tout. Wow.
And so here, Sarah Alonso still moving very, very strong in fourth position, because Anaïs Sabrier is in third in the women's race. And here, back to the men's race. Still, they're like now away from the road and onto the trails. They had a little bit of a flat section, and we could see probably a group of 10 runners all together. And this is coming from America, Danny Moreno, who's moving quite strong here, running. We were saying that this is the runnable part, and behind is, I believe, Blondine Lirondelle.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah. Coming from France.
And some people were asking about the position. I put in the YouTube comments there is a live tracking, that because all the runners, they have GPS tracking, and we have just seen Nuria Gil.
You were asking.
So there you have her, and they are still quite together. The women, no big gaps. We see also Iris
And then
Pesset
Iris Pesset
and
Caitlin Fielder.
yeah, exactly.
Caitlin Fielder from New Zealand, running for Caitlin Fielder Art, Fine Art. Sorry, you should check this out. That's her Instagram. She's an artist on top of being a runner, and she makes custom road cycling shoes. But she's also designed the race like
The price.
the price for the race of Lola de Nuria
Yeah.
on the Salomon trail running shoe.
Another runner with an amazing background. She was born in Rotorua in New Zealand, but she has done boxing, she has done water polo, she has done football or soccer, and now she's running. And as you say, she's based now in Girona and Andorra, between Girona and Andorra, because she's married to a very famous cyclist.
Yeah.
And as you say, she's self-taught in designing not only like trail shoes but also cycling shoes, and they are amazing. She paints all the stuff for cyclists and for people that do Ironman or triathlons.
Yeah, and so we're back in the lead of the women's here with Nienke Brinkman. She is still running, which is quite incredible. And we will give you very shortly the splits between first and second. See if how much time she has or how much distance she has on the second place woman, who is from Switzerland, running for Salomon, Maud Matisse, who's the current leader of the Golden Trail World Series before the final. But in the final, points count double, and if Nienke wins, she will win the overall series.
The women are getting close to the first checkpoint at kilometer 5.5, which is, I think, it's the top of the climb. And then from this part, they will start in a quite flat part, super beautiful, when we go back to the men's race.
Yep, and here we've got Davide Manini, who, see, I was wrong. I thought he was going to take it out very, very hard. But he's actually in the chasing pack.
Well, Davide, that I don't know if we have already said it, but he has been through an injury in the last weeks, so he wasn't like completely confident. But with these guys, you never know, because sometimes they tell you that and they surprise you a lot during the race. But it's true that Davide wasn't like totally confident.
Yeah, he wasn't 100%, and that's why I thought like maybe he would just take it out and blow up the course. So in front of him, it's the French mountain runner Sylvain Cachard, young gun as well. Like you see a lot of younger profiles here in this top 11. And a little bit further up is Fred Tranchon, who we're talking about, the orienteering runner running for Scott.
I think maybe Sylvain may be the youngest one, because he's only 22 years old, living in Grenoble, and he had already been number one in ranking of World Mountain Running Association. So let's see, it's obviously a very promising runner.
And Roberto Deloranzi and Elouzine Elazaoui, who are just following, still looking strong, taking their time. Again, I think it really will be a waiting race, and whoever still has gas in the tank for the last climb will really be able to make a difference. And I can't help but noticing, I don't know if this is me being French, but in the top 15, there's actually 5 Frenchmen.
Yeah, there are a lot of French runners following the Golden Trail World Series, also in the women side.
Yes, correct, yeah. And here, so hopefully Elouzine will have figured out his nutrition and hydration, because in the last race in Skyrun, it was also quite hot and more humid, and he really, really suffered from it, got dehydrated, threw up at the finish line. It was really, really sick. So hopefully he will have figured that out, because this is much longer today, much longer race. And if hydration and nutrition is not managed perfectly on this race, that will cost a lot.
It's curious, because coming from Morocco and living sometimes in Morocco, you think that he should be able to manage the heat better than people that, for example, they live in the Alps or the high mountains. But still, I think it's a super fast runner, 29 years old. And let's see, because obviously he has a good day, can be one of the top 5 runners here.
Oh yeah, absolutely. So he's been very strong on the shorter races. This year he was winning for quite a while, going down in Canezé in the Dolomitic Iron until Stian came and passed him in the last downhill to take the win. So Elusin was finished second, and he had already finished second actually at this race, at the last edition of this race. And I haven't seen Thibaut. I think he's ahead, but yeah, you see, like now runners are starting to spread out a little bit. They're not running in group anymore.
I think we see in front Remy, no? In front of Roberto and Elusin.
Might have been Davide.
Okay.
Might have been Davide.
Yeah.
And then like really far in the distance, I think I can guess Fred Tranchant. And back in the women's race. And this is Maud Matisse here. Like I'd say close to the top. Oh yeah, they are clinging to the top. See, we're coming out. And this is a sandy section. Really looks like our neighbors from La Palma.
Yeah.
And so it's close to the top of the climb. Maud Matisse from Switzerland is in second position behind Nienke.
Now I think you will see like the most beautiful part of the race, as Martin was saying. That is really similar to the race of Transvulcania, and we see the bike here. It's complicated.
Yeah, it must be really hard here to pedal through the sand.
And here is when, if you have some grip, it's much better because it's quite slippery.
Yeah, you take one step in front and you take 2 steps backwards.
Which is not good if you want to, to climb.
Then you better turn around and go moonwalk style.
Yeah.
But see, like even our mountain bikers, and they're on e-bikes, and they're world-class mountain bikers, and they struggle in this section. Maud Matisse is now putting, oh no, our camera is getting left behind. You can see Maud Matisse far in the distance. She's absolutely killing it on that climb. But meanwhile, on the left, you have the men's race with running for Team Matrix, another Frenchman, Antony Feldmere.
So the girls are soon arriving to the highest point of the race, which is 1,346 meters. They are going to go through the first aid station at kilometer 5.5. And the men, I think they are now in the kilometer 2-3.
Yeah. And we see again different styles. Antony running and Thibaut hiking, but they're going about the same pace really on that gradient. Sorry. And I think it is really necessary here to be able to transition from hiking to running and running to hiking as much as you can to save your legs. Change the muscle groups as well to release the tension, the pressure, the effort. It's still very early in the race.
Yeah, sometimes it's more about changing the charge in the muscles than just being more efficient, no? Just you need to change a little bit.
Yep, yeah, relax. And also when you're hiking, usually you get the chance to breathe a little harder, a little deeper, and that will lower your heart rate as well, which always is a plus because you don't want to be crazy.
And there we are. That's the highest point. That's the 5.5 kilometer.
And ladies and gentlemen, look, there has been a gap of probably something like over 50 meters maybe between Nienke and Maud Matisse. Nienke Brigman in first position at the top of that first climb. And it's 52 minutes into the race. Maud Matisse, Nienke Brigman, the fight that was announced is truly happening. And Maud Matisse is drinking as much as he can because she knows that she will hit the first aid station very soon. She'll be able to refuel. And yes, as we're telling, it is very important to stay hydrated the whole way, stay cool. Because now they're going to get onto the other side of the island, which is going to be way more exposed. And now they're in the sun, and it's going to get way hotter too.
Y ahí vemos el kilómetro 5 de la carrera. Estaba Nienke Brigman liderando en el punto más alto de esta The One Race a 1.346 metros de altitud. Y nos comentan por línea interna que hay 18 segundos de diferencia entre Nienke y Maud. So they are telling us through message that there are 18 seconds of split difference between Maud and Nienke, who is now leading the race at kilometer 5.
Yes, it seems like not much, but this is a mental game. This is a mental fight. These two were really like looking at each other during the whole week and knowing that they would be head-to-head fighting for the win in that race. Whoever wins the race wins the series. And Albert was saying earlier that there's a difference in the prize money as well. The winner takes 10,000 home, and the second place will take 6,000 home. So that's a significant difference for these professional athletes. That will pay the bills for quite a few months.
Yeah, it's not not a small difference. And now we are seeing the most runnable and fast part, I think, of the race. And here is where, Martin, I don't know what you think, but I think here is where Nienke should push a little bit more, no? Because in the flat section is where she's faster.
Yes, so it is also very tricky because you would want to go fast. It is slightly downhill, so the terrain is inviting you to go faster. You could hit like 3 minutes per K without trying, but do you really want to go that fast? Because yes, she could play that card of the raw speed that she has, but it is early. Do you want to break fiber that early? Do you want to compromise your legs to try and make open a little bit more of a gap? Personally, I wouldn't, but again, that's why I'm behind a mic and not running, because I am not a runner. But it will be interesting, as you said. Will Nienke go for it, or will she try to be conservative and do her own race? Because this is something she said yesterday. We've been asking a lot of questions. Okay, to these two, how are you gonna play it? How hard are you gonna fight each other? And Nienke was always saying, "I am doing my own race, and if Maud is with me, then I will be with her. If she's ahead, I will be behind because I will do my own race. That's the only thing I can control, and I'm gonna do just that."
It was funny when you say that sometimes the surface is inviting you to run. Sometimes it invites me to run, but I cannot run fast. And we are watching here in the left the two Polish guys, Krzysztof Bodurka and Marcin Resosko, running together, and I think that one is an amateur runner that is sticking with them.
Yes, yeah, I mean, we for sure have local runners as well getting involved, and we see here hiking very, very strong on that first descent. And our camera runners, as we were saying, are slightly moving back in the field just to offer you these images and not only focus on the top 1, top 2, top 3 runners, but so you get a feel of how the race is panning out from first to 10 and maybe even sometimes a little bit outside of the top 10. And we got another information here. There's 3 minutes and 40 seconds between Anaïs and Maud. So third place in the women's at the top is Anaïs Sabrier from France, Team Matrix, and she's already 3 minutes and 40 seconds behind Maud, behind the second place.
It's surprising. I think it's quite a lot for the first climb.
But we knew, remember?
Yeah.
We
but
knew that Nienke
and
Maud were just another level. They are just playing in another league. And Anaïs Sabrier, again, is doing her own race. She's very, very strong runner. And I believe if she paced herself really well, she could still do something, a very, very good performance today.
Yeah, obviously it's going to be a long race. So we are now into 1 hour in the girls, and we are aiming for at least 4 hours 30 in the girls. So still the first quarter. So a lot of things may happen.
Absolutely. And we see we had a split of 3 minutes 40 between second and third place, Anaïs Sabrier, which can seem like a big gap. But now look, behind Anaïs, we didn't see anyone either. So it shows that even Anaïs, who looks already far behind, is actually still very, very far ahead of fourth place.
So a couple of questions that comes through YouTube, and thank you guys for raising all these subjects because it's very good to have this entertaining and interacting streaming. For Nienke, yes, she's part of the Salomon team. Now, I think it was after Cierzinal, and some questions about the shoes, we have already said it, but Nienke is running with the S-Lab Pulsar, and we believe, if we are not wrong, that Maud is running with the S-Lab Pulsar, but with the new version, soft-ground version, that is going to be released really, really soon in the market.
Yes, and now we have our fourth woman, Sarah Alonso.
Yeah, she's doing a great race so far.
She's very, very strong going uphill. And Dani Moreno from the United States of America, has been challenging for her to go back and forth. Her family is here to support her, so that will definitely be extra motivation to do well today.
Also, the parents of Sarah Alonso came
Yes.
Yeah.
So all the families are coming and getting involved. This is amazing to see these athletes, professional athletes, being supported by their families, and really, like, now they're coming way faster. We have Blandine Lirondelle just behind, and I believe there is still another runner even coming. So these ladies are now very close to one another.
So more or less it would be 1 minute between Anaïs and Sarah, no?
Probably 1 minute, maybe a little bit more.
Mm-hmm.
And then we have Sarah, Dani Moreno,
Nuria Gil, we see after Blandine.
Blandine Lirondelle first, then Nuria Gil, and right behind, I can't really guess.
For people joining us, it's kilometer 5, it's the highest part of the race. We have seen Nienke Brinkman first, Maud Matisse second, Anaïs Xavier third, and now we are watching the girls that are in the position from 4th to 7th. The one in blue is Nuria Gil.
Yep, and behind looks like another...
The Catalan. And I think it's Caitlin Fielder.
Nope. No, that's... I think it's Mexico.
Odile Spischer.
Maybe Odile from Switzerland. This is Caitlin. Caitlin Fielder.
Yeah. I think it was Odile.
You think it was Odile? So Odile, who was a newcomer, and she was looking at the series from the outside, and she's like, oh, this is something I could actually try and do. And she's done all the first races, and she's done really well.
Yeah, I remember in Noia Nudia, she already finished 8th with a very strong field in the first race of the Golden Trail World Series.
Yeah. So, the first races, she had them really, really well. And then she wasn't too stoked about her race in Sierzinal. And she didn't try to go to the last races because she took the chance, and she got down to 11th, and so she got right in the cut to get invited. And here, Iris Pesset coming in to the highest point in the race, and she's chatting with our camera runner. We have camera runners all over, so because we're doing obviously the live coverage for you all, but there's also a TV series that is being recorded, and that will be released in December about some of these key athletes, and tell more their stories, what they're doing, how they're doing, and what the part of the Golden Trail World Series is playing in their lives.
En castellano hemos visto en el paso por el kilómetro 5 a las chicas. We change in English and then we do the update in Spanish.
Yes. Okay. So these are the lead men's here. Francesco Pupi, Stian,
and Remy. Yeah, surprising, Francesco, eh?
Francesco, I think he knows that he doesn't want to push the downhill because he has a broken wrist that he's almost healed, but he knew that he did not want to take any chance in the downhill, and that he was gonna have to push quite hard to make a difference in the uphill. And here, another male runner using poles in the uphill. I believe that is a smart decision if you're, again, familiar with using poles.
Francesco Pupi, 29 years old, living in Lake Como in Italy, and for example, he's super fast. He has a personal best in 10K of 29:47, and he's only 55 kilos for 177 centimeters.
Man, you have a lot of stats.
I'm sneaking into the athlete's life. It's funny, the day before the race, I go to them and I try to reconfirm some things, and I start to explain them things, and they say, ooh.
Oh, you're asking too many questions. I don't want to tell you this. And in the women's that you saw go through the top, it's from Team Matrix, also from France, Elise Poncet, who was on the screen. Now we're back with the top 3 men again. Francesco Pupi from Italy running for Nike, and right behind 2 Salomon runners, Stian and Rémi Bonnet.
En castellano estamos viendo el liderato de la carrera masculina en esta parte final ya de la primera subida. Francesco Pupi liderando la carrera, seguido de Stian Angermund y Rémi Bonnet. En chicas hemos visto el paso por el kilómetro 5. Nienke Brinkman estaba liderando la carrera con 18 segundos de ventaja sobre Maud Matisse. Tercera estaba Anaïs Sabría a 3 minutos 40 y ya detrás teníamos a Sara Alonso, que está haciendo un carrerón, situada en cuarta posición. Por detrás de ella Blandini Rondel y Dani Moreno, quinta y sexta respectivamente en esta carrera, que de momento llevamos 1 hora en la femenina y 30 minutos aproximadamente en la competición masculina, que estamos viendo aquí en imágenes. Para la gente que está preguntando en castellano, iremos actualizando. El lenguaje principal es en inglés, pero iremos actualizando también en castellano un poquito a lo largo de la retransmisión. So I don't know, guys. We are watching in the right position, in the right image. I think it's Marcela Bazinova. Yeah, right. That she seems a bit injured or suffering. For those that you don't know, Marcela was super strong this summer. She won the World Championships of Skyrunning, both in vertical kilometer and in the sky distance, but then unfortunately she has an injury, and right now she's trying to recover, and even though she may not be at 100%, she still wanted to be in that special race, in the one race, and let's see what happens, because hopefully we don't want her to see her like DNF, but obviously coming through an injury that I think it's been quite painful, it may happen, but she still wanted to be here and compete, and at least because for to be in the final ranking you need to be in the final race. So now Judith Wider is 4th. But if she doesn't start in the final, all her points are lost, so she won't be in the final standings. So that's why some athletes like Marcela Bazinova, even if they are a little bit injured, or Davide Manini, they still wanted to be here. Martin, I was saying that we have seen Marcela Bazinova, and she seemed a bit suffering.
Is she still racing?
Yeah. But it seemed that she had some kind of pain, and we were explaining that she has been injured, but still wanted to be here in that final.
Yeah. So because like part of the rules were to be eligible for the prize money, you had to run 3 races plus do the final, and therefore for some of the runners, like for example Judith, who could not come here, then she goes out of the overall ranking. But Marcela, she wanted to still come, and even if she crossed the line and stopped, she would have scored 0 points, but she wouldn't have been disqualified, and potentially with the points that she had, she would still be in the top 11. So she started the race, but yeah, latest news, at least for me, was that she was still somehow injured, and therefore hopefully she's not gonna do any more damage, and call it quit if she needs to.
And Lucy Bartholomew, who is a great commentator.
We should have.
Yeah. Lucy, come here to El Hierro and comment with us. She was saying that yes, if the race finishes at the sea with a long swim, I would be okay. Indeed, it finishes in the sea, and we may jump into the sea, no? After the streaming and the race.
Absolutely, because I think if the sun keeps hitting us like this, we're gonna need to cool down.
And for people asking if there is a live tracking, actually yes, there is. I put it here in the comments of YouTube. All of the runners, so that they have a GPS, so if it works, you can have the difference and the split between them.
Yep. So you see it on the screen right now. This is what you'll see on the live tracking. So a lot of dots on the course, and here images on the left from the highest point of the race after the first climb. They would have run 1,100 meters up since the start. And here we go, Thibaut Barognan.
And Antony Feldmere, no?
Yes, that was Antony Feldmere.
Yeah, so for that, people joining us, the runners are doing 1,100 meters of elevation gain in just 5.5 kilometers. It's almost it's a vertical kilometer actually.
And this is still the most runnable part.
Yeah, I agree.
It will get worse.
Yeah, and you see that part of the island, which is quite green, with sand, with a lot of trees, with shadows. And you will see how different is the second half of the race. That, I think, it's one of the keys of that race. And we have seen also Jan Margarit
and Johan Baujard. So first and second of the Skyrun, and those two started slow but came back really, really strong. So this is going to be interesting to see where they're at. And a little bit of an update on the men's. So Francesco Stian and Remy were in first position. Then Bart, Fred, and Eluzin were 4th, 5th, and 6th. Then Thibaut was 8th, Antony Feldmere was 9th, and Jeanne and Johan are 11 and 12.
Yeah, actually, Jan is super strong in downhill. I think Johan is stronger in uphill because he's also a skimo runner.
Yes, and even Jean Margarit at the press conference yesterday, he said that he knew clearly that he was not the best uphill runner, and so he was not planning at all on being in the front in the first part of the race, and then he was going to try and take advantage of the later really steep downhill, but also he was more planning on rallying later, and so saving his strength in the first half and going full gas in the second half, which I don't think is a bad strategy. We'll just see how many runners can actually hold on to the strong pace that they have right now.
Yeah, it's crazy to see Jan running down. It's one of the best downhillers of the world.
It's beautiful.
Yeah.
Like, it's just smooth and it looks easy.
Easy, exactly. And in that technical, rocky downhills, I think he even, if he's okay, he will enjoy it. For someone like him, who can run so fast in the downhill.
So I was with him when we looked at this first downhill that they will go through there, going into the ocean on the other side of the island, and we were just chatting away, and I was just behind and looking, and yeah, it just looked so easy and flowy, like he's not even working.
I think the men are about to reach the
summit, so we're waiting for them with a fixed camera. And yeah, so far no surprises in the women's field. Maud and Nienke are head to head. Nienke had an 18-second gap on Maud at the top, but it was then going to be a very runnable section, and who knows who was going to push potentially harder. And in the men's, the strong uphill runner, Stian, Remy, and Francesco. So no surprise here. And this is another runner not part of the top 15 of the Golden Trail World Series, but obviously a competitor still, because the course was open to more than the elite athletes, and whoever wanted to sign up could, with obviously limited amount of numbers, to experience for the very first time this race, the one in El Hierro.
Yeah, there is almost 100 runners, so there are 30 that are elite and competing in the Golden Trail World Series, and 70 more that the race was open, so everybody could come and also enjoy the race and obviously compete for the race. Imagine if some of them they were on top. That was a big surprise also. But I think that is one of the beautiful parts of the sport. I think now we are watching Nienke, one of the beautiful.
Look at this.
And Maud Matisse.
Maud Matisse has caught up with Nienke, so it looks as though Maud really used that to close the gap and even put a bit of time on her. And so now it's going to be a mental game. Who will want to keep up? Maud is pushing the hammer, like putting the hammer down. However, do you really want to blow up your legs early in the race? Because that's going to be painful for the rest. Nienke looks, man, they're going hard.
Yeah, I agree that in that race there is a lot of mental game.
Especially between those two. It's going to be half physical, half mental. And again, they should really focus on themselves as well and not worry too much about the other, because if you forget about eating, if you forget about hydrating, or if you push just a little too hard, like here you see the trail seems like it's rolling down, but you still have lava rocks and a little bit more, and it's going to get way more technical. This is the rolling section. They're going to go through the town of, is that El Pinar?
Mm-hmm.
And then they're going to start the true, very steep descent.
Then we see Greg Bollet
Yep.
chasing them. They go through the town and then they start the very technical downhill.
Yes, you will see the big difference between the two.
But still, like, whatever it happens at the end of the race, how amazing it is that someone like Nienke Brinkman can come here and play face to face with someone like Maud, who has been the most dominating woman in the last 2 years in trail running in short distance, at least.
Yeah, I know. It's good to see newcomers. So if you have a sister or a cousin that is running and would like to get involved, maybe she's the next Golden Trail World Champion.
Yeah, that's one thing also that I love about this sport, that you can research a lot about the elite, whatever, who do you think is going to win, and then someone that you have never seen appears and it's like, whoa.
Yeah. And so our camera is waiting for the third woman, Anaïs Sabrier, as far as we know. We're trying to check as well.
Yeah, because actually the part where the girls went, it was super technical, even for running.
And we even have friends who get invited on the live. Locals are saying hi as well. Yeah, it is a race mascot. So yeah, sorry, we're getting also updates from all over the place from WhatsApp, and that's why apparently our phones were vibrating quite a bit. So sorry about that. We'll take them off the table. But everything is good for us to get all the information from the field and tell them to you, share that with you. And like we were saying, this is a camera runner on an e-bike, and I believe waiting for a third woman, which should be from France, representing Team Matrix, Anaïs Sabrier.
So I think approximately this is the kilometer 7 or 8. From there they cross the town and then they start that super steep downhill that it's going to bring the girls and the runners to the sea level.
Yeah, all the way back down.
Actually, for the first time at the sea level, because we started at 237 meters, so they will go to the sea level. And here, today it's a little bit cloudy, so I think it's going to be good for the runners. But actually, we see that in that island, the weather is very changing. Like, you can be at the top of the race, it can be cloudy and misty and cold and windy, and then you go to the sea level and it's super hot, dry, and absolutely different. That's the tricky part of that race. It's so different.
Yeah, it is indeed very different from the other races that these runners have experienced throughout the season. But yeah, as you were saying, it could be cloudy, but the second the sun hits, it gets extremely hot, and it's actually also very dry. So if it stays like this is going to be better for the runners, better for the race, maybe not as good for the show, because we want some popcorn time, we want some people blowing up, we want some show. But yeah, whatever happens, we're going to be there and to give you images of the live here again, waiting for the third lady at close to the top.
Y en castellano hemos visto cómo Maud Matisse adelantaba a Nienke Brinkman en esta parte más plana de la carrera, aproximadamente el kilómetro 7. Aquí estamos esperando con la cámara a que llegue aproximadamente la tercera clasificada. A partir de aquí, Nienke y Maud lo que van a hacer es cruzar un tramo urbano para luego encarar una bajada súper técnica. En apenas 2 kilómetros van a perder casi los 1000 metros de desnivel positivo, una bajada en la que tienes que ir con mucho cuidado, y van a llegar al nivel del mar a este kilómetro 11 de la carrera de The One Race.
Yeah, and some people were asking in the latest update, Jean Marguerite was 11th. together with Johan Bojard from Team Matrix. And these two, I think it's a very smart strategy, and I would put money on the table that they're going to move up the field as the race goes on. They're starting conservatively, keeping their energy, saving their legs. There's going to be another 2 really hard climbs, and as you were saying, Jean is an extremely strong downhill runner, and this is probably where he's going to try and play his card.
And I also think that Jan is super strong in 20-25K when now we see Anna Isabelle coming.
There she is. This is our third lady coming in hot, coming in fast. She can run very, very strong. We've seen her like doing absolutely amazing finishes in Sierzinal in the last downhill. So she can run very strong downhill, maybe even better on technical than Nienke and Maud, because Nienke and Maud clearly are the strongest uphill and downhill, but they are not the strongest going downhill. Karina as well from Mexico is extremely strong running downhill. Who would you? Elise Ponce, also very strong downhill runner. And we have the men's. We have the men's coming at the top of the climb, and this is the same 3 runners, Stian, Francesco Pupi, and Rémi Bonnet. Going through 5 kilometers out of 37, and they've already climbed 1,100 meters.
And they have done it in 50 minutes, eh?
50
so
minutes
amazing.
indeed.
Yeah.
Right behind, there's not as much as a gap as in the women's. It's Elouzine El Azaoui, Bart, and behind, I can't say exactly. The image is a little bit frozen.
I think maybe it's Sylvain Cachard.
Running for Hoka, maybe. Yeah.
Hemos visto pasar en el kilómetro 5 a Stian Angermund liderando la carrera, seguido de Francesco Pupi y de Rémi Bonnet, y ahora vemos a Bart Predvoyetsky, a Sylvain Cachard y a Elouzine El Azaoui en la cuarta, quinta, sexta, séptima posición.
And, yep, Sylvain Cachard indeed from France, Team Hoka, and right behind Fred Tranchant, Team Scott. Again, he's going to play a very strong card on a downhill and on a technical terrain. This orienting runner who's been in the World Championships and the World Cup for years now, and he's transitioning slowly into trail running. Last year he had the second best time in Sierzinal. Had a bit of a rough start of the season, but coming back strong surely. And we can expect great things from him today if he's managing, again, hydration and heat well. Roberto Deloranzi from Switzerland is coming in next, and Thibaut Barognan as well. Yeah. Oh, excuse me. I should breathe a little bit.
It's good to remember sometimes to breathe. Yeah, Roberto Deloranzi, who actually lives in the Italian part of Switzerland.
Correct.
That's a bit confusing because you may think he's Italian, but not.
And Team Vibram, but no,
yeah.
he's from Switzerland. And then Thibaut Barognan is here. He knew he wasn't on top of his game, and actually once he was running down to his accommodation, checking his phone for the direction on the road, and there was a rock, and he just twisted his ankle. So that was very unlucky.
Antony Feldmere
coming in next.
Davide.
And Davide Manini.
Which you may think that he's suffering a little bit of
maybe
injury,
that's a female runner.
After Davide, yeah, because some other girls started with the top 15.
With the elites, 30 minutes before the men's, and that's why they're now catching up. Yes.
So all the girls started at 9. The men started at 9:30. But I think that there were so few girls on top of the 15 of the Golden Trail World Series.
Yes, yeah. I mean, it is a scary course. And so right behind, we believe still in 11 and 12th, Yann Margarit and Johan Bojard together. They know each other. They've run together before, and I think they're in a really good position here. They're just playing the waiting game, covering ground, saving energy, drinking and eating, and they'll probably make a move later on.
So I was saying that Jan is super strong in short races like 2021. For longer ones, he says that it's complicated for him to manage that kind of races. And I remember yesterday with you in the press conference, he said, I don't know how I'm going to finish, but I know that if I push too hard at the beginning, probably I won't finish well.
Yeah. So here we get some equipment to protect us from the sun.
And there we go. Oh, what a beautiful images, drone images.
That is the downhill we were telling you about, the first downhill of this race, the one, and you see how crazy that is. No more trees, no more green, just lava rocks and what looks like a wall. And they're going to be running downhill like this and running about 2 to 3 kilometers flat on the road by the ocean before heading back into the second climb. And that second climb, ladies and gentlemen, is the steepest, less than 3 kilometers, 800 meters of climb. It is a VK type gradient all the way through.
So as we were explaining, this is the most volcanic island of the Canary Island, and there is a big line of mountains that goes from west to east. And you know that part is called Mal País. It should be translated like bad country. Is the word that have for this, that this steep hills. I don't know how you say when it's a mountain really close to the sea. Acantilados in Spanish.
I wouldn't know that term, but if any of you guys know that term, please educate us.
But that kind of Mal País is really steep.
That it dives like straight into the ocean. You can see that in Costa Rica.
Exactly. Also in the highlands in Scotland, for example, that kind of super steep hills that go straight to the sea.
And in the fjords as well, you see in Norway, but also in New Zealand, Tianau. If anybody from New Zealand is listening, I'm sure you guys know this place in the South Island, absolutely beautiful, Milford Sound. So yeah, you guys were asking what the weather like. It is actually quite good. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, and I think this is one of the competitors in yellow, Jordi Zaragoza. Jordi, running extremely strong. I'm sure all of you watching, you know this guy. At least you know his photos. And you see he commits to going to the best places and then run around to get to the next.
Oh, and thank you for the people saying that it's Cliff.
Yeah, I think this is unanimous. The name of it is Cliff. Thank you guys.
And Falaise.
Falaise in French, indeed. We see in Calais, for example, or other places. Merci, Kevin.
You guys are amazing.
This is what live coverage is all about. It's to do it with you guys. That's where it's fun.
Así, en castellano vamos a actualizar un poquito el paso por este kilómetro 5 en el que han pasado primero Francesco Pupi, seguido de Remy Bonetti y Stian Angermund, todos juntos. Luego hemos podido ver un grupo en el que estaba Sylvain Cachard y posteriormente hemos visto, por ejemplo, a Jean Margarit, que estaba en 11ª posición, que se lo está tomando un poquito con tranquilidad en esta primera parte de la carrera, sobre todo en las subidas, para tratar de atacar más en las bajadas. Vamos a ver qué es capaz de hacer Jan, que ya demostró en Skyrun pues que está en un momento de forma espectacular. And people are saying even Scarpa in Portuguese. So we are learning a lot of things today.
We've got everything. Thank you. Thank you so much. And yeah, we're waiting to get another update from I think other women in the downhill, or maybe the camera runners on the bikes have gone back up to try and catch the leader in the men's field. This is the road section. This is at the top of the climb, and then they cross the road. I think the aid stations should be pretty close to that as well. We're telling you, originally there was going to be 4 aid stations, and they've just decided to add another one because the weather conditions were quite hot, and just to make sure that the runners could get hydrated and have access to more water. Because if you remember, if you've been watching the Skyrun with us, there were a lot of sections where they could actually cross the stream and get water over them in the cap, in the buff, whatever. But here, there's no stream, there's no river, there's nothing. There's the ocean, and it's pretty salty. We can't drink out of it.
For sure, no water here. You can only eat figs, which they are really good, as you can say.
Yes, yes, you can stop at a fig tree and have a snack. But yeah, so the runners can only solely rely on the water that are at the aid station. And again, according to the rules, you can only get support at the aid stations and not outside anywhere else on the course.
You can try to make fig juice. But
yeah, you press them and get a few drops, but I'm not sure that's going to work out too well.
If you reach this point, it's going to be complicated.
Yes, it's bad times. So we're trying to, again, like keep up with the runners and see exactly where they're at. We're still struggling a little bit with the GPS tracking. It's not always super accurate. We've sent you the link. It's in the chat. And technically, we have already some runners that are getting close to the final downhill. I mean, not the final downhill, the first big downhill after the city of El Pinar.
And some people were asking about Karina Carsolio. According to GPS, she's 9th, but actually we hadn't seen her so much in the images, no?
No, and sometimes it's the case, like either we lose connection or the camera runners are turning around or trying to find another runner, and sorry, we sometimes miss one runner or two. But as we can see, at least we can assume on that downhill already, Maud and Nienke are together and almost at the bottom of that descent. So we're hoping that we can get some drone images, and if not from the downhill, we'll definitely have images from the uphill after they've crossed the road section. So first downhill is going to be kilometer 16. Second aid station, kilometer 16 on the road, on the flat.
Yeah, actually, when they finish the steep downhill, it's kilometer 14. So I think they do kind of 2 kilometers flat, and then they get the aid station. We have been able to see it in the profile, how like they kind of run more or less flat, and then it's the super steep downhill, and then they will reach the sea level, and from there go to the aid station, up again, down, up,
and up again, and
down to the finish line,
and down to right behind us. And there we go. We had a little bit of an issue with the drone, but it's back on, and you have a runner here on the screen. It's one runner alone. So according to the GPS, Maud and Nienke were somehow together. So maybe that is the third place runner, or maybe Sarah Alonso.
For me, yeah, it looks like Nienke.
Either Sarah or Nienke. Yeah. Whoever that is. She looks like she's moving quite fast.
Because Sarah was running with a top.
That's correct. With the
yeah.
bra. That's right. Mm-hmm. The white top is Nienke.
We can tell if she's first or second, but for sure it's Nienke.
For sure it's Nienke. You're right, with that white cap as well. And she's getting to the road. So she is at the bottom of that first technical downhill, and she'll have a few switchbacks on the road, and then on the flat section on the road at kilometer 14, and then the aid station is going to be shortly after that. And so now it's going to be interesting to see whether she has dropped Maud. Look at the pace she's running on the road. This is incredible. She's got to be running like at 3 minutes per K.
Y aquí estamos viendo a Nienke Brinkman en la parte final de esta bajada súper técnica que hemos comentado antes. Aproximadamente va a llegar al kilómetro 14 para luego hacer 2 kilómetros planos y volver a subir.
Okay, so we got an information, and Nienke is running really, really fast because she's actually trying to bridge the gap, because we got the information, but Maud is actually in the lead. She was ahead of Nienke, and she was therefore faster and stronger in that technical part on the downhill, and Nienke is trying to now make up the lost time in that descent. So we're looking at the drone and we don't see anyone, it means that Maud really put the hammer down, and there you go. There she is, leading the race. Maud Matisse from Switzerland, running for Salomon. She did push really hard on that first descent. Is she going to pay the price for it later on? I don't know, but whoa, the race is on!
I mean, I was thinking it's so amazing after 6 races. Maud has won 3, Nienke 2, and to be here in the final, having double points, and they are fighting neck to neck. It's so amazing to see how it unfolds.
It's crazy. It's completely crazy. And maybe like while we're on the island of El Hierro, we say again a little bit of a hi and sending out support to the people of La Palma who are going through a tough time. We think about them, and Transvolcania is not going to happen this year, but hopefully next year we can come back and say hi and do what we can.
Sí, estábamos diciendo en inglés también que todo nuestro soporte y cariño hacia la gente de La Palma, que lo está pasando tan mal con el volcán, que sabemos que este año tampoco va a haber Transvolcania, pero que por supuesto es una carrera que amamos, que llevamos en el corazón y que a la que vamos a volver. We are going to be back for sure. I mean, I did it in 2013 and it's one of my best races I've ever done. It's one of the most beautiful I've ever been.
Yeah, same. I can't remember the years, but I've done the ultra marathon twice. I've done the marathon. I've done the VK. I've done the half marathon, and every race is beautiful. And this year again, we're going to go and attend. Very excited. But so yeah, we're sending our support to the people of La Palma, and we're with the lead women's. If you've been in and out of the live, we have gone through the first uphill, first downhill. Now we're on the flat road section alongside the ocean, and Maud Matisse is in the lead. She took advantage over Nienke Brinkman, who in the descent, we knew and we were saying that these are the strongest uphill and probably flat runners, but on the downhill they're not the best, and yet Maud Matisse really put the hammer down. She threw it down, and she's now opened up a gap on Nienke Brinkman.
Estamos viendo a Maud Matisse liderar la carrera en el kilómetro 14 y medio, una carrera que de momento ha estado igualada, pero que aquí en esta bajada Maud está intentando ya sacar ventaja, sacar el mazo y tratar de jugar mentalmente con Nienke Brinkman y tratar de dejarla un poquito atrás. Una Nienke Brinkman que está muy cerca de Maud Matisse y que necesita quedar por delante de ella si quiere ganar las Golden Trail World Series.
Yeah, and so far we are we're following both races at the same time. Again, if you're joining us, men's and women's have started at different times, 30 minutes apart. So potentially, based on the organization and the estimation of the finishing times, that would allow the first men and the first women to finish close to one another, to offer you the best show possible. And look at the pace on that section. It's flat, it's slightly rolling, but the most important part is that they have a headwind, so it will be very tough to run on their own, but there's no other option. And I think it was never the plan for Maud to be running with anyone else. She wants to be in the lead, she wants that win, she knows that she needs to win over Nienke to win the overall series this year, and she's definitely going for it.
And also for the people that is watching it, look at how different is now the terrain and the scenario compared to the higher part. From now on, it's going to be mostly like that, very dry, not many trees or vegetation, very exposed also. And as Martin was saying, now it's going to be more hot, so they really need to take care of the hydration.
Yeah. Now you see a lot of blue sky, and that wind by the ocean is actually a headwind, so it's not helping, but it feels good still. Look at that form.
How beautiful is that image with the sun and the ocean in the background?
You get a runner's silhouette.
And what a stride.
I can tell you that's pretty damn fast.
That's tough to follow, eh?
And so you see on the left side, the cliffs are just there, and believe it or not, this is where they're going to be going back up for the second uphill. Less than 3 kilometers, I think it's 2.6 exactly, and they will climb 800 meters.
Yeah, as soon as they reach the aid station, they turn left and up, and it's really up.
It's just so they will enter into the canyon. There, it's a bit of a sandy section, so it's going to be hard with very bad footing. So it's going to be an even bigger transition from the road into proper sand, and then it's just straight up. And now we're back on that downhill with another runner on the images.
I don't know if maybe Anaïs Sabri, guessing a little bit.
Anaïs Sabri was in third, so if we haven't missed her, and if not, the next runners were Sarah Alonso and Dani Moreno.
Exactly, and
Blandine. So let's see if we can move a little closer, we'll be able to tell you who that is in that steep descent. But you can see how difficult and technical that descent is.
And how fast they go, eh?
And still,
it's
how
crazy.
fast they go indeed.
It's one bad step and some blood.
Ooh,
for sure.
That would be grated cheese. All right, the three leaders. We have the men's, and it's still Stian Angermund, Rémi Bonnet, and Francesco Pupi still together after that. The first part of the downhill, as we were saying, we've seen with the women, very runnable. So I don't know how fast they run, but nobody tried to open up a gap on the others. They stayed together. They just worked really hard on the climb, and now maybe they're taking it a little bit more easy to be able to push on the next climb, because these guys are climbers for sure, and this is potentially where they will want to make a difference. And maybe we'll see. We'll try to get some updates to see if behind them some of the good descenders have tried and bridged the gap.
That trio is also very interesting. See what happens here, because I agree with you that all of them are good climbers. So let's see what happens now in the downhill when we see again Maud Matisse. Estábamos diciendo que hemos visto en el kilómetro 11 la actualización de la cabeza de carrera masculina y siguen juntos Francesco Pupi, el italiano, Stian Angermund, Vic, el noruego, y Rémi Bonnet, un trío de cabeza muy interesante.
Yeah, we're trying to get updates from the rest of the men's field. And it looks like Elusine, Fred and Sylvain are still running together as well.
Also, thank you for all the nice comments that we are having, at least in YouTube. That's what I'm watching. And
yeah, it's super exciting to have you there with us, getting super pumped as well about this race. I believe this is Dani Moreno in second place right behind.
And now we see Ninke.
So see, we were telling you the people will be there to help every runner. Every elite runner will have access to their own aid station, whatever they chose to have, flasks, gels, an energy drink. And we heard that second aid station where you just had the images, Maud was in first, Ninke in second, and she was 50 seconds behind Maud. So that's quite a big gap. So let's see now how the gap, whether it opens or it kind of reduces, knowing that on such a steep climb, I feel like power hiking will be more efficient, and this is what Maud can do extremely well.
Hemos visto cómo Ninke Brinkman llegaba al avituallamiento y recibía ayuda. Todos los corredores, absolutamente todos, tienen ayuda, no solo por ejemplo, los corredores de Salomon. Y hemos visto también cómo Ninke ya iniciaba el segundo ascenso de la carrera, y nos comentaba Martin que por línea interna nos dicen que la diferencia entre Ninke y Maud Matisse es de 50 segundos. So I was saying back to the comments of the people that thank you so much for that, and I encourage them to raise questions, to guess the winners, to interact with us. It's not only us talking, but them also showing their voice and showing their knowledge, because there is a lot of people that more and more they know more about the sport.
Exactly. And so like you said, like they put us behind the mics, but it's also super good to have you guys getting super excited, sharing your knowledge, telling us when we pronounce the nouns wrong. Like Ninke Brinkman, we've struggled so much with her name. Oh, there we go. Look at the other runners. And Johan Beaujard, for example, who's catching up now in the descent. I missed. that was really quick.
Yeah.
I got caught off guard, but that was a group of men, probably the chasing group. So that's 4, 5, 6, and maybe 7 if Joan Boja had caught up with that chasing group. And in the women's, we see them finishing that downhill. And that's a total guess, but I believe maybe Sarah Alonso and Dani Moreno together hitting the road. And there's actually, one is overtaking the other. I can't tell you who is doing what.
And let me read one comment. Martin Jonathan Geffen, watching this series has motivated me to compete my first trail race this year. The coverage is awesome, watching with the whole family.
Well, thanks, and congratulations on your first race, man. This is great. This is awesome. And here, really from the top, so it's hard to see the gradient, but this is Maud Matisse, and she's entering the canyon. So this is where it's quite sandy, and you really can't go fast, and that's why she's hiking. And then she will go gradually into a steeper and steeper climb. And and then it's going to be steep for 800 meters of ascent.
What a beautiful images, how wild it seems from here. Actually it is, but it looks even more wilder.
Yeah, it's a wall, and you could see it from the beach on the images. Like you could not actually believe that there's a trail that's going up there.
No,
it's quite incredible.
Yeah, you look up and you think, where am I going to go? There is no.
And when you're in it, it's like, is this gonna end? Is this gonna end? Like again, like for those who are just joining or didn't hear, like we have run the whole course to be able to tell you how hard it is, and this is still the canyon. If you believe this is the hardest part, it is not. And you see in the background, this is here Anaïs Sabrier, but in the background, that big wall that you can see, this is where right now Maud is climbing. So Anaïs Sabrier in third place, hitting the road, and in probably less than 2 kilometers now, she will get to the aid station right before going into the climb as well. So I think the gap is even bigger now between second and third place. Anaïs Sabrier, she was 3 minutes and 40 seconds back at the top, and I believe now she's even more. We'll see if we can get updates from the field to have the exact splits.
Estamos viendo imágenes a la izquierda de Anaïs Sabrier, la tercera clasificada. Hemos visto pasar a Maud Matisse, que está liderando, ahí la vemos en imágenes, liderando la carrera con 50 segundos aproximadamente de ventaja sobre Nienke Brinkman. Y tercera vemos a Anaïs, no tenemos exactamente la diferencia, pero como Martin está diciendo en inglés, parece que incluso el hueco entre las dos primeras o entre la primera es cada vez mayor sobre Anaïs Sabrier.
Okay, and I'm watching some updates here, and this is very interesting. So in fourth position, it was indeed Sarah Alonso, but in fifth position, actually, who took advantage of the downhill.
Is Karina, no?
That's Karina.
Yeah.
So we were telling you she was strong because she was nowhere near that position in the first uphill, and now she is in sixth position. So she really used that downhill to catch up with the other ladies, and then it's Nuria Gil in sixth position at the bottom of the downhill, and then in 7 and 8 we have Dani Moreno and Caitlin Filder.
Great.
So that's it for the update. Only a few minutes ago they were at the bottom of the climb, so they must now all be running on that flat road section heading into the aid station, where I believe we'll have more images.
Also, one thing that is really good is that the women started before, so they also have a lot of visibility and coverage. And actually, we were telling you from the beginning of the live, but the women race, it's amazing. It's just Maud Matisse and Nienke Brinkman separated by just 12 points. Whoever wins here is going to win the series. So
yeah, because the points are double.
So it's really amazing to have the spotlight in them and to focus on them, because it's really amazing that kind of result at the end.
And so here, look at these images from the drone. You see the switchbacks. This is where it starts, and I don't know how many switchbacks, but there's probably like 30 or 40. It's insane, and it's just relentless climb. Here, Anaïs Sabrier from France, Team Matrix, like going on the road also pretty fast. And these images with the ocean, again, we were telling you they're facing a headwind, which is really not helping. But at this point, a little bit of a fresh breeze from the ocean can really help, because now the sun is out and it's gonna get hot in that climb, because the black lava rock will also emphasize the heat and push it back onto the runners.
Anaïs, who is third now in the overall ranking after finishing second in Mont Blanc Marathon, third in Cierzinal, and second in Chiemgau. She was also the champion of France in trail running in 2019. And one curious thing about her is that she has a double nationality. She's French and German, because she went to Germany to study, and I will try to say where she went to. Nikolauslav Tübingen.
That's a good try. That's a good try.
To study medicine, and that I didn't know, but actually she lives there in Germany.
Yeah. But she still chose the French nationality. She's been in the national team of mountain running for several years. Oh, and there we go. Nienke finally took 1 or 2 steps walking. It's very rare. We rarely see her walk, but that shows how steep that climb is, and I think she's absolutely right to be hiking at this point.
And the drone is just on top of her, eh?
Yes. Look at these images on these switchbacks, and she's trying to still alternate between running and hiking. And here you see the shadow. This is the only shadow on this climb. Everything else is really exposed, and you can see your own shadow. The sun is just like crushing your back, and then the rocks are just pushing the heat back onto you. So the aid station at the bottom is essential, and you really have to stop, probably put water over your head in your cap, and then drink as much as you can, because the race will be long. And look, you have to use your hand. It is so crazy.
Yeah, because when it was on top, it looked like it was flat, and it is not. Now you can see.
Now you have the drone that's going down, and you see the cliffs, and you see how steep it is.
And that is exactly what we were talking about. Malpais is that kind of mountain form from lava, which is very difficult to have vegetation or life. And it's very rocky, of course, very dry. And that is going to be a little bit the scenery of the background that we are going to have from here to the end of the race.
Yeah, and Lucy is saying, like, since we've done the climb earlier, we've rigged the climb. She said we have the course record. No, we have the SLK, the slowest no time. This is how we do it.
Yeah.
But it is a crazy climb, and some of the runners have come with us to check it out and look at this. So it's called the Malpais, it's called cliff, it's called falaise in France. How is it in Portuguese?
Oh, Escarpa? I don't know.
See, we're being completely international here.
Penya-segats in Catalan.
There we go. Here's another one.
Penya-segats.
Please don't ask us in Czech or in Polish because we'll have no idea. Sorry.
And there is Sara Alonso.
Sara Alonso in 4th position, moving extremely well. And look at this. Fist in the air, getting to the aid station. She can probably hear the bells and people streaming. So we're telling you, every runner will get support there and will receive whatever they had planned yesterday. Sara Alonso, really good race so far. And look at this going downhill. And Stian has made a difference. He's opened up a little bit of a gap. He's maybe has like 15-20 seconds on the second place runner.
That is unbelievable. To see Stian going down, I remember when we did the live in Noia and Uria, and it was incredible.
Yeah. I mean, same in Dolomite Skyrun. Like, when he caught Elusin, he was just flying. He was 5th at the very top to finish in 1st position. Look at him. He's just sliding all the way.
I mean, people cannot realize how tough or technical it is if you are not used to.
Yeah, it is so steep, and look at him. He's even like here the switchbacks. You don't want to cut them.
No,
it's just too steep, and he's still doing it. This is amazing. Look at this. Look at how smooth he is. And so if he's running like this, like the downhill specialist like Jean Margarit, it's going to be interesting if we can get the images from the drone when they were going down.
Yeah, but I also think that Stian it's one of the best also downhillers of the world.
Yeah.
I mean, living in Bergen and that kind of, also John Albon, for example,
Yes,
that kind of guys in Norway.
And there's no surprise why he won the first 3 races of the season that he did. He can run fast on any sort of terrain, really.
Still, it was amazing what Stian did in the first 3 races, how he dominated the field, and it was a strong field. And then he focused more in CCC, which couldn't finish due to a hip injury. It was also his first ultra.
Yeah, and I mean, you know how he is. Like, he's such a good climber that he went out pretty hard, and he had opened up a really big gap after that first climb coming out of Courmayeur. But then, yeah, it was a bit long for him. There, I think we had on the images, was it Caitlin?
No, it was Sarah again. Yeah. Sarah, who was also a football player until she was 16 years old, then she switched to athletics. And it was funny because at the beginning, her trainer told her that she wasn't let her compete. And she said, no way, she's super competitive. Her parents were telling us yesterday, when her trainer told her that she wasn't going to compete, we say, you are not going to make it with Sarah. She's so competitive.
Yeah, you can see that, and we were talking about her right at the start. Like, at the beginning of the season, she was doing the races, but she didn't quite realize how good she was. And after she kind of put in her mind that she belonged to that scene, she was part of the world's best. Like, it really, like, something clicked, and she was saying, "Yeah, no, I'm ready to go. I have no complex. I have no, like, I belong there, and I'm gonna go hard."
Yeah, I fully agree with you that at the beginning, the first one was Oya and Nuria, and it was, let's see where I am. And now we see the aid station. That is Odile.
That is Odile from Switzerland. Yep.
We've seen Karina Carsolio in the left going up in front of her. So Karina should be 5th or 6th.
And so Nuria was 1 minute behind Sarah, and Danny and Caitlin together were 1 minute behind Nuria. So they're kind of all within a minute of each other, and Anastina, Odile, and Blandine are just behind, and I think Blandine was in 10th position. And look at Stian, still absolutely killing it on this descent. He's making it look butter smooth, incredible. And now he's getting it on the road, and we've seen that on the road he could actually go fast as well, because at the end of in Canadze of the Dolomite Skyrun, it is very runnable finish, and he was flying. He was moving so fast.
I personally think that one of the things that he has been working more in the last years or months is the speed in the flat sections. And as we have seen, he's super strong in climbing, he's super technical in downhill, and he knew that if he improved that, he's super complete.
Absolutely, and I mean, you can see already how much of a gap he's opened. Like, at the top, we saw him together with Francesco Pupi and Rémi Bonnet, and all of a sudden, he's just on his own. It's now a one-man show. He's on the road, and we know that if he still has some fuel in the tank for that second climb, which is essentially a VK type climb, that's his specialty as well. And if he push harder, he's probably going to be able to open a gap that's going to be close to impossible to close.
Yeah, now we have seen, I think, in the very top part of the images, the other runner, the second one, and fully agree with you that we have seen in the kilometer 11 together, and now in just 3 kilometers of downhill, he may have taken 1, 2, 3 minutes, and that's where that kind of races are won.
That's where he could make a difference. And we have more updates about the female coming out of the aid station. They're all taking quite a lot of water. Both. So Sarah Alonso has 2 flasks and a little bit of a gel that she was taking.
Yeah, actually, I think that is the hottest part and the most humid part of the race. There is an aid station in the top, so still they can refill, but it's going to be a long climb, so maybe 50 minutes for them, so they really need to drink.
With no access to anything. Nuria Gil had also 2 flasks, and then together Karina and maybe Anastina and Odile from Switzerland, all together leaving the aid station and starting the climb. And then shortly behind was Caitlin Fielder, who was putting water over her. I think it's a smart move. It even looked like she picked up a buff with ice in it, and that's probably a good idea, as you were saying, if they're going to spend like 50 minutes in the sun with no shade in a very hot environment. That's going to make a difference. And I see also Danny Moreno with a buff that has ice in it. The Americans are more familiar with these hot weather sometimes. We've seen this practice very commonly in Western states.
So now in just 2 kilometers, they will climb from sea level to 800 meters. It's in just 2 kilometers. It's 400 meters of elevation in each kilometer.
Is it only 2 kilometers? I thought it was 2.6, but maybe you're right. It's even less than that, then.
Here we are watching the track. If you look at it, from the bottom it's 16 kilometers up to 18.
Ay. So that's, yeah.
Yeah. Give it or take it, maybe 2.2.
Crazy.
Yeah. It's a proper vertical kilometer.
So maybe this is it. Maybe he will make me lie again, where I thought the race would be a fight until the end. Stian might be pulling away once and for all from the field. Look at him. He is still smiling. He looks relaxed. He looks in control. What a performance here, where you saw earlier Maud Matisse still. She looked like she was working and feeling a little bit threatened still. Here Stian, all smiles, in control, hydrating. He knows the aid station is coming. And again, if he's able to push and open the gap a little more in that next uphill, I think that might be a done deal already.
As we said, it's curious, but Stian has run here for 3 times.
Correct. Yes.
He has quite a bond with that island, because he has been in Marathon del Meridiano for 3 times. He has won it twice, and then back that year they did a kind of closed Marathon del Meridiano only for 4 runners. He was running with Aritz Egea, but let's say that it's a complete different part of the island, but he knows the island and that kind of surface.
Yes, absolutely. And he has the course record, and same as Maud Matisse actually. She also has the course record of this Marathon del Meridiano.
They did it in an event. It was 2 male runners and 2 female runners. So it was Aritz Egea and Stian, and Maud Matisse and Azara Garcia Los Salmones, and they both beat the record of the race, but only because of the COVID, still early in February. So it was only 4 runners elite trying to beat the record, and both they did it. So he really knows the island and that kind of road really well.
Well, yep, it looks like he's pulling away. We will wait and obviously keep you updated as soon as we get a split. That is going to be the very interesting, very important information to have. See who is in second place. I believe on the flat, Francesco Pupi is a fast runner. He's a marathon runner, 2:14. But also Rémi Bonnet has shown that he could climb very fast and then run on the flat like a 10K under, I think it was under 31:30. So both runners are fast on the road, and it will be interesting to see if they somehow made up a little bit of time, caught up with Stian, or if Stian is pulling away still.
So for people asking for the time, the guys started at 9:30, so approximately in the men field we are now in 1 hour 30 of the race, and in the women field we are in 2 hours of the race. Y en castellano estábamos comentando que Stian Angermund curiosamente tiene una relación muy estrecha con la isla del Hierro, porque ha corrido aquí varias veces, ha corrido 3 veces la maratón del Meridiano como tal y la ha ganado 2, y luego en este mes de febrero vino a hacer un maratón del Meridiano especial junto con Aritz Egea y con Maud Matisse y Azara García Los Salmones, y tanto Stian como Maud batieron el récord. Sí que hay que decir, sin embargo, que es una carrera, un recorrido totalmente diferente. Solo comparten 5 kilómetros la maratón del Meridiano y The One Race.
Yeah, and we're trying to follow a little bit on the live tracking with the GPS, but it seems like there's a few mistakes. It's not 100% accurate because some runners are moving up and down the field. But yeah, it's going to be interesting to see after that descent who is behind, but I still believe Francesco Pupi and Rémi Bonnet are in second and third, or the opposite, but the first three men's are these names by what we've seen so far.
Entonces seguimos viendo imágenes de Stian liderando. Estamos esperando ver al segundo y al tercer clasificado y tener referencias. En chicas sí que hemos visto que la diferencia entre Maud Matisse y Nienke Brinkman era aproximadamente de 50 segundos y luego ya tenían más de 5 minutos sobre la tercera, que era Anaïs Sabrier.
Looks like Stian is on a good day, and Stian on a good day is going to be hard to beat. And he's showing after one climb and one descent, he's already opened the gap on the rest of the fields. And it is a deep field, so that means a lot.
One thing that I like about Stian is that it's that kind of runners that usually is almost smiling when he's running.
Oh yeah, always. Like he's gonna get to the aid station, pick up more water, probably put water over him. Like being from Norway, the heat is not his best friend, so he's gonna have to do everything he can to try and limit the damage of the heat in that climb. There we go. Only a few hundred meters before he gets to the aid station, and he picks up whatever he needed to have and start that incredible second climb. As you were saying, yeah, I was saying 2.6, but it's actually 2 kilometers and 800 meters of climbing.
Yeah, it's super tough, like all the climbs here, because also the last one at the beginning is super steep. So I think it's one particularity of this race. It's how it's not only the elevation, because sometimes it's longer the climbs, but here they are super steep, so it's good for the people that are used to do vertical kilometers.
Yeah, absolutely, and we have something that's a little bit frozen on our screen. But the race is still on, and we haven't seen Davide in a while. He was in the top 10 at the top of the first climb. We'll see what happened there. And yes, we do have a little bit of an issue with the GPS tracking, so it may not be 100% accurate. So don't take it 100 take it with a pinch of salt. Because surely enough, Nienke does not stand still. Yeah, Maria Mendoza, we're if you've been with us since the start, you will know that we've been covering both men and women equally, if not more the women's. It's just that we're going from one race to the other because some of the places we do not have reception, and therefore we're using different means and moving from the men's to the women's to constantly offer you images. But prize money is the same between men and women, equal coverage, equal team. So definitely the Golden Trail World Series is showing as much in the men as in the women's. And now we have a group of men entering the aid station and starting the second climb.
I've seen together Francesco Pupi, Sylvain Cachard, Elusine El Adzawi, Rémi Bonnet, all of them almost together in that aid station.
Yeah, so it looks like on the downhill some of the runners have caught up.
Yeah. So what we can tell now is that Stian Angermund has a lead, that we will try to give you the exact difference between them, and then there are a group of 5-6 runners that are all together in the second position. And yeah, replying to Mayra, exactly. I think we have been covering so far more women than men, and we are super excited about it.
Yes, absolutely.
We've been telling that the women race is awesome. But it's just that sometimes we need to focus on the point that we have coverage, and of course we will be switching.
We'll be going back and forth,
yeah.
and the whole purpose of having the men's start like 30 minutes behind the women's. It was specifically so we could offer as much coverage in the men as in the women. And here you can see Stian going on that very, very steep section where you can almost use your hand. He's going out of the sand sections and then into maybe in a couple of minutes more into the switchbacks.
And there is one comment that I like from Constru. Are they going up that wall? Yes, they are going up that wall. We have been telling that it's 800 meters positive in just 2 kilometers when we see now Thibaut Varignon. They are approximately now, for people joining us, in the kilometer 16.
Yes,
the aid station
is at the bottom of the climb, correct.
Bottom of the climb. Now they will go up to kilometer.
J'aurais dit 50 secondes. Allez. C'est direct à gauche, hein, celui-là, maintenant.
At 9:30, it could be around 1:30, no?
Sorry, I'm reading a lot of things to give you an update, so I can't do the math right now. But there is 50 seconds between Stian and Remy, so it's not crazy. And
50,
then
50, no? 50?
50.
So it's the same as the women, eh?
Yes, and then 40 seconds, 40 between Remy and that's not the right name, but I think this is Francesco. And then Elouzine Lazaoui, Francesco Pupi, and Sylvain Cachard. Ah, okay. I was reading it wrong.
And now I think that we see Christophe.
I think that's Christophe, yeah.
Christophe Bodurka. And now
look
live.
at this, Stian in this crazy steep uphill. He is still running. This is incredible. And you can see the tape moving a little bit. I think it's because I think it's Stian who's going so fast. He's making wind.
Actually, we did that part with the Stian, and well, we did it. He left. He was just running easy, and we were walking because that's really, really steep. I tell you. It's amazing to be able to see him running. It may seem easy, but it's not. It's not.
And again, we offer you these images from the drone. But if you saw it in the distance, here it looks almost flat. But I'll tell you again, if you're familiar with vertical kilometers, if you've done one, you know that it's almost impossible to run. But impossible is not Stian, and that guy is still running. And I can tell you, running at this pace, he's gonna open the gap. He's gonna open the gap on the other runners. See, now this is how steep it is, and you can see. And this is Maud, I believe. Maud Matiscali getting to the top of the climb.
Yeah, exactly. Reaching the end of the second climb. And let's see what's the difference with Nienke.
So since the last aid station where we saw her, she's climbed almost the total of 800 meters away from the ocean and up onto the Mirador. And we have our photographer or camera runner who's with her. So we're probably going to have images soon, and here from the long lens we have images from the fixed camera. So it's a bit of a challenge, and we were telling you that it is so steep that it is almost better to power hike, and Maud is extremely good at it, and this is how she might have also opened a bigger gap on Nienke. So we have men's leader, women's leader, both in that crazy climb. And if you're wondering why Stian is behind Maud, is because men started 30 minutes later.
Yeah, and when they finished that climb, they would have done 2,000 meters out of 2,800. So most of the climb will be done, at least 2/3. and they will be in the kilometer 18 out of 37.
Yeah, so still early when you realize already like the ground they've covered and the time they spent running. It's yeah. There's still a lot to be done. Another crazy climb, very steep parts with sandy sections where you feel like you're running backwards. And so we've been an update as well. There's no cam runner in this area, so it's only with the drone and the fixed cam at the very top. That's why we're switching from one to the other, showing you the leaders of this final, the one in El Hierro.
Bueno, estamos viendo a Stian Angermund liderar la carrera. Hemos visto también a Maud Matisse, que está prácticamente al final de la segunda subida. Una Maud Matisse que cuando llega aquí llevará ya 18 kilómetros y 2.000 metros de desnivel positivo. Habrá hecho pues 2.000 metros de los 2.800 que tiene esta carrera. A partir de aquí un tramo plano y luego una bajada hasta el nivel del mar de nuevo. So, when they reach this, again, they will go down to the sea level. From now, they will be approximately at 800 meters of elevation, and they will go down to sea level again to climb the last part and then descend to Tamaduste, where is the finish line.
Where we are sitting right now, and I don't know if you hear around us, but people are moving. It takes a village to organize such an event, and there are people left, right, and center building stuff, building tents, preparing the finish line. It is quite incredible, the logistics that is happening around us.
One race that we should remember that it's created especially for the final of the Golden Trail World Series. That race didn't exist 3 months ago or 4 months ago.
Absolutely, it's all new, and everybody here on the island is getting involved to support this race and to make it happen.
And here you can see the highest part. We can see David and a lot of our camera crew.
And here's Davide.
And Davide, who is way behind, eh?
Yeah, way behind. We were saying this. I think he said he was not in the best form, but he wanted to finish. So he still wanted to cover the whole course. So maybe he's just doing a smart race and not pushing himself too much. Maybe he's still slightly in pain or something, but he's just still going for it.
Still big credit for him, even if he's not at his best, to be here and to be running and not maybe quitting. That it would be the easy thing.
Absolutely. I mean, when you're here, when you have the chance to be part in this race, in the final, you owe it to yourself and to everyone to take part in it and do everything you can to get to the finish line here in Tamaduste.
And we have seen the fixed camera in the top of the second climb, and now we see the drone following again Stian Angermund in that such a hard climb that it's going to lead him into kilometer 18, the leader of the race.
And it's incredible to be thinking that Stian is still running on this. We know he is one of the fastest vertical runner, but after already one big climb and that descent, that'll give you an idea of how high this second climb is. And so we should see Maud pop up.
It's amazing when you reach the climb and you look back down and you see, oh, I came from here. Really? I did all this?
It's crazy. So they were on the other side, went all the way down to the ocean, across on the road, and then back up here. And they will do it, as you were saying, one more time.
Yeah, then back down again. And I think that now we can see Maud Matisse.
There we go. The leader in the women's race, Maud Matisse. We had doubts. We were thinking, what is going to happen? There will be a fight between Maud and Nienke Brinkman. Well, we haven't seen Nienke so far. We'll tell you how far behind she is.
Hemos visto a Maud Matisse ya llegando a la cima de esta segunda subida de la The One Race El Hierro, la corredora suiza liderando la carrera al principio junto con Nienke Brinkman. Vamos a ver la diferencia que la separa con la holandesa. Cuando aquí vemos imágenes en directo de Stian Angermund, también el líder de la carrera, al principio ha ido con Francesco Pupi y con Remy Bonnet, pero en la primera bajada ya ha aprovechado su excelente técnica para marcharse y ahora mismo está liderando, corriendo todo el rato con una superioridad absoluta del corredor del equipo Salomon.
And luckily we've had support here who've built a tent to protect us from the sun. But I got one elbow that's coming out in the sun, and I can tell you it's really crazy hot here. And here she is, our second place in the women's field, Nienke Brinkman.
She doesn't look so fresh
No,
now in the
and
climb.
she's not running anymore, which obviously makes sense, but she is usually like Stian and runs every step of the way, so it's going to be interesting when we'll have closer images to see potentially her face or how she's feeling. It looks like it's a bit tough for her.
Yeah, sometimes we see seconds and we deduce things, but obviously she doesn't look so fresh like Maud. And now we see that Maud is already in the flat part, reaching the top. Here is the aid station. I don't know if that's exactly here. So, and from here you get, I think it's like a kind of 2 kilometers that are quite flat, 2-3 kilometers, and then you reach the second downhill.
Yes, and the second downhill, the first part will also be quite fast, and at the end you can really open up and get some speed before hitting the ocean again. So there you go, Maud in the. So she's past the aid station, so there's a little bit of a section that's going back up again. It's undulating, as you were saying, over the plateau, over the top. I don't know. No, I can't call this the caldera. But
Caldera. So it's 4 kilometers flat and 5 down.
Yes.
From no one.
And there was 18 seconds in the last split. No, there was 50 seconds, my bad, in the last split at the aid station, and I believe that now there will be way more. Maud has put the hammer down, and as we expected, the fact that she's a very strong hiker on such a gradient, she did make a difference on Nienke. But the race is not over, and you were saying there's still a lot to cover to get to the finish, to 37 kilometers. And so if Nienke didn't put herself in a hole, she can definitely try to get faster on the undulating and keep chasing Maud.
Now we see that Nienke is starting to run. We also can see that amazing image. It's so great to have both of them in images. On the right, Maud Mati is also running. Her part is quite more flatter, so it's easy to run. But let's see what happens. I agree with you. Maud seems fresher, but in that races, any mistake with hydration, any twisted ankle, whatever, can leave you out or be decisive. So still a lot to be played. And we see now that Nienke Brinkman hasn't still reached the top of the race. And approximately Maud is in the kilometer now 19.
Kilometer 19 and in the lead of this women's race. And still moving extremely strong. This is maybe where she made the difference in that really steep climb. 2 kilometers, 800 meters of climb. And you see the images further back is where the runners were coming down and across on the road. And here's Nienke. She's running again. She's getting to the top. You see Jordi taking photos.
And watching, I think he's telling her the difference, eh?
He's probably telling her the splits.
Yeah.
And so we should have it also quite soon, but that's going to be in minutes now. Let's see if she held back to be able to push later or if she suffered a little bit from the heat. Nienke.
That sometimes is dangerous because the people that are working, they don't are really looking at the time exactly, so they can give you some data that is not accurate.
Yeah, we've all heard that. It's like, oh yeah, one last climb before the finish, and there's 16 climbs more.
Or it's all downhill. Eh?
It's all downhill. It's all downhill, well, until the next uphill.
Yeah. And then there is that point that you would like to come back and kill that person.
Very true, very true. Put your hand up or like let us know in the comments if you've experienced that in a race.
and that is the climb that the runners are doing. It's so amazing, from the sea level up to 800 meters.
Yeah, it's hard to even imagine how the runners are going up this wall.
And as we say, it's even hard to find the path.
Yes, and so here in the foreground you have the pylons, and this is the descent. This is the first downhill, and then in the background you could see the uphill, the other wall. All right, here we go. Nienke, second in the women's race. She's now over the top, and we get to the aid station in probably 30 seconds. See how much water, what she does, and hopefully she'll have the mindfulness of putting water over her as well. But it doesn't look like she's giving up.
Estamos viendo a Nienke llegar ya a la subida de esta segunda bajada. La diferencia respecto a Maud ha aumentado. Hemos visto cómo le preguntaba a nuestro compañero Jordi Zaragoza por la diferencia que tenía con la primera clasificada, pero parece que bueno, la vimos subir un poco cansada, un poco no tan fluida como Maud, pero ahora está corriendo fuerte en las partes planas. Es en las que puede sacar más ventaja, y ahora nos indican por línea interna que la diferencia entre Maud Mathies y Nienke Brinkman es de 4 minutos y 30 segundos.
Yes, indeed. 4 minutes and 30 seconds gap now between Maud Mathies and Nienke Brinkman. This is quite incredible what Maud has performed. Oh la la! Attention. Careful. You are not allowed to take a fall on this island with these volcanic rocks. It is extremely dangerous. It would be terribly painful, and we don't want to see that. We don't want to see any runner get injured. And we've seen Nienke fall in the Skyrun. She was really pushing the pace.
Yeah,
and,
but these rocks are super sharp, eh?
But that's the thing. Like here, it would be really unforgiving. And we know that Nienke is extremely strong uphill, extremely strong on the flat, but she's not the best downhill runner. And some of you in the comments were already saying it, that if she could learn how to run fast downhill, she would be absolutely impossible to beat.
But she almost started trail running, like 1 year ago, and at high level she just appeared at Cerzinal. So obviously she has a wide margin to improve. I was reading that when she did the first German marathon, she was running only 20k per week, and then the next year she trained 100 kilometers per week, and from 1 year to another her time was 42 minutes less. Imagine doing 42 minutes less. She went from 4:09 to 3:20.
Yeah, that's crazy.
That's crazy. So
the talent in that runner is absolutely limitless. And we have yet to see what Nienke Brinkman can bring to the trail running scene. One thing for sure is that we hope that the battle is still on, and she doesn't look like she's giving up at all. So we will see. Maud may have put too much of an effort, or maybe she's gonna last, but for sure it will be a battle until the end. And the last climb, it will be it will be still possible to make a difference. And I was talking to Rémi Bonnet, who's like experienced runner. He knows how to climb. He knows a lot. And he said that in the last climb, he wasn't afraid to be a few minutes back from people, because he said, like, if you feel good, you can really, really make up the time.
And another thing that I like from Nienke is that being a newcomer, she could say, look, I am second, I will have my 6,000 euros, so it's really fine. But she's fighting for it. She's going for it, even if she's a newcomer. So she has the mind attitude to be a champion.
Yes, totally. Like it's second is first loser. So she really wants to go hard and give her best. And here on the images, Anaïs Sabrier from France, Team Matrix. She's still in third position, and we'll have the gap very soon, but she's still moving pretty strong. And again, another experienced runner that we can believe will be managing the heat, the effort, the hydration pretty well. But you can see already that the temperature and the sun has taken a toll on the runners.
Yeah, absolutely. That climb, it's the most, for me, it's the most humid and hot of the race. I don't know if you felt the same, but in the second one, it felt much better, even though it was later in the day. But that one, and as we were saying in the first part, you have a lot of trees and shadow and everything where you can shelter, but here it's totally exposed. The sun, it's burning up, just up you.
Yeah, the sun is out. There's very little wind because there was wind at the bottom by the ocean, but once you get to the top or even on that climb, there's just no wind. And it's just the heat just pounding you on your back. And for sure, that aid station is going to feel like $1 million.
Ahí vemos en imágenes a Anaïs Abril, la tercera clasificada. Vamos a ver la diferencia que tiene con Nienke Brinkman, que ha pasado segunda a 4 minutos 30 de Maud Matisse. Una Nienke Brinkman que apareció casi por sorpresa en el circuito en Sierginal, que quedó segunda detrás de Maud y que después ha ganado las 2 carreras que ha disputado de las Golden Trail World Series, y una Anaïs Sabrier que ha hecho 3 podios hasta el momento. Anaïs Sabrier, she has done 3 podiums up to the moment.
Oh, she's an extremely strong runner. There's no surprise while she was 3rd in the overall standings after before the final. Like, she is a very, very solid runner. She's placed very well in a lot of stages. And yeah, I mean, as we said, like, she has the double nationality, but she's been in the French national mountain running team for several years. You know, she's a committed runner. And so, yeah, you guys are asking the splits, so we don't really have them right now, but we will get that as soon as possible. It will, as we say, it will definitely be a few minutes, probably around the 5 minutes mark between Nienke and Anaïs, maybe even more. And yeah, Scott, as you were saying, hopefully, like, I think it is unrealistic to think that the heat is not going to affect the runners. They all knew that the 2 difficulties would be how the terrain is, how hard the terrain is, and how hot the weather is going to be. And I'm surprised not to see more runners stop at the aid station to put water over their head, their caps, because that could really make a difference. Because if you overheat, you have no chance. You have to cool down. You have no creeks, you have no streams, and you have no shadow.
Yeah, for me, the heat management and the hydration is going to be one of the keys of the race, especially in the second half.
Yeah, it's going to be essential, and perhaps we'll see some blow-ups in the second half, and maybe some runners come back because they would have spent the extra seconds to look after themselves. And look at her, she's coming up with a smile. So yeah, this is very good sign here. She is within her limits. She's running within herself. Very strong, still in 4th position. And we'll get the split. There we go. No, Julien, you were saying... Yeah, it was 4:30 between Maud and Nienke. And we're still waiting for the split between Nienke and Anaïs, between 2nd and 3rd place in the women's race. And yes, Thibaut is running. He was a little bit further back, maybe in 10th place or so. He did twist his ankle really bad yesterday. It's like kind of a freak accident, really. He came out of a restaurant going back to his accommodation and stepped on the rock right on the road as he was looking for where to go on his phone, which means kids, quit looking at your phone. Look at the trail. It's much better and much safer.
And now we see Roberto Deloranzi.
Yep, another strong uphill runner.
No. Yes, no?
Yeah. Team Vibram from Switzerland. And there she is. Anaïs Sabrier, she's gone by the aid station. Now it's onto the flatter undulating section of a few kilometers, really, until they hit the second downhill, which is going to be a little bit less technical, more runnable, but still with sections that are challenging, and you always have to be mindful of where you put your foot. Oh, there we go. I got a bit ahead of myself. Now she's going through the aid station. Oh yeah, I got really scared for a second. I was like, is she not gonna take anything?
A lot of people cheering here in the of that second.
Non, on sait qu'ils ont passé le canyon et tout ça et qu'ils sont au-dessus.
D'accord.
Qui sont.
Volver, no? Fiesta.
Vengama es una fiesta.
Zegama is Zegama.
And yeah, to answer Juan Macias, sorry, the girls at the top, it's 18 kilometers at the aid station where Anaïs has just gone through, and at the bottom was 16. And the men's, we should see Stian actually pop out very shortly now at the very top. And I'm still impressed that the runners are not taking more time at the aid station to put water over themselves. They're just taking the soft flasks to drink. But yeah, I don't know. I think we're missing the images here on our screen, so there's gonna be a little bit of a delay. But it looks like you guys are seeing what's happening, so that's all good. Sorry if the comments are not completely synchronized with the images. I think in the distance we have seen
Dani Moreno.
So that's the question. Is it Dani Moreno or Blandine Lirondelle? Because I know Blandine Lirondelle is an incredible climber. She's extremely strong and she's also running for Hoka. So that's where potentially the confusion is coming from. But I think with the cap and knowing how strong she is going up, she's lived in La Réunion Island, and so she is used to those extremely steep uphills, and seeing that she was just outside or just within the top 10 for a runner of her caliber, maybe she took... there we go, there she is. Okay, so that's right. It was Blandine Lirondelle. So she must have started really conservatively, and now she's putting on the effort on that strong climb, and which would mean she's now in 4th position behind the top 3, being Maud Matisse, who was in the lead. 4 minutes and 30 seconds behind was Nienke Brinkman. And we don't have exactly the split, but Anaïs Sabrier was in 3rd. Anaïs was 14 minutes behind the lead, behind Maud Matisse already. What an incredible gap with that field. And there she is, yes. Dani Moreno.
With no cap.
No caps, that's how we recognize her. No caps and no backpack.
Actually, Blandine, who was born in Caen, I think she started running when she moved to Réunion Island, when she was 25 years old.
True.
So, and then in just 4 years, she has become one of the best runners of the world champion in trail running.
Yes. She's a late bloomer, but definitely has potential.
And now that you talk about the Réunion Island, I've never been there, but I think it's a little bit similar to here. So she may be used to that kind of volcanic island.
Absolutely. And she also is, like, even though she started late, she's an experienced runner. She's very, very smart. And so she would know how to pace herself on such a long race, knowing the course is hard. Again, the temperatures are hot. And I think this is a really good race that Blandine is making right now.
Whereas Daniela Moreno, she lives in Mammoth Lake. It's California, but it's a mountain part of California. So I think it has nothing to do with Hierro Island.
No, it has absolutely nothing to do, indeed. The only advantage she'll have from Mammoth Lake is the altitude, which makes a big difference, and she'll probably be feeling really good at sea level. But also she would have to deal with jet lag and going back and forth. So it's not always easy, but she's committed to the series this season, and successfully so, because she is in the top 10 right now and still looking like she's going to stay this way in the overall after the points of the final.
I think she stayed in Europe after the last races, and then she came here, one of the first runners to come here to El Hierro with her family.
Yes, that's true. And I think she's going to stay for a few more days to kind of enjoy the beauty of this island, everything that it has to offer, sightseeing, scuba diving, surfing. There's so many things you can do here, but probably not running.
Queso frito, fried cheese, papas,
quesadillas.
And now I think we see Sara Alonso.
Oh, there's a lot of people
and
here.
Núria Gil,
This is a big group of women here on the climb, on that second climb.
I think that Núria Gil went ahead Sara Alonso now. We see Núria in blue, Sara Alonso just behind with the cap. And here we have Blandine Lirondelle going down.
And for Blandine Lirondelle, between Maud and Anaïs, there is 14 minutes and a half. And between Maud and Blandine, there is 18 minutes. Blandine in 4th position right now. And look, she is smart. That's her team. Her partner, Mathieu, he knows, he's very calm, they know each other. And see, this is extremely smart what she's doing. She is drinking, taking salt pills as well, because drinking only pure water is just going to go through you. You need to renew the electrolytes. So from a nutrition and hydration standpoint, this is extremely smart what she's doing.
Yeah.
She's taking the time to regroup. She's chatting, probably getting the splits, saying how she's feeling as well. I think so far she's the runner who's gone through the aid station in the smartest way. Sure, she might have lost like maybe 20 seconds or 30 seconds, but that will make a big difference later in the race. And I expect her to move up in the field, or at least not fade away. And not fading away, that might already be enough to catch up some of the front ladies. Something was...
Yeah, but that's exactly what you were saying. We see more and more how the elite runners, they go so much into the edge now in the aid station especially, and we see it even in ultras. In UTMB, for example, how they didn't stop at the aid station sometimes, and then for just not losing 20, 30, 40 seconds, they quit finally the race, or they fucked up. And I agree, and here it reminds me a little bit of the American races, in the Western states.
Yes.
Like they put you ice and water.
You don't even stop. Sometimes you have to kind of think, regroup, put yourself together, and I agree. Am I right?
I agree with you about the salts and the electrolytes. That's going to be also play a major role in the last part of the race.
Yes, that will avoid the cramping in the latest stages. But I don't know if you guys noticed, it is obviously extremely warm, and I don't think Blandine is feeling hot, but she's wearing gloves.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Yeah, that's because of the stones.
And maybe she's worried about tripping and slipping, and therefore she wants a little bit of added protection and padding in her hands in case she takes a tumble, because as we were seeing, the lava rocks are really, really sharp and unforgiving. And now we have a big group of women here in the towards the end of that second climb.
It's Núria Gil, I think, leading, and then it's Sara Alonso. Núria Gil is a relative unknown runner from Reus in Catalonia. She's a physiotherapist, but she's super strong. I think she's really fast. The short races suits her better, but still is someone who is sometimes surprising. For example, in the Spanish Trail Championship, she appeared and she won it, and nobody expected that. And we'll see Stian Angermund now.
Back to the men's leader.
Yeah.
And he's not running anymore. The heat maybe, but for sure he's still in the lead. Stian Angermund, who was already leader after 3 wins, maximum point 300 points to start in with the bib number 1. Just an update on the women's, and then we'll stay on the men's. Dani Moreno was in 5th position, came through the aid station. We didn't have the images, and it's Odile Spicher from Switzerland who went in 6th position, 22 minutes behind Maud Matisse.
Actualización en castellano. Hemos visto ya en este punto, kilómetro 18, que pasaba primera Maud Matisse. A 4 minutos 30 estaba Nienke Brinkmann, la tercera clasificada Anaïs Sabri, aproximadamente a 14 minutos. Hemos visto a Blandine Lirondelle, era la corredora del equipo Hoka, que se ha detenido varias veces a beber agua y a coger sales, que ha pasado cuarta. En 5ª posición no lo hemos podido ver en imágenes, ha pasado Dani Moreno. Sexta estaba Odile Spicher, y luego en imágenes hemos podido ver a Núria Gil, que ha pasado por delante de Sara Alonso en este grupito ya que forman a partir de la posición 7 a la 10.
And yeah, we have the images now, and running, I think this is Rémi Bonnet.
Looks like Remy.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think many people would be running here. So I think if it wasn't Stian and it wasn't Stian, then my money is on Remy. So Remy is not too far. We're gonna get the splits again from the top of that second climb and see exactly the differences. Wow. So Remy is still running. This is incredible.
Yeah, it's one of the better runners in vertical kilometers in the world. He appeared in the circuit in 2015 and he already won the vertical kilometer World Championship of the ISF.
Yes,
and
at the same year, remember?
Exactly.
Sky and the vertical world champion.
It was a little bit similar like Ninke, that he appeared half of the season and he won in Lantau, I remember, I think the rod, like short races, and the vertical.
Yeah, in Limone, he just blew everything out of the water.
I think he was 21 or something like that.
And so we're back, kind of at the beginning of that climb. Then might be Bart.
Yeah, looks like
getting close to the top of the second climb.
That point is complicated because you are really tired after such a long and steep climb. And
I mean, look at this.
Water.
This is where they're climbing. This is the wall where they're climbing. And if you're asking, the race is 37 kilometers, 2,800 meters of climb, and 3,100 meters of descent. And here now, I think Fred Tranchant. I think, yep, Fred Tranchant walking up that hill, also in the sun. It's hard for the runners. Here's Sarah Alonso.
And Elisabeth Ponset, no? And,
Elise Ponset, and there we go. Oh, no.
So Stian has already catch most of the women.
So he's made now 30 minutes. He started 30 minutes behind his women's, and getting to the aid station, he's going to come in. And you see the ladies are making a very gentle move to let him go through. Stian Angermund leading the men's race, getting through the aid station, and still looking extremely strong.
I mean, you don't want to have Stian behind you. he may just roll you up.
And see, again, another experienced and smart runner. He knows that he needs to cool down, and that's why he's putting all his water over him, because that's going to make a big difference in terms of overheating. And right behind is Francesco Pupi.
So close, eh?
So actually pretty close in second place in the men's. Not even a minute, if 30 seconds, if that. Let's see the transition from Francesco Pupi. He's also drinking. He will take water. That's his coach that's with him, so he's probably getting the splits as well, getting the information.
Super quick pit stop for Stian and for Francesco. They almost didn't stop.
No time wasted, but very smart transitions with drinking extra water, so they don't have to carry as much, and putting a lot of water over them. And you see, white t-shirt is the name of the game, because that will keep you wet and cool for longer. But it's quite interesting. Like, nothing's done. Stian is in the lead indeed.
What an awesome race is also doing Francesco Pupi, the Italian runner from night team. She was fifth at Mont Blanc Marathon. Then he didn't have a good race in Germinal, where he finished 41st. But then in Chemgao, he had a second position. So far, I think he got to his best level, and also a lot of confidence. And now let's see, because it's barely, I don't know, maybe 30 seconds.
Yeah, it's really not much, and Francesco is a really fast flat runner as well, so he knows that he can take advantage of this flatter section, the few kilometers that are now following the top of that climb. And again, that descent, it is technical, but it can also be fast. So knowing the effort that Stian has put on, and yet Francesco is still within 30 seconds, it's going to be very interesting.
And we have seen barely just a moment, but Stian was looking back to see where Francesco was. That I love that when it happens. Now we can see the difference between both of them. Our camera runner was going to look for him. And it's going to be really, really interesting from here to the end, because also after that downhill there is a flat part where Francesco can really be very fast. We have already said it, but he has, for example, 29:47 in 10K, and in half marathon his personal best is 1:04 for Francesco. He's super fast.
Yes, and so here's an update that we missed on the images, but we have the information. Actually, in third position and fourth position is Thibaut Barognan and Rémi Bonnet. Thibaut has passed Rémi on that climb, and they came almost together in the aid station. We didn't see them, but they came together, and right behind is Fred Tranchant in fifth position. So we were telling you that Thibaut was in the top 10. Well, he was way higher than that. Thibaut went actually through the aid station. We didn't have the images again, but in third position, just ahead of Rémi Bonnet. So they are together, and there we go. There he is, Thibaut Barognan, right now in third position, putting a lot of water over him. He is also an experienced runner. He knows how to deal with the hot conditions. And he, he's in the top 3. He had very little expectations because he was unsure about his fitness. He knew he was strong, but he still had a few niggles. Sorry, I need to breathe. But yeah, he was. He's definitely in shape, and so far he's looking extremely strong. And they're only 30 seconds behind. The other is another runner who's coming back. He's Jean Marguerite. We were telling you he was going to play it safe in the first part of the race. Well, he did, and now he is starting to put the hammer down. Fred Tranchant for Scott Running. He's now coming out of the aid station and onto the flat. He is behind Thibaut and Rémi. We must have missed Rémi in the images. Rémi must be right behind Thibaut or shortly behind. And here she is, Iris Pesset, all in control with her poles going up, trying to save her legs coming into the aid station. She is also one runner that could really come back in the later stages of the race, as she would have probably saved a lot of energy with her poles going uphill. She's probably here around half an hour behind the lead. And here's Rémi Bonnet on the images. So we have different camera runners, so it's sometimes a little bit hard to tell you who's where, but here's a little bit of a recap in the men's race. And here's Jan Marguerite, who's also caught up with a lot of runners. He was 11th at the top of the first climb, and now I believe he's in 6th place. So first place who went through, it was still Stian, but very shortly after him was Francesco Pupi. After who we did not see come back, what was really, really strong, was Thibaut Barognan from France and running for Salomon. And also running for Salomon, just behind him was Rémi Bonnet running for Salomon and also Red Bull. And then they were 2 minutes behind, so very, very close. In 5th position was Fred Tranchant from France, representing Scott. And then in 6th position, Jan Marguerite. So they are all very, very close to one another. And then following by Elouzine in the men's. And now people are coming into the aid station and they're taking a bit more time. They're feeling quite hot. Elouzine was feeling quite hot. We're telling you at the beginning of the race that Elouzine could struggle because he has issues with hydration and nutrition, and in the hot and long races that can really take a toll.
And here's Bart, Bart arriving, he looks tired and hot.
Yeah. And see the crew trying to cool down the runners as much as possible, but with such a heat, with such a sun, there's not much to do. And so they're dropping whatever they don't need, and they're picking up new stuff, and here are more runners coming in. Sylvain Cachard here from France, pure mountain runner. So a little bit out of his depth in such a long distance, but he's a smart runner and he's taking his time as well, so that should be all good. So we've missed the aid station from Iris, but she must have gone through by now. And the images are freezing a little bit, so it's hard to see what's going on and tell you all the details, but I think it was Karina from Mexico who had come into the aid station and was trying to, again, eat, drink, and cool down. Ah, there we go, and we're back. Sylvain Cachard, I believe, 8th or 9th in the men's field after 2 big climbs. Wow, I'm starting to bonk myself. Maybe I need to take a gel. How are you guys doing out there? How's the live? How are you doing? Is everything still up with us?
And one question that I saw before in the YouTube comments, it's and people were asking how many, and also Lucy, how many gels would you take if you do this race?
Well, I'm not a reference. Like I ran a 100-mile race and I ate like 68 gels.
68?
Yes, and I didn't even get sick. I felt really good. Usually, I mean,
what do you have in the stomach? Iron?
Yeah, well, I've been in business school for 5 years, so my stomach is pretty iron. So, but no, more seriously, because that's a very interesting question, actually. You can train your body to run fast, but you can also train your body to physiologically absorb carbs. And naturally, a person will be able to absorb about 60 grams of carbs per hour. But you can train your body, and some triathlete, especially for Ironman, for long distance, can go up to 80 to 100 carbs an hour. But you have to train your body to be able to do that. And also, a lot of the people right now play with carbs, but the energy intake can go from carbs, but also from fat, and also from proteins. And so you have limited amount that you can take in each of these categories. So if you actually mix it up, you will be able to take a bigger, higher energy intake and therefore have a stronger output.
So it would be around, if you are talking about a 4-hour race, maybe 4 gels is the average?
I was taking a gel every 20 minutes.
Okay,
I mean, and
you
again,
are not a good example.
Yeah, but it really depends on the gels as well, because some have a lot more calories, a lot more carbs. So I think that's why you need to look at your gels and how many carbs there are. And my gels were about 20 carbs, and I was trying to take like 3 an hour to get to like 60 grams of carbs at all time. And here, this is the descent. They're going back all the way onto the sea and to the right of that tunnel that you can see on the distance. And I feel like Maud has slowed down a little bit. Don't be fooled. It is a technical downhill. You can run extremely fast, but I believe she's trying to be in control and not going all out. Because we've seen her going all out, for example, when at the end of Ciacinado, stuff like that, and we see her going usually much faster. So maybe she's in control. She might have heard the splits as well. When you know you have 4 minutes and a half on second place, you're like, well, maybe I'm gonna play it safe and keep another gear in case somebody comes back onto me, and she can like switch it up and take off again. So that's the female leader. They started this morning here local time at 9 a.m. Central European time at 10, and so that's almost 3 hours into the race now.
Yeah, I fully agree. This is the longest downhill of the race, and also it can be like quite painful for the quads and for the legs. So I fully agree with you that she may be trying to save a little bit the legs and the power because the race will be decided also in the downhill. So she may be trying to save some power, especially if she had a lead that it was like almost 5 minutes in the top.
Yes, correct. Like we were talking about this with I can't remember which lady, but they say the last descent is actually quite long, with in between some flatter section when you need to actually like still push hard, and maybe that's what she's thinking about. So another aid station. She's gonna refresh, take whatever she needs, but no time wasted here. She is out, and maybe she's gonna get the splits from Etienne.
It's kilometer 26.5 now. She will go on the right of the tunnel and run a little bit in that flat part, and then head up on the left again to the last climb.
So just over 10 kilometers, like maybe 11 kilometers now left to cover, but these are not the easiest 11 kilometers. You're saying that last climb, especially the start, like the sand, you just sink in and it's steep. So yeah, nothing's done, but we'll have the splits and see how Ninke managed that section and how far back from mode she will be.
It's 2 kilometers flat now, and then she will climb up to 600, almost 700 meters.
Yeah, and in the middle of that climb, there's a small descent into the canyon, and then back up, and then kind of flat, and you see the city, and then you have a very nasty, sharp left turn for a final kick while you're just begging for a downhill. I know it's not coming yet. We'll have the images, you'll see what I'm talking about, but that's a pretty mean last kick before heading into the final descent. And that final descent, yeah, like again, we've run it. It's really long and unforgiving, and it reminded me, you know, for those out there who are skiing and familiar with skiing, when you get to the bottom of a slope and your legs are burning and it's just hurting, so you like either you stop and you recover for a few seconds, or you try to limit the damage, but then you're being thrown all over the show. And I feel like that's what could happen in that descent. And the question is, do you slow down or you just try to keep it together?
Yeah, it also reminds me a lot the descent from Transvulcania to Tazacorte, that you see the town down there, but you start to do Zetas.
Yes.
You never reach the town. It's like, what is the town?
Yeah, it's never coming. So even mentally, like, you have to be extremely strong because yeah, there's a lot of unexpected. However, it needs to be said, all these athletes have been on the last 10 kilometers of the course, so they know what to expect, and they will be able to manage their effort, their nutrition, their hydration to handle that last part.
Usually the athletes, when they go to see a race and they don't know, what they try to do is that last part, because it can be sometimes you are like really tired, or you are fighting so hard and a wrong turn can, or a mistake, just a mistake.
Yes, you lose focus for a second. I mean, the course is well marked, so that shouldn't happen, but again, if you, even on a well-marked course, if you're not paying attention, if you're just like out of it for a second and you take a wrong turn, boom, game over.
Or when you enter the city, you having, it's easy to follow in the mountains, but then you enter the city and
you have like streets everywhere, like, oh, where am I going? You have to pay attention to the cars. But yeah, like maybe another minute or so and you'll see Maud take a sharp left onto the third and last climb of this race.
Últimos 11 kilómetros para Maud Matisse, que ha pasado liderando la carrera en el kilómetro 25. Ahora tiene 2 kilómetros planos antes de encarar la última subida, los últimos 700 metros de desnivel positivo. Una Maud Matisse que está liderando de momento con mucha autoridad esta carrera. Vamos a ver la diferencia que tiene con Ninke Brinkman.
Yes, so right now, again, we only have images from the bottom, and we're hoping that as soon as possible we'll be able to switch back to either further back in the women's race and see how far back Ninke Brinkman was, or see what the battle is between Stian and Francesco Pupi, who was only 30 seconds back. Like, the race is definitely on in the men's field. And in the women's, we'll give you an update as soon as possible to see how far back Ninke Brinkman is in second place.
Yeah, actually, as the race goes up and down in the canyon, sometimes it's very easy to lose the coverage, so that's why we don't have images there. Actually, yesterday, for 1 hour, the Orange and Vodafone coverage was
completely down on the whole island,
which it wasn't good thinking on the live.
Yes, that was quite stressful. But then again, the live coverage, so if you're interested in this, the bikes and the runners, they have a backpack in which there's a broadcasting system that has 4 different SIM cards. So we're using all the available network, and automatically the technology switch between one to the other depending on which one can offer the best connection. And this is how we can, even in places where technically with a mobile phone you wouldn't have reception, we actually can offer you these images. And there she is, sharp left turn, and this is straight up into the hill. Right now it's on concrete, so it's kind of okay, but you'll see shortly after that the bike is gonna have to pull away because it is simply impossible to bike up this sand pit.
Yes, suddenly it's so steep and sandy that you cannot even walk.
Yeah. Oh yeah. So there, power hiking is, I mean, you see here from the side how the gradient is. It's extremely steep, and right behind is going to be where Maud in the lead right now will be heading very, very soon. And we're trying to get more updates. And our team we got the update that Karina at the aid station when she went through, she was feeling quite hot. And the last update at kilometer 25, there we go. There was 5 minutes and 15 seconds between Maud and Nienke. So there we go. Look at this. This is the climb of hell. That's what we're talking about. And this is why also the bike is not even trying to go, because there's absolutely no chance to bike up this hill. Already on your feet, it's extremely hard. And so, yeah, I was telling you, the update at kilometer 25 was at the bottom of the hill where the aid station was. There was 5 minutes and 15 seconds, which means that Maud has put another minute, almost another minute on Nienke on that flatter section plus the descent. So it's starting to shape up in the women's race that Maud is getting close to the lead. And here you see the camera runners, their equipment, what they're carrying. Their packs are about 3 kilometers heavy.
3 kilos.
3 kilos. 3 kilometers. Breathe. And so you see the backpack specifically designed for this, and they have the feedback, the mic in their ear, and the camera in their hand.
It's crazy how sometimes they can keep up in front of the runners or behind the runners in a climb with 3 kilos of equipment that it's moving in your back.
Yeah, we were saying like these guys are world-class athletes as well, and certainly extremely strong. And it's not an easy job to do, but all of you know this, and everybody's like super stoked about these runners, and they're super grateful they can be out there and offering us these images.
And also, I keep saying it, but how great it is to be able to follow the race, because in the past you just knew that it had started and it had finished,
and you could look at dots on the map at best, and the GPS sometimes tracker wouldn't work. We say you were asking questions in the women's. There's actually 5 minutes and 15 seconds between first and second between Maud Matisse and Nienke Brinkman. So Maud has increased her lead, and there she is. Nienke Brinkman in second position in the women's on the short road section before the last climb. She's still moving pretty strong, but she's lost ground compared to Maud. And now she's about 10 kilometers, just over 10 kilometers from the finish, with 5 minutes to make. So that's 30 seconds per kilometer that she will have to make up if she wants to try and catch Maud, which already starting to feel like a lot.
Yeah, I think that now we can say that it's in Maud's hand, no? Maud has it, and only her can lose it.
True. Yeah, as you were saying, potentially taking a wrong turn or forgetting to eat or drink, but yeah, anything can happen until you cross the finish line, right?
Yeah, you need to push as hard as you can.
Because look at Nienke right now, she's still moving pretty fast. And Marcella still in the course, taking her time at the aid station.
Yeah,
I don't know if she was limping or not. She didn't look too good.
Yeah, but we saw her already at kilometer 5 like this, eh?
Oof. Yep, that's a bit of a stretch.
So for people joining us, remember that Maud Matisse is leading the overall ranking with 300 points. It's only 12 points over Nienke Brinkman, but in that race the points are double, so anything can happen.
Yes, and if Nienke wins that race, she would win the overall series, and so they both knew it, and they knew that they had to fight for the win to bring it home on the overall series. 10,000 euros for the winner and 6,000 euros for the second place. So there's quite a bit of a gap in terms of prize money, but also these runners are running for money because they're professional athletes, even though Nienke is still doing a PhD in Zurich in Switzerland. So it's not like she's only running.
I think it's in geophysics, no?
In geophysics,
like
she's
crazy,
studying this, like, hold on to your chair. She's studying the seismic activity on top of Mars. And not Mars bar, Mars, the freaking planet. So this is how crazy her studies are and how smart that lady is.
Yeah, that's one thing that I love about trail running is there are so many interesting individuals that they do crazy things or they have crazy backgrounds or they are so smart. It's not just dumb athletes.
Yes,
you know?
it's way more than a pair of legs. And
Yeah.
here you see, you almost put your hands down to go up this sandy section. It's so hard on the legs after having run for 5 minutes or so on the road and on really hard pavement, and everything changes very loose. You almost go backwards. But there she is. Let's see if we have another split. Okay, so we have the update. Sadly, sorry for Mexico, but Karina has dropped at Mirador. She was probably too hot. So there, the hot has already started to do damage, the heat, and maybe the terrain as well. Combination of everything for sure. So there, we hope she's okay, but yep, Karina is outside of the race now.
Para nuestros amigos de México que nos están siguiendo, tenemos que comunicaros que Karina se ha parado en el mirador, que estaba muy cansada y esta es la actualización que tenemos. Un abrazo muy fuerte para Karina y su familia que seguro que la están siguiendo.
And the music is raging on the finish line, so you're gonna hear a little bit of that. This is gonna be, the atmosphere is gonna heat up here in the port, but I'm being told that the sound is really good. We have our technicians in the house. And Maud Matisse still in the lead in the women's field. We don't have the latest update in the men's field, but last we saw them, it was first in first, Stian Angermund. About 30 seconds behind was Francesco Pupi at the top of the climb. Then shortly after, and almost running together, Thibaut Barognan had made an incredible climb to come in and at the top in third position. Then right behind him was Rémi Bonnet. And then came Fred Tranchant and Elouzine El Azaoui. These are the updates. We don't really have the splits, but it was all within 30 seconds to a minute of each other. So everything can still happen in the men's race. And this is the exciting part. And no, what happened to Karina? We have been told she just got really overheated, maybe dehydrated. We were telling you that the heat was going to do a lot of damages, and maybe that's what's happening, because you were saying that in Mexico she lives quite high up, and probably up at this altitude she doesn't experience that kind of heat.
3,800 meters actually, so quite different. She lives in the mountains, of course. And now we can see Maud Matisse. We have seen her before, but it was amazing how fresh and smooth she seems after so many kilometers.
Yes, she has been training strong, and she had won all 3 races early in the season, so she did not even come to the Skyrun, and so she probably trained really, really hard specifically for that race to come in top form and to peak. To be able to bring her best game. And right now this is exactly what she's doing, and she is proving. A lot of people were suspicious that Nienke Brinkman could beat her. So far that is not happening, and look at her working hard in that uphill. We were telling you how hard that uphill is. Well, you can see it for yourself.
She won Oya and Nuria in an amazing performance in the first race of the season, beating Judith Wider, for example. Then she won again Marathon du Mont Blanc. And what about Gerginal, where she finished first? And not only that, but she finished in front of Kilian actually, because she started like 15 minutes before.
Yes.
So I think she's the first woman in the story of the race that crossed the finish line first.
Yes, because again, for COVID's reason, they had different starts, and the women started 15 minutes before for a shorter course than here. And so here, because it was longer, they decided to put 30 minutes difference between men and women, and hoping that, yes, getting close to the finish, they would be almost finishing together. So we'll see. At the time, Stian Angermund was leading and moving up the field. We've seen him at the top of the second climb, passing some of the ladies already. Will he catch up? Will he catch up Maud and finish first here in Tamadou stay at the port, or will Maud Matisse be the first person to cross that finish line? Stay with us. We have another hour and a half at least of live coverage to welcome all these runners and celebrate the winners of the day and the winners of the 2021 Golden Trail World Series.
Maud Matisse, who was a former pole vaulter and Eskimo athlete, of course, from 2012 to 2016, and mother of two, one 14 years old and 10 years old.
Yeah. And we have questions as well. What happened to Anaïs? Nothing happened to Anaïs. She is still going strong. She's still in third position. We had the update. We did not have the time, so that's why I was not saying a little bit more about this. But yeah, she is still in third position for sure and still running strong. Anaïs Abrier for Team Matrix from France, and you were saying earlier, indeed, she can speak German. She has lived in Germany, maybe still living in Germany. She's probably in between.
I think she lives in Germany. Germany. Don't make me say Nikolaus Tübingen. She actually runs the race of the town almost every year, and she went there to study medicine actually. So another very smart runner. We were talking about Nienke Brinkman, who has studied geophysics. Odile Speicher, for example, she's a physiotherapist.
Look at these images. Sorry, I'm cutting you, Albert, but look how crazy. It's so crazy that the camera it cannot find the runner. But yeah, look how crazy that climb was. For Nienke Brinkman to use her hands, it's completely unrealistic. It's crazy steep. And this is not even the end of, look at this. This is not even, it's not even a third of that final climb.
That climb was really surprising for me, because you think, okay, it's 600 meters only, so it's not so hard. And man, the first part, it was so steep that you were saying I was sleeping down.
You take one step forward and you take two steps backwards. and see, that's what we're saying. There's an alternance of between really steep and then runnable, almost down, and then back up. So you really have to be able to climb strong, power hike, but then switch into running gear as soon as you can, because otherwise you're going to lose too much time. And so far, Nienke Brinkman is doing well and still moving strong. Again, will she be able to put 30 minutes per kilometer on Maud to come and challenge her for the win? That is yet to be seen.
What a finish for the Golden Trail World Series 2021. After battling neck to neck all the season, or at least half of the season.
Oh.
Now they are here, they are in the final. Maud is first, Nienke is second.
And look at this. I don't know if you guys caught this on the screen, but very briefly, we saw Nienke look behind her. So she might not be feeling extremely well, and now starting to run scared of, okay, I'm not chasing Maud anymore. I'm trying to survive and keep my second place. And you guys were asking about Anaïs, and Anaïs was 18 minutes behind Maud Matisse, knowing that Nienke was just a little bit over 5 minutes behind. It means that Nienke has still 13 minutes over Anaïs. So I think Nienke can safely look after herself and secure that second place.
Yeah, because Nienke now, she has 288 points, and Anaïs, she has 254. So it makes 34 points of difference.
And if there's
because
the points of but because the points of double, I think if Anaïs passes her, cramping?
Yeah, looks like
and I
remember that's exactly the point where Maud drank and looked back, and exactly it looks like cramps. And that's exactly what we were talking about the last part of the race, that it was super tricky if you don't manage well.
If you have gone a little bit too hard or too fast in the beginning, not run within yourself, that can become challenging. And I think we see here Nienke in difficulty, so hopefully she's okay and she's going to be able to manage. Maybe she'll have the mindfulness of eating maybe a little more or drinking, at least to stay hydrated and not like overheat. Because we saw Karina who had to stop at the top of the second climb because she was just too hot. And now Nienke is really looking back. Hopefully she's okay. So the cool thing, Kenneth, if you guys are joining, this is a unique course that has been designed specifically for that race. It's called The One, and it's 37 kilometers and 2,800 meters of climb and 3,100 meters of descent. Over 3 main climbs and 3 main descents, where in between it's either flat along the ocean or flat-ish undulating on the plateaus.
Hemos visto brevemente a Nienke Brinkman que se paraba, que parecía que tenía rampas. Hemos visto también cómo miraba hacia atrás, ese momento en el que parece que ya ha dejado de perseguir a Maud Matisse y se está preocupando por la tercera posición, porque Anaïs Sabrié, lo vemos aquí otra vez, cómo está mirando hacia atrás, porque Anaïs Sabrié viene detrás de ella, porque están separadas por 34 puntos en la clasificación. Y vamos a ver cómo gestiona Nienke esta segunda parte de la carrera.
Yeah, it looks like she's able to pick up the pace a little more, so that's good. Nobody wants to see Nienke fade away, but again, it's all about race management, and maybe Anaïs until then was taking it a little bit easier and will push in the later stages. But it's only from that LA station at the bottom, where if you were with us when the ladies have gone through, it's only 11 kilometers to the finish, so not a whole lot of ground to cover and to pick up what was a 13 minutes gap.
Yeah, it's only, but still can be at least 1 hour of running.
Oh, absolutely,
so
especially with that climb.
Imagine if you don't feel well, or you are tired, or you have cramps. So yeah, it's not so much.
That's an awful lot of time to be spending.
Yeah, it's the same as the climb. It's just 3 kilometers, but 3 kilometers super steep. And there we see.
Here we go. We're back on the men's. At the close to the bottom of the second descent, you'll see the ocean in the distance, and once Stian, who is still in the lead, will get to the 8th station at the road, he will have 11 kilometers left to reach the finish line. And Stian is still moving strong, still in the lead, but it's going to be very interesting. Stay with us, because we're going to be able to tell you the splits and see if Francesco Pupi is still second place and also still within a minute. And yes, we have the update. Francesco is still in second with Thibaut Barognan. And they are 30 seconds behind Stian. Nothing is done in the men's. Oh, this is exciting.
Oh my God, only 30 seconds, that's nothing. We're going to have a battle here, yeah?
Yeah, this is going to be incredible. If in the women's race, maybe the race is a little bit blown up and already kind of shaping up where we can guess what the podium will be. Nothing is done in the men's, and you can see here very relaxed Stian Angermund in the lead. Currently the Golden Trail World Series leader, won 3 races, so he has the maximum point, 300 points. But there are people creeping up.
Estamos viendo a Stian ya llegando al avituallamiento del kilómetro 26 y nos comentaba Martin que por línea interna le dicen que la diferencia con Francesco Pupi es de apenas 30 segundos y con Francesco va Thibaut Barognan, así que no es nada, que va a haber carrera hasta el final en la competición masculina. Solo 30 segundos separan a Stian Angermund de Francesco Pupi y Thibaut Barognan.
Yes, and it's interesting to notice as well that Thibaut Barognan right now is in 7th position overall in the World Series, and Francesco Pupi is 8th overall. So if these two even make it to the podium, they will creep up very, very high in the rankings, knowing that Bart, who's currently second, we saw him in trouble at the top of the second climb.
Also, Davide is way behind.
Davide way behind. Remy shouldn't be too far. Elusine hopefully is not suffering from the heat, but so much is going to change in the overall World Series ranking after this race. Is going to be very, very cool to watch. And there we go. 8th station, Stian is picking up water. He's asking maybe for more. He's going to drink. He knows. Look at this. He's willing to lose a little bit of time because he needs to drink and needs to cool down. He knows that he cannot afford, especially coming from Norway, to overheat and suffer from this sun that's now beating on all the runners.
Yeah,
there we go. He's off. Quick look behind to just see where the other runners are, and off he is. 11 kilometers until the finish line.
But that's what we were talking before. He's looking back again. But here, one soft flash can make the difference between finishing well or finishing completely dehydrated.
Absolutely.
And you were talking before about finishing 5, 6, and people may think, okay, maybe it's not a big deal, but yet it is, because there is a huge difference of money if you finish in the top 6, because it's 6,000 euros.
And it's half
if you finish from 7th to 10th position.
To 10th position, indeed. And we just got information that Bart really is not feeling well. And so Bart, currently second in the standings, might very well move outside of even the top 5, and therefore go from 6,000 of prize money to 3,000 of prize money.
Yeah, actually we saw him in El Mirador and he looked quite hot, tired, and let's see, because I understand that coming from Poland, which now they told me that it's already snowing and super cold, you come here and you change to a completely different environment with heat, and it's very dry, so it may be complicated to manage. Cuando vemos ya a Stian Angermund ya encarar este tramo que rodea el túnel, a partir de aquí son un par de kilómetros llanos, y luego a la izquierda vamos a ver cómo va a hacer esa subida tan fuerte, tan escarpada que hemos visto hacer antes a los corredores.
Oh, so if you guys are following us, here's Anaïs Sabrier. You were asking about the third place woman. There she is, and she's moving well. She's moving really strong here on that very steep section of the last climb. It's the first part, and yeah, I'm actually very impressed here. Anaïs is moving strong, so maybe excellent race management from the French runner Team Matrix.
So Lisa was asking in YouTube, what's the temperature there currently? Where we are now in the finish line, it's 24 degrees Celsius.
And we're in the shade, we're under the tent.
Yeah, it's a little bit closed, it's not so open as the other day that we came here, so it's not so hot, but still it's hot and dry.
Yes, and if you've seen, every time the runner come back down towards the ocean, there's kind of a light breeze going on, so that's what we're experiencing as well around here. But as soon as you go up, then the wind really stops and everything is exposed, so they are in the sun here. Stian Angermund still winning the race right now, in the lead, and he looks like he's opened a bigger gap, because at the top, only 30 seconds behind him were Thibaut and Remy in second and third position, with Francesco as well, sorry. Remy was probably a little further behind, but Francesco Pupi, Team Nike from Italy, and Thibaut Barognan, Team Salomon from France, were together chasing Stian, but I think like Stian now has more than 30 seconds on the chasing group.
And Stian is running fast, It's running fast even if it's a road. And we've seen Anaïs, and if the image doesn't mistake me, I think Nienke has a really good gap, no, with Anaïs.
Yes, so last we had was 13 minutes, 13 minutes lead over Anaïs. So even if she fades away, as long as she doesn't completely blow up, it should be okay. And there they are. It's Thibaut Barognan, and I believe maybe in blue right in front of him, it's Francesco Pupi.
Yeah.
And so Thibaut Barognan doing an extremely smart race, like he was outside or just within the top 10 after the first climb, and it looks like he took advantage of the descent and put his effort in the last climb to come up in a third position now. Obviously, on the flatter section, fighting Francesco Pupi is a bit harder. Oh, that's not Francesco, my bad. This is actually Dani Moreno in the women's, because again, the women's started 30 minutes before the men's, and so Thibaut is in second place right now, second place in the men, and looks like he's even put time on Francesco Pupi. So that wasn't Francesco, that was Dani Moreno.
Ah, okay. So sorry, I was trying to put the music down.
Yeah, and right now they are less than 11 kilometers from the finish on these images. The first women's already about half the way probably up the climb. And Dani Moreno is like, oh, what's going on here? Why was there your camera? And then this is because Thibaut Barognan is coming up to her. And they will both be starting the climb. She's also looking back just to see where she's at. And there she is, Anaïs Sabrier, third place in the women's, hitting the very hard, the very steep section. And this is where potentially it takes so much energy out of you that you have to think about eating well, maybe eating more. We're talking about nutrition because the effort is just so intense.
Yeah.
That is different compared to running efficiency that you see with Thibaut on the left and just like almost tumbling down. And you see on the right on these lava rocks and sandy sections.
Now it's about power, only power here, and it may seem that she's going slow or she's tired, but believe me, that section is super tough.
Yeah. And see, all the runners are also looking back. They're taking advantage of that section. You can probably see what's going on. And now it's a race where you want to chase people who are ahead of you, but you want to also see if anybody's coming back. But right now, Thibaut is doing an incredible race, showing like perfect race management so far, in second position behind Stian. And he will therefore move up in the over ranking by a few places, especially if Bart, who was second, is moving down. And then also Davide Manini, who was just outside of the top 10 in this race, will also lose point overall. So let's see, because right behind Thibaut we see several runners. So there is Dani Moreno that he just passed, but there's another runner there. And I can't quite see who that is.
So 3 hours now for the boys, 3 hours 30 for the girls. And we see oh, Thibaut and Stian are completely are together. And I am not sure if what we have seen is that maybe Stian got lost and continue, because we saw like Stian coming from the left in that turn. Like if he missed that turn, I don't know, because I don't have the feeling that they were so close.
No. In the images, Stian, I mean, they had said that he was 30 seconds, but the fact that Thibaut made such a difference to catch Stian is a bit surprising. Although Thibaut is very strong, and he knows that if he can stay with Stian now, they can run together.
But it seemed I don't know, maybe I'm mistaken, but that maybe
Stian went the wrong way?
Yeah, because now you know that you are on the road and you suddenly turn right. I don't know. But what we can say is that they are together on the lead, so it's going to be a great battle until the end.
Yeah. But the thing is, like, all the runners have run this section, so they are all aware of where to go. And now,
where was Thibaut going?
But it looks like they were both maybe on the wrong course.
No, I think they are on the right course, but
so they're trying to go back. I don't know. Yeah.
No.
I mean, there's definitely something that happened here. Unsure what it is. But yeah, the thing is, as we were saying, all the runners here have done this part of the course in the previous days. Everybody came early on the island, and this last 11 kilometers, they have all run it. So you can't even put it on markings or anything, because the first lady did go through the right track. And so maybe they just didn't follow right. And so therefore, Francesco Pupi took advantage of that, and he's now catching up. He's maybe only 30 seconds back in the third position. So we're going back and forth here between the third place in the women's race, Anaïs Sabrier from France, Team Matrix, and the top three men that we see in the distance. And here's the fourth place. Yep, Dani Moreno from the United States of America, running for Hoka, still moving strong on that climb.
But still, I think that it's amazing. And now we see Elise Ponset, I think, already the speaker. I think it's amazing to be able to see all these things. All these little stories that happen within a race that sometimes you don't get to see it when you are not able to follow it.
Yes, absolutely. And the fact that we were explaining earlier, if you were with us already, the camera runners like stay with the first, but then purposely drop back and stop so we can show you images of the following runners all the way down from the first to the 10th runner. And here we see it from a different perspective. The men's leader, Stian, in the lead, still back, putting another effort to try and drop Thibaut Barognan in second place, and behind him Francesco Pupi from Italy, run for Team Nike. The three runners are within 30 seconds of each other.
Estamos explicando en inglés que parecía que Stian se había perdido, no perdido, pero se había saltado el giro hacia la derecha en el que empieza esa subida porque llevaba más ventaja sobre Thibaut, y de golpe lo hemos visto los dos juntos. Ahora mismo están encarando la última subida, Stian Angermund y Thibaut Barognan absolutamente juntos, así que cualquier cosa puede pasar hasta el final. De todas maneras, con este resultado Stian ganaría las series con mucha diferencia, pero vamos a ver qué pasa con la carrera, porque Thibaut está haciendo un carrerón y está segundo junto a Stian.
And so in the men's, in fourth position, Fred Tranchant is 4 minutes back from the three runners that we've seen on the screen. And then he's followed in the men's. I'm trying to catch the idea. So we have no idea in fifth position. And then Jean Margarit in sixth position. Davide Manini 7. Rémi Bonnet fell back into 8. And Sylvain Cachard, the mountain running specialist, young runner from France, Team Hoka, is in 9th position. And then in the women's, we have, let me try and find this. In 4th position, Dani Moreno, we had on the screen. Right behind her, Odile Spichers, that we had seen. Blandine Lirondelle is a little bit further back, and they're all within each other. Here, Fred Tranchant, who's pushing the pace, and I was going to say that's Selouzine, but he's got a camera, so that's a camera runner.
Fred Tranchant is also doing an awesome race, eh?
Yes, he's coming back quite strong, and in the last descent he could also be making a difference. And here you see Stian also struggling like every other runner on that section. That is absolutely horrible. You can't run, there's loose rocks, loose sand. It shows you when you get to this point in a race, if you are really even on the verge of bonking or feeling bad, that's gonna put a nail in the coffin.
And we see the difference, it's only seconds. How amazing is it to see it? That part is really, really tough. Now Stian is trying to run. Now we see that Thibaut is sleeping. So hard. Now you will see that part is downhill, so they will be able to run. But Stian, I think, is trying to make a gap in the climb.
Well, the thing is trying to recreate a gap, because we got the confirmation that he got off course, and he had quite a bit of a lead, and that he lost almost entirely, as we saw Thibaut getting back to his level, and now he's pushing the pace again to try and pull away from Thibaut. And you see that now all the runners are going to have to alternate between walking and running in that final climb, but they're far from being done with that climb. You will see like there's more climbing, there's another descent, there's another climb up to kind of a col, kind of a pass with wind turbines. Wind turbines, talking about energy, actually. Knowing about, like, learning about the island. You were saying there's 11,000 inhabitants on this island, and actually this island is self-sufficient when it comes to energy, and they're using the winds up high to power the entire population.
It's a UNESCO reserve of the biosphere, and they are trying to make one of the most sustainable places in the world to be only to use only natural energy and resources for their power, for everything.
Yeah, so that's really good to see them leading that trend. And they're another very steep section, and so Francesco slowly creeping up. But I think it's hardest. This kind of terrain is the hardest for Stian, who's always used to running, and because the footing doesn't allow it, he has to kind of change from the usual. While you see Thibaut showing potentially more efficiency in what he's doing and the power output and the pace that he's able to run at.
Thibaut, who is also super strong in climbing. He has won 3 times the Red Bull 400, that crazy race that just go up in a ski slope. And now we see Davide Manini.
There he is, still moving strong. He said it earlier, he just wanted to finish that race no matter the time. And so far, according to the updates we had, he was in 7th position, which is far from being bad, considering the runners that are ahead of him and behind him. Rémi Bonnet apparently had fallen behind in 8th position, and Sylvain Cachard in 9th position.
And Davide, we have said it before, but he has been injured the last week, so I think it's a really good performance considering that.
Yes, and who knows, maybe by starting conservatively, he's going to be able to finish stronger than some other runners and move even closer to the front runners.
And again, don't forget that he needs to be in the top 5 or top 6.
That's
to
correct.
Keep the money, so he's maybe now pushing more for that than for any other thing.
Yeah, specifically one specific position. And here in the distance, I believe it's Blandine Lirondelle.
So she's 4th after Anaïs.
I think wasn't Danny? Yeah, Blandine was in 6th position. So we saw Danny Moreno and Odile Speicher from Switzerland in 4th and 5th respectively. And Blandine Lirondelle is in 5th position in that
6th. 6th, no, because there is Anaïs Abrier who is
6th
3rd,
position, yeah.
Daniela Moreno, Odile Speicher, and then Blandine.
6th position, yep. And then we saw very briefly, I don't know if you caught that, but Fred Tranchant from France was in 4th position about 4 minutes back. So depending on how he's feeling, that last descent could also suit him.
So there are some interesting questions about marathon, and it's true that, for example, Nienke Brinkman wanted to be Olympic in marathon, and the minimum is 2:29
is the time she had to do.
Exactly, and Maud Matisse, she did 2:30:41 in Sevilla Marathon. She was just 1 minute short to be Olympic for Switzerland.
Yeah, wow, yeah. And so here on the screen you see a lot of runners together. Rémi is actually just behind Davide Manini, and in front, I haven't quite seen whether that was a woman, Anastina maybe.
That is Fred Tranchant in that super tough part.
Yes, and see he's drinking and he's putting his hands on knees. That's how you have to do it.
One of the best orienteers in the world.
Correct, yep. And he still did an orienteering season this year.
He's competing almost every week, every weekend.
But it was good to see him move up in the fields from the first races in the season where he didn't perform too well all the way to these races where he truly showed great strength, grit, and performance after his 2nd place overall in Sierre-Zinal last year.
That was really impressive because the first one we all know who was.
It was Kilian, and now he's
the goat Jornet.
And so Fred not giving up and looking back to see the splits. I'm sure he's seeing Davide and Rémi, and he knows that he cannot afford to slow down.
So they might seem tired, but for people tuning in now, it's 3 hours 10 minutes now of effort for the men. 3 hours running, pushing as hard as possible, and still maybe 1 hour more to go, 50 minutes to go from that point.
Yeah, and as we were saying, the last part of that race is extremely hard, and it's got ups and downs, and even the last downhill is going to be very tough because you go through sections that are flat, and therefore where you need to be able to run again and push, and this is where the cramps are going to show up if you haven't been hydrating or taking enough electrolytes. And I think it was more than a cap style. I think he was just keeping the top of the cap to protect him from the sun wherever the way he was running, because the sun is just beating hard right now on all of us.
And I think this one is Anders Jerevik, a Norwegian runner. that is not competing in the Golden Trail World Series, but is doing an amazing race.
And Anders was racing for the segments in the Golden Trail Championships last year. Yeah, I think this is this. Like Anders was racing the downhills segment of the of the championships, which he won hands down. And I think he just came here to have fun and probably catch up with a lot of friends he hadn't had the chance to see since last year. And look at him, still all smile and moving through the heat. Pretty strong.
And let's see if we have confirmation, but according...
this is Jan. This is Jan.
Yeah.
Jan Margarit.
According to the GPS, now Anaïs Sabrier is in front of Nienke.
Oh, okay, so I believe that...
But let's see. Let's put it on hold.
Wow. That would be a big news. That would be a big news. Ladies and gentlemen, if anybody is on the field and listening to this, can you give us an update on what's happening in the women's race? And we know that Maud is in the lead with more than 5 minutes. However, it looks like Anaïs is now catching up with Nienke Brinkman, and we would like to have the confirmation.
According to this, Maud would be around 6.5 kilometers to the finish line. And then the GPX shows that Anaïs Sabrier is in front of Nienke Brinkman. And Stian Angermund is really close to the third.
Yeah, and I think I have a news like from Anders, whose name is actually Joni. Joni. That's what his friends call him. Joni, and I think he did Formula 1 when he was younger. So when you said like people come to trail running after every kind of sports, I think that beats it all.
That's a good one.
Yes.
It's like Kyle Fielder, who was a boxer before.
Yeah. And he runs for Team Bergen Running, so probably a good friend of Stian.
And John Albon.
And John, indeed. So here on the screen, I think Nuria Gil behind
Elise Poncet,
and then Davide Manini, who's catching up.
And Remy
Bonnet just right behind. Yep. You got that right. So it is still not 100% confirmed yet. It looks like I'm trying to move because the sun is now starting to beat on us. It's turned and the tent is not protecting us. But we may have a confirmation that indeed Anaïs Sabrier would have passed Nienke Brinkman. However, we will wait for the absolute confirmation on this. Well, Robin, we did the course over 2 days, and we're stopping to do photos and videos, and actually over even 3 days for some. So I don't have a reference, but I think even running it in 3 days, I wouldn't be as fast as these guys. No questions asked. And okay, maybe somebody like Merci Anto, it looks like Anaïs is not in front of Brinkman yet because now the GPS data has come back to normal. And I think this is Anastina right now. Also in that very steep and slippery section before the place where you can start running again, where we have our fixed camera.
Yeah, but that's a big difference on following the races, like, because sometimes we used to do it through live timing, and then we know what happens. It's always, or usually it's wrong. So that is why it's very important to have images first, and then people on the field that can tell you. That's the big difference. How many times have you been following a race and then the live tracker went mad?
Pretty much every time.
Yeah. and I was checking the points. In the final for the second, it's 176, and the third, it's 156.
He switched the cap as well, and you guys were saying like, oh, Fred Tranchon style with the cap sideways, but no, it is to protect themselves from the sun, and so they just keep turning it wherever the sun is.
So I was saying that the difference of points in the final is 176 to 156, so 20 points. So I think that even if Anais finished second over Nink, I think Ninke would get the second position overall.
Probably. And more runners coming here on the images at the bottom of the last climb. This climb will be the last one, and you can see the port right behind. So from the and here we are back with the women's leader, still Maud Matthys from Switzerland, absolutely murdering this race. And so she has gone down and then back up. This is the last part of the final climb before heading back down into the city, and she is still flying. So it really looks like now it's gonna be a done deal for Maud Matthys, who will not only win the race but also the Golden Trail World Championship Series, Golden Trail World Series 2021. And so look at this. This is the very mean left turn. So when we did the recce, there was no barriers, so we thought we were gonna go straight, but no, you go left, Maud. Yes, there you go. And this is a crazy hard climb. This is the last one, but you just don't expect it because you've been seeing the city and you think you're on a downhill, but no, you do have that final kick that is mentally extremely strong to handle. But she's head down. She knows that she now has to stop thinking and forget about everything, forget about the pain, forget about the heat. Now is the time to shine, and she is about to do it. Probably less than 5 kilometers now to the finish line. It's still a long descent, but she had a 5 minutes lead on the second place, Nienke Brinkman. And on the last images we had about Nienke, she didn't look like she was too strong, feeling too good. And so you see Maud Matthys straightening up, because then when you're straight up versus completely bent over, you use different muscles. You use your glute muscles when you're stepping up, and therefore it helps changing the muscle groups and muscle chain. You can try it at home when you're really in pain by pushing with your hamstrings and quads. You can stand up and really activate your glutes, and that will help you climb faster and stronger as well. So luckily for Maud and all the other participants, that climb is not very, very long, and I think in less than a minute she will branch out to the right. Maybe I think it's up at the pole to the right, and then start going straight and then downhill. And that downhill will for sure then be the last downhill towards the finish line. So she'll go through town first, that you can see on the right, and then back onto the trail in a very sandy, very deep course as well, so that the shoes are going to be full of sand. There's going to be a little bit of a struggle. And the air station is happening here as well with the live commenting, because I'm starting to fade away as well. So thanks, Albert. We get some fruits, we get some piñas. Local pineapple. They're absolutely delicious. And there we go, that's the right turn I was telling you about. And this is officially the end of the last climb for Maud Matthys, and she will now go downhill, head into town, and then onto that sandy descent, go around the last hill. You will see the airport on the right, and then she'll just dive into the port where we are since this morning. And Tamaduste, and probably take the win.
Yeah, we are exactly in nearby the sea. It's a very beautiful town. You will see it, and it will remind you a little bit of Tazacorte in Transvulcania. You have been there. So now, as Martin was saying, Maud will go through the town, Valverde, which is the capital of the island, and will arrive here. We are expecting, and then if she do that, she will have won the 4 races, the 3 races, the first 3 races that she did, and the final. That part is complicated, it's dirty. Then she will go through the town, and then
and look at her, she knows now it's all downhill. As I was saying, all the runners have seen that part of the course, have seen the last 10 kilometers, so now it's all about not making a mistake, not taking a fall on this still technical downhill, not taking a wrong turn either, and that's what's going to make the big difference. She took the right turn. It's to keep going, and then as you were saying, the minute they get into town, there's different streets everywhere. So you have volunteers all over the course who are getting involved and supporting the race just to make sure they have the best experience, and also that obviously nobody goes wrong. And they're just, all right, giving them direction, cheering them on. And it's almost this, like, Albert, like, usually you're close to the end, you go through town, and it's like, okay, that's the finish line. But no, actually, they go through town and they go outside of town, because this is not Tamadouce.
Exactly.
So the downhill is nowhere near to be done, and you can see Maud now pushing the pace. She's not having fun. That downhill on the road is going to be extremely painful for the quads and the legs, but she knows that now she just have to forget about it and suck it up. There is the section that is going to be a little bit tricky. So she got a hard left. There you go. And then it's going to be a flatter section where you have to push, you have to lift the knees again, and boy, that's going to be painful.
Yeah, exactly. That's the moment where you start to suffer, but you need to just suck it up and keep it up.
Arrancamos esta mañana a las 9 en punto desde la frontera con la salida de las finalistas femeninas y el resto de corredoras para acto seguido a las 9:30 horas.
And there she is, Nienke Brinkmann in second place.
Masculinos.
And I'm trying to recognize the part of the course where she's at, and it is the top of the last climb after she starts going downhill. She hasn't passed that tricky part where I was telling you about Maud and going to the barrier and a sharp left turn. There it is. So I don't think she's lost that much time. So as I was saying, like now she will take, that's going to be impossible to make up. So hard left for Nienke, there you go, and up the hill. Meanwhile, and look at these images, you got first and second women here in the final of the Gold Trail Series, the race called The One in El Hierro, and we're about to welcome in probably not even 15 minutes, 10 minutes, Maud Matisse, probably most likely in the win, where you see on the left Nienke Brinkmann tackling that last hill, that very steep, hard uphill, and she's alternating between hiking and running. But last split we had was that she had 13 minutes over third place Anaïs Sabrier, so she is safe in second. And look, I don't know if she's talking or not. That's the section I was telling you, you need to run, you need to push. So I don't know if it's a smile or a grin or a pain face, but she's going through it, and I think shortly but surely Maud will start to feel the victory.
Estamos viendo a Maud Matisse, estamos viendo a la derecha que ya está atravesando Valverde, que le quedan 5 kilómetros solo para llegar a meta. La hemos visto en algunos momentos sufrir, ahora la vemos sonreír. Como decía Martin, parece que lo tiene, solo le quedan 5 kilómetros hasta llegar aquí a Tamadouce, y luego hemos visto a la izquierda a Nienke Brinkmann. Por unos momentos hemos pensado que estaba tercera, porque el GPS así lo mostraba. Está aguantando, está luchando como una jabata la corredora holandesa para mantener esta segunda posición detrás de Maud Matisse, que si nada cambia va a ser la ganadora de la The One Race y va a ser la ganadora de las Golden Trail World Series 2021. How amazing it is to be able to see now in the screen split. Maud Matisse, right, looking at his watch, at her watch, and thinking it's just 4K to go, 4K to win her 4th race of the season. 3 races already won, Oya Enuria, Marathon du Mont Blanc, Zierzinal, and now here in the final with the best of the world, with double points, she's going to take it. It's in her hand. The Swiss runner living in Olon, mother of two boys, former pole vaulter, and Eskimo athlete that started to run in 2016. When she left, she stopped doing Eskimo, and here we see Nienke Brinkman, the great surprise of the season. She appeared out of nowhere in Zierzinal, invited by the organizer. Almost nobody knew her, and she finished second, only 3 minutes away. Maud Matisse. Since then, she has joined Salomon. Since then, she has won 2 races in Chiemgau Trail and Skyrun, and was still is second in the overall ranking. What a sensation, what a surprise it has been that 27 years old runner from Netherlands, a country that doesn't have so many mountains but have so great athletes like Ragna de Bats. Now we have Nienke Brinkman that is here fighting for the 2nd position in the Golden Trail World Series, and after only a couple of years of running, she started to play hockey field in Netherlands in the 2nd division. Then she moved to Switzerland, and when she was there, she thought, okay, it's not so hard for me, the level is not so high, so what can I do? I'm going to try to run.
And I got the information, she is only 5 minutes behind Maud, which means she's gained on Maud, even though she is still 5 minutes behind. Like, we thought, oh, okay, she's struggling, but no, she's not. She found a 2nd win, and look at her go.
It's actually 5 kilometers away from the finish line, so it should be 1 kilometer.
1 minute per kid
to
make up.
Yeah.
I don't think that's going to happen, but still, like, she is not fading at all.
It's so amazing if you consider that she started to run like professionally or in the lead field 3 months ago.
Oh yeah,
so amazing.
Like, putting things in perspective, like Nienke's performance today is the most amazing so far. Like all the other athletes, we've known them, that's been their job, they have like a significant amount of experience. But Nienke just, as you say, just arrived in the scene and just blowing everybody out of the water. Maud is definitely stronger, no questions asked. She's proven it today. But Nienke, after half a season of racing, it is outstanding, the performance today.
Yeah, I fully agree. I mean, if you think about it, a lot of people wanted Nienke to win, to have like a fresh face. But if you think about it coldly, Maud was the favorite, and it's what it expected, no? But as you say, like Nienke keeping with her, and as Robin was saying, she was supposed to run the Amsterdam Marathon. That was tomorrow. That was her original plan. But then after the amazing result in Zierzinal, she just said, okay, I'm going to try trial running and won 2 races against the best of the world.
Yeah, she had to discuss that with her coach. She's like, well, I'd like to trail running. And he was like, are you serious? You want to give up like trying to marathon running and go to the Olympics for trail running? Well, I guess that wasn't a bad bet. And I've talked to her this week, and she's not giving up on that option. She still wants to run a fast marathon and hit the 2:28 mark, actually. That was after 2 marathons. She wants to do like first 2:30:31, and 6 months later hitting a 2:28. That's her plan. That's what she wants to do. And she's 5 kilometers away from the finish line.
That's so crazy.
In 3rd place is still Anaïs Sabrier. We haven't seen who's in 4th. However, in 5th place in the women's, it was Odile. So Dani Moreno would still run pretty strong.
Also great race from Odile Spischer and Dani Moreno.
I'm running out of juice. Yep, nope. Sorry, a bit of a shuffle here just to get power.
Estábamos comentando en inglés que la diferencia entre Maud Matisse y Nienke Brinkmann es aproximadamente 5 minutos, así que Nienke ha logrado reducir la ventaja que tenía Maud Matisse, que quedan 5 kilómetros, que es casi imposible que la neerlandesa alcance a Maud Matisse, pero igualmente que la carrera que está haciendo es absolutamente espectacular. Esta corredora de 27 años que se presentó en Gersinal invitada por el organizador y que quedó segunda detrás de Maud, que originalmente lo que quería era correr la maratón de Ámsterdam, que va a tener lugar mañana, y que decidió, por el contrario, pues hacer las Golden Trail World Series y ganó las 2 carreras que hizo. And now they are saying in Spanish, the speaker, that the Maud Matisse is just 2 kilometers away from the finish line. So maybe in 10 minutes or less than 10 minutes we could have here the winner of the Golden Trail World Series, the winner of the one race, and also she would finish in front again of all the men, even though the girls started half an hour before.
Yeah. There was a difference, and that's why you guys asking, are we only watching females? Like, yes, this is the females race right now because they started 30 minutes before, but we haven't forgotten about the men's, and we will follow that just as much. Stian still in the lead as far as we know. Behind was Thibaut Barognan and Francesco Pupi. They were all within 30 seconds of each other, so maybe things have changed so far. We haven't had the update or the images, but no, worry not. We are full gas on both races.
And that's what we were talking before. Now you can see on the left, it's Tamaduste, it's the finish line of the race, and that is the final downhill. You are going to see a lot of turns here.
On the left side of that cove, if you see a little white tent, this is where we are right now. And this is, whoa, that was a close one.
Yeah.
Oh, I hope she didn't, one false move, one mistake, and that cost everything. I think she twisted her right ankle a little bit. It looks like something is gone a little bit wrong.
That is so tricky, that downhill.
That downhill is so steep and technical, and there's an alternance of like road, hard, and then these rocks are hard and not moving, but you'll see later on the rocks are super soft, super sandy, and everything's moving, so you have to adjust and adapt your footing at all time. And one small mistake, if you lose your focus, if you lose your attention, wow, the mistake is just waiting for you.
Yeah, and that's exactly what I felt when we were running the race, that you needed to be focused all the time if you are not super used to that kind of terrain.
And I was saying, like, again, like I could really do the comparison with skiing. You know, you get to the bottom of a slope, you've done it full gas, your legs are lactic and you can't control anymore. And and that was that happened. That did happen. It's painful to watch. Hopefully Nienke will be all right.
Yeah, but I'm sure that she has some blood in the hands, for sure. And that's the super fast downhill.
We were telling you, ladies and gentlemen watching, this is intense. These runners are going all out, giving everything they have.
And this part is super sandy.
Yeah.
It's super fast. For the knees, it's painful.
And you have to pick your line because sometimes it's soft, sometimes it's hard. Oh, I'm speechless. I can't believe it. Both first and second ladies nearly tripped or tripped, as a matter of fact. And hopefully none of them got too injured.
But I think both images show how hard it is, that race, how tough is the competition until the very last moment.
They are going all the way until the end. It is mind-blowing. I don't know, but I got sweaty hands myself just watching.
Yeah. And now we saw that Nienke almost fall again.
Again.
Yeah.
That's gonna be tough. It's gonna have to be careful.
And now we can see in the top of the cliff that they are coming down.
Yeah,
I think it's Maud and the cameraman.
You can see the town from there, so from the town will probably be able to see you as well. She will take her hard left here, and then maybe another minute until she crosses the road, and then back onto the trail, and then it will be maybe a minute until she crosses the finish line in first position. Maud Matisse here in Tamaduste.
We are close to the last kilometer of the race, 37 kilometers, 2,800 meters, and as we were saying, you see all the time the town in your left, but it never arrives.
Oh, and look at this. So Nienke is now in the road section, extremely steep, extremely painful for the legs, for the quads, for the IT bands. It's just
for the nails.
That race is murder.
Estamos viendo a la derecha Maud Matisse, apenas 1 kilómetro para que llegue a la meta de Tamaduste. A la izquierda Nienke Brinkman, la segunda clasificada, apenas 5 minutos entre ellas. Maud lo tiene en la mano, ya ve a Tamaduste al fondo, justo delante. Esto se va a acabar. Martin, this is going to finish. It's so exciting to be able to watch it live here in the Golden Trail World Series.
Yes,
YouTube
everyone.
and Facebook channel.
I will leave you now and I will welcome Maud Matisse on the finish line, but I will be back with you shortly, and you are with Albert no matter what.
Últimos kilómetros para Maud Matisse, que ya entra en Tamaduste. Últimos giros. La corredora suiza Deolon, la que va a ganar las Golden Trail World Series, va a ganar the one race. So we have here already in Tamaduste Maud Matisse. What a race from the runner, the Swiss runner from Olon. Mother of 2 kids, former pole vaulter, skimo athlete, record of Sierzinal in 2019, and now here she's going to take it. She won last year the Golden Trail World Championship. Last meters for her, we have it here. It's going to be one of the biggest wins of her career. For Maud Matisse, the Salomon Swiss trail runner, after an amazing battle with Nienke Brinkman. And we see here the finish line. This is Tamaduste. This is the one race. This is the final of the Golden Trail World Series. Hey Matt, where are you going? It's not that way. Now you go through the beach. It's just some more meters and you will be able to jump into the water. You hear the noise, you hear it. Maud Matisse is already here. What a race from the Swiss trail runner. What a race from the Salomon team trail runner. Maud Matisse is the winner of the one race, El Hierro. Maud Matisse, ganadora de the one race, El Hierro. Impresionante la carrera que ha hecho. Sonrisa, le va a levantar la cinta, los puños arriba, and there she is, Maud Matisse, winner officially now of the Golden Trail World Series 2021. What a race, Maud! Awesome! ¡Qué imagen tan impresionante! La imagen del descanso, de la alegría, de la satisfacción por haber ganado este carrerón, cuando vemos a la izquierda Nienke Brinkman, últimos también 2 kilómetros para ella. There in the left we see Nienke Brinkman, also an awesome race for her. Only 27 years old from Netherlands. It's not a country with big mountains, but what an athlete, guys. She appeared out of nowhere in Sierzinal and she was second, only behind that amazing woman in your right, only behind Maud Matisse. And today the story is going to be repeated. Nienke Brinkman, she's going to be the second in the Golden Trail World Series overall ranking and the second in the one race. So for Bombus, who's asking who won the race in the men's category, the man, they still hadn't arrived because the girls, they started 30 minutes before. Why?
Ladies and
To have a
gentlemen,
separate race and also to give
winner of
some
the
visibility to the
2021,
woman. And that's been awesome. So that's why Maud Matisse has crossed the line as the first person. Like it happened in Sierginal. She was also first in front of Kilian Jornet, who was the winner.
All right, we're going to
in the
give her a little bit
male
of time to regroup, to get her things together and realize that not only has she won the race, but she is once again the 2021 Golden Trail World Series champion. She had been challenged. It wasn't an easy win. But
a
this
lot of people
time,
are talking about the camera in the last downhill. Fully agree. We have some awesome team here, some awesome runners, and there we see also Elise Ponset. Anaïs Sabrier, who is third. She's already in Valverde, so she still has to do 5 kilometers, and she's fighting for that third position that also will secure her third position in the overall Golden Trail World Series ranking. What we know is now we are waiting here in the finish line. Nienke Brinkman, she's going to be second. She's approximately 1 kilometer away from the finish line, and there in the image we have Anaïs Sabrier, who is third in Valverde, 5 kilometers for her to go. En castellano estamos viendo a Anaïs Sabrier, que ha pasado por Valverde. Le quedan 5 kilómetros para ella y es casi imposible que alcance a Nienke Brinkman, que está a punto de llegar aquí a Tamaduste.
Well, it worked. And then finally I just maintained my tempo, but the last 10 kilometers was very difficult because I didn't do long race and long training since Sierginal.
But so indeed, we saw exactly that on the images. Then on the second downhill, you put a little bit more time. You had 4 minutes. It opened to 5 minutes and 15 seconds. And then we'll see where she finishes. But it looked like she ran the last 10K about the same pace as you. So maybe you faded away a little bit, but it was good because you had opened the gap early and you managed it. You were cramping a little bit. Finish line. How was it? We saw you almost take a fall there, and she actually took a fall. She fell. And so how was it? Like, you guys really pushed all the way. And so where did you feel like you had it?
I hadn't strength anymore, so it was very difficult to maintain a tempo. And I said in myself, just don't fall and finish the race.
Well, you did just that, so congratulations, Maud Matisse. Ladies and gentlemen, next up now for the 2021 Golden Trail World Champion, Maud Matisse.
We were listening to Maud Matisse, our colleague Martin Gafuri interviewing her in the finish line, and we also see Nienke Brinkman that is arriving to Tamaduste. She will be soon here in the finish line. What an amazing race for the Netherlands, the runner from Netherlands. Here you will see they go down to the beach and they arrive here in the finish line. And there she is, followed by Seb Chañó, who is filming her in the downhill. What an amazing race from Nienke Brinkman, following all the time Maud Matisse, the big surprise, the big sensation of the season, appearing out of nowhere in Sierginal, finishing second, winning Chemgao, winning Skyrun, and now she's going to take the second position of the race and the second position of the overall ranking of the Golden Trail World Series. What a beautiful image with Maud Matisse. What a beautiful showcase they have been providing us for more than 4 hours.
Give her a little time to regroup. You've crossed the finish line. You're safe. You're good. Give her a little time to regroup. You've crossed the finish line. You're safe. Medical.
And now Martin is calling for the doctor because Nienke, we have seen her falling. She has blood in her arms. we have seen in live how she fell, and we told you that rocks are really, really sharp, and you don't want to take a fall here in that race.
Pretty much everywhere. This is how committed these runners are.
It really must hurt.
Yeah, so it hurts, but it hurts your head.
We also saw how Maud twists her ankle. It's really a technical
scars will
course.
be reminders.
It's a race designed for the Golden Trail World Series, trying to look for the most technical parts of the races. When we are watching on the left, Anaïs Sabrier on her way through the last 4 kilometers of the race.
And quite an emotional moment to share that.
And we see the family of Nienke Brinkman with her mother. It's crazy because they have the face of Nienke. Estamos viendo a la familia de Nienke Brinkman que ha venido a animarla. Este abrazo tan emocionado.
And today she finished second in the Golden Trail World Series. After full commitment, there we go. There we have a smile. This is what we know of Nienke.
Thanks to all the people that is also on YouTube. And now we see Francesco Pupi live on the images. We need still some confirmation, but he is now the first man. The Italian, El Italiano, living in Lake Como, is now the first man in the uphill. He has
second descent. But in the last section, in the last 10 kilometers, I think we're going to have to check with the time, but I believe you were exactly as fast as her. So she faded away because she didn't have the long distance, and you lasted a bit longer. Sadly, you took a fall, and that set you back. 2 falls. I only saw one on the live. And so, what are your impressions? Because again, as I was saying, you weren't even there at the big, and now you finished second. How do you feel about all that?
I have no words for that, and yeah, Maud, congratulations. I had no chance. I felt so good in the beginning.
Yeah, you should.
And then I fell really bad, and then I lost focus. And Maud, she was so strong. But second place. I mean, 4 months ago, I couldn't have imagined it. I'm really happy.
Yeah, you should be very happy. And so you said you took 2 falls. Where did you took the first and the second?
First after. First after it was really silly. It was not good, but I feel really bad like this. So it hurt a lot. But keep on going, huh?
That's what you do. You keep on going with a smile on your face. Congratulations, Nienke Brinkman finishes second in the Golden Trail World Series 2021. And one thing for sure, we know she will be back.
So there we had the words from Nienke Brinkman. Now we are waiting here, Anaïs Sabrier, and let's see if she finished in front of Francesco Pupi, who now, remember, is the leader of the males race. And we go back live to the race. The third qualifier now is Anaïs Sabrier. Here we have her running super strong. And here you have also the first man, Francesco Pupi. What a race from the Italian runner. He finished second recently in Chemgao. Now he's trying to win one of the most stacked races of the year and of the world. And second, I think we have Thibaut Baronian. Yeah, we are right. Thibaut Baronian is now second. So Stian might have moved up to the third position. What an amazing finish also in the men's race, because in the women, Mo took the lead from the beginning, but here we have seen Stian in the lead, then Francesco Pupi, then Thibaut Baronian, and let's see what happened until the end. It's still 4 kilometers for the men to finish. A little bit less for Anaïs Sabrier, who are you going to see now take that really steep descent. When we recover our amazing colleague Martin Gafuri, who is doing everything. Martin, what can you tell us?
Wow, incredible. And we missed one of the big falls. Like, we didn't realize, but Nienke fell in the early stages of the race, and she said that was the most painful one, and she was hurting the whole way. And so she said, then, yeah, you know, you fall, you continue. But that's, I don't want to take anything away from Maud. Like, she won hands down, but it is interesting, and I don't know how Nienke is going to play it out for next season, if she's going to work on her downhill skills, because this is really where she lost time. And yeah, but like, amazing, as you were saying, she didn't exist in the trail running world, at least at the beginning of the season, and all of a sudden she finished second. It's quite incredible. And I've been missing a lot of the race in the men's, because all of a sudden there's been a change.
It's amazing.
So what happened?
Now we have Francesco Pupi, who is flying now in first. Thibaut Baronian is second.
So apparently there's a big fall for Stian in the downhill.
But that we told you, that here, and you were talking about Nienke's ability in skills in downhill, but that these downhills are technical. I mean,
yes, and when you're tired,
technical downhills in the circuit for sure.
Yeah.
So
and yeah, the way the course was designed, the first downhill is very steep and technical, but you can't run fast. But the last one, your legs are beat up, you're tired, you're bonking, and then you have to run fast. And so any mistake there will cost you so much. So Francesco Pupi now is in the soft sands.
Exactly. Yeah. And what I would say is that the surface in the downhills is absolutely different in all of them. So you really need a lot of skills in.
It challenges you on every place, and then it goes from soft to hard, and then slippery.
Rocks, big rocks, loose rocks.
Oh yeah, they really have to be careful. I mean,
but how amazing is to see them running down. Where a lot of people were saying in the comments, kudos to the cameraman, because we have been able to see all the downhill. We have seen how Maud twists her ankle, how
Nienke fell. Yes. Oh, and it looks like Francesco is hurting. Like, he's holding his ribs. But I mean, when you're leading at this point, yeah, he's trying to relax and not make any mistake.
And looking back,
you just want to see what's going on behind.
How I like this excitement of that short races that it's only...
There's so much going on, and then it changes, and then there's accidents. I mean, we're not happy that people fall and all that, but that makes it for an incredible show that we always promise you on the Golden Trail World Series races, but the final delivered even more.
Yes, absolutely. A lot of people are talking about women, and for example asking in what race there were 3 women in the top 10, and I think you know that. Western States. 3 women in the top 10, and then Connie the Water finishing 7th in UTMB.
Yeah, 3 women in the top 10 and 10 women in the top 20.
Yeah, so crazy.
And there she is, Anaïs Sabrier, 3rd woman in the last stages of the descent, while Thibaut Baronian going through the soft sands and negotiating these few turns before hitting back a road section again. Outstanding performance from these two guys. Francesco Pupi taking the win in the final, where less people were expecting him. And Thibaut Baronian took a very conservative start, but then surged in the second climb to come in 2nd position. And then unfortunately for Stian, who was in the lead up until then, first took a wrong turn, and then 2nd took a bad fall. It just wasn't his day today.
And we have seen here again Francesco Pupi looking back, so they must be really, really close.
They must be close, and then you always want to know where the people are behind you are. You don't want to be surprised, and if somebody's coming back on you, you want to be able to shift gear and just give everything you have, but then again, you get out of your comfort zone, you can take a fall, and here's Tian.
A lot of people were asking
who has lost his flasks. Oh yeah, I think he's just gonna.
Quit, but he didn't.
No,
but
so he didn't.
Him out of the race a little bit mentally.
Yeah, he's just probably gonna try and jog it in.
Là c'est fini, il te reste à descendre à droite, puis juste à gauche à la flèche, tu auras à nouveau un droite-gauche en dessous quand tu vas rentrer sur les pompes. Ne t'inquiète pas, je te donne les infos.
And will join us on the finish line.
Let's say that if in the women everything has gone according to what we could predict easily, yes. In the men it's a big surprise.
It's completely the opposite. It was completely blown up. And we were saying Francesco was 8th, Thibaut was 7th in the overall. And if they take both respectively 1st and 2nd, they're going to be moving up in the field tremendously.
For sure they will be in the top 5.
And we'll probably be in the top 5. And it looks as though I'm gonna go and
okay, bye
on the
bye,
finish
Martin,
line. I will see you again. Stay excited, people. This is crazy.
Who is going to be the third? The runner, the French runner, but living in Germany. She's a medician, and she's going to be the third qualified of the one race and the third qualified of the Golden Trail World Series 2021.
Through the first, and it looked like as though you did your race slow and steady but constant all the time to take 3rd place again. How was it like mentally to move a little bit, spend the whole race almost on your own? You were 3rd before that race. You knew that Ninke and Maud were going to battle to the first, and it looked like as though you did your race slow and steady but constant to take 3rd place again. How was it like mentally to spend the whole race almost on your own?
Yes, Maud and Hinke are crazy girl, and I didn't try to follow both, but I know I have to do my race, and I take it like a play. Really, I was really excited to. I think, wow, it will be just amazing, and I want to. Yes, I will say, okay, it will be a play, and actually the second downhill, everybody say, oh, it will be so technical, but actually I didn't find it difficult because it was, I don't know, I like it and I take it like I play, but the third part was really hard, as I think for all of us, but harder as I think because, yes, it was really, I like when it's hot, but it was really, really hot. And for me it was okay, but I can't imagine for the other. And yes, but thank you for all the people, for the cameraman, for the people with water on the edge station, and yes, for all the people on the trace. It was just amazing. Thank you very much.
Congratulations to you, congratulations. Thank you to all the people of El Hierro.
Ha sucedido lo que nadie esperaba, pero no vamos a celebrar porque él se lo merece. Francesco Pupi, el corredor del equipo de finalmente se lleva el gato al agua.
And there we have Francesco Pupi arriving to Tamaduste. He's going to be the winner, the Italian trail runner living in Lake Como. There he is. Only a few meters for him. How amazing, what an amazing race from this Italian trail runner, only 27 years old, super fast. He's going to win the one race against the best trail runners of the world. Francesco Pupi, Italy, Nike Trail. He has got it. There he is, winner of the one race 2021. So emotional, so tired, so amazing the battle that he has fought with Thibaut Baronian until the end, with Stian Angermund until the end, and now he was on the 7th position of the overall ranking, and for sure it will move after taking 200 points. He finished 5th in Marathon du Mont Blanc, 41st in Cercinal, 2nd in Chemgao Trail Run, and oh my god, look at these images of Stian Angermund going down in that steep downhill. How tired he is in the end. We just hope that he's not injured, or maybe he's having some pain in the hip, sorry, because we told you he was suffering from the hip after the CCC, and there in the images you have Thibaut Baronian, the runner from Besançon, who is going to be 2nd, born in Anville, living in Besançon, kinesiologist student. He was in the national team from France, junior of Eskimo in 2010. He did his jump, he switched to trail, and in 2011 he joined SALOMON team, and now he's going to be here in El Hierro in the one race in Tamaduste, the 2nd of the final of the Golden Trail World Series water race from Thibaut. Oh my god, amazing! Thibaut, who was also 6th, just in front of Francesco Pupi on the overall ranking, and for sure will move into the top 5, looking very tired. In the days before the race, he really twisted his ankle really bad, and we almost feared that he couldn't run. But man, what a race from the beginning, taking it easy, knowing his pace, waiting for his chance, and in the last part, fighting really hard with that man, Stian Angermund, who led the race a lot of minutes, a lot of kilometers, but now he's really suffering. It's so emotional, a little bit hard to see this image of that great runner suffering so much, but still fighting to finish. We really hope that Stian is not injured. And let's see if we can hear Francesco Pupi interviewed by Martin Gaffuri.
Can you tell us a little bit about what happened in your race?
So ladies and gentlemen, a word from the winner of the 2021 Golden Trail World Series final. We always say everything can happen until the finish line, and God, a lot of things happened. Can you tell us a little bit about what happened in your race?
Yeah, it's crazy. Today, I think it was all about suffering. The third climb, I think, it was the slowest thing ever, but it was, enough to be in the front. So you just gotta dig deep and do what the condition allows. I'm very happy. I'm sorry also for Stian, because the last 200 meters of climb, not elevation difference, just road. It happened he dropped me, but then he got a little bit the wrong way. He jumped off a wall and he fell, and he lost some ground there. So I was already gone, unfortunately, and that's where I managed to get a little gap. And I just hope Stian is doing well. Thibaut was not far behind. We fought hard all the third uphill. In the end, the cool thing about this sport is how different the races can play out. And today was my day. It's the first win of my season.
What a beautiful word from Francesco Pupi. A lot of people from Italy.
It's crazy indeed, and you made it first to cross the finish line in the men's field. Francesco Pupi from Italy running for Nike.
First here. It's really his first win. It's a super fast runner. We have been telling you that his personal best, for example, in 10K, it's 29 minutes 47 seconds, or in 21K, his personal best is 1 hour 04 minutes 41 seconds, so super fast. That guy who lives in Lake Como in Italy, in the north, a zone that it's just before the Alps. It doesn't have super high mountains, but still it has steep mountains over the lake with amazing views. And I'm sure that all his family and friends today will be super happy, like his coach Tito Tiberti, that has been working with him. When now we see to Stian, that at least we see that he's able to run a little bit now, and let's see if he can keep this third position up and be on the podium of the one race, the final of the Golden Trail World Series. Hemos visto cómo Francesco Pupi, el italiano, se llevaba la victoria por delante de Thibaut Baronian. Han llegado muy juntos y nos comentaban, ahí estamos viendo las imágenes de Stian Angermund, las dolorosas imágenes de Stian Angermund, que está sufriendo, que está luchando, que está peleando por llegar, que ha tenido una caída muy fuerte. And we have here back Martin Gaffuri, and look at this image.
Wow.
Hard to see. And now he's running, but before he was almost barely walking.
I was just going to come back and ask what happened to Stian, because I thought he was going to be way closer than that, but he's still quite far up compared to the ocean. And remember we've run that course, and that descent is really long. So if he's in pain, that's going to take an awful lot of time. And so Francesco was explaining a little bit, if you heard this on the images, that apparently Stian had taken another wrong turn, and when he wanted to get back on course, he jumped a wall and then fell. That's when it fell, apparently. So that's what happened. And we have Blandine Lirondelle here on the images, even if it's a bit blurry. She's easy to recognize, and so she will come in 4th position, I believe.
Yeah, and
have you seen anyone else?
No, we were watching an update from the men, and 4th was Fred Franchan, 5th it's Anders, 6th is Jan Margarit.
So Anders is having an extremely good race.
Yeah, absolutely. And 7th Remy, 8th Bart, and we don't have more updates. 9th Johan Bauchard, sorry.
Oh, so 9. Okay, so Jean has moved back a little bit. So what do you think? How far was Fred? Was he gonna catch Stian? Because I think the last point. You remember? He was 4 minutes back, and seeing the pace at which Stian is running.
Now we see Blandil.
Okay, so Fred has already passed Stian then, I guess.
I'm not sure about that, but we have seen Stian before.
I see. Yeah.
Road downhill, and he was just walking. There he is, Fred Tranchan.
But who's ahead of him?
Anders.
So then Anders has passed Fred.
Yeah.
Woo! I mean, he's the fastest downhill runner, that's for sure. He had almost all the segments in the Gold Trail Championships last year.
So if we are not mistaken, Anders may be third.
No. Oh, so but the thing is, if they're so this is Odile Speicher from Switzerland taking an incredible fourth place. That's very, very strong. So she dropped Dani Moreno. And I'm gonna go and interview her, and then we'll be back shortly. But guys, watch the men, because Fred Trochon is not gonna give up like this. He knows how to hurt. And so Anders is a strong downhill runner, but Fred can also run really fast. Woo!
And
that's gonna be exciting until the end.
Fourth position for Odile Speicher, the trail runner from Switzerland, who is living in Sagne-Léger in Jura. She's a physiotherapist, 33 years old, and maybe having her best result of the season. She was 9th at Oya Enuria, 8th at Mont Blanc Marathon, 5th in Dolomites, and here in the one race, in the final, with all the best trail runners from the Golden World Series, she's taking the fourth position. And it seems that Blandine Lirondelle, who now we see on the left, is going to be the 5th girl. But let's see what happens also in the men. We have Estienne almost walking. We have Fred Tranchan and Anders trying to chase him. And let's see who closes here the finish line in third position. In the men, in the women, we have here Daniela Moreno, who is going to be the 5th qualifier. Big race from the American runner living in Mammoth Lakes, cheering that much after an amazing performance. Now she's saying, yes, you are 5th, Daniela, you are 5th. For all the people following you in California, what an amazing race from the Hoka Trail Runner.
Formando parte de ese equipo, Hoka One Rabbit llegando en quinta posición con una sonrisa
Oh,
enorme.
Daniela Moreno, hugging with Odile Speicher, who seems to be crying. So we have already 5 women here. Winner of the one race, Maud Matisse. 2nd, Nienke Brinkman. 3rd has been Anaïs Sabrier. 4th, Odile Speicher. 5th, Daniela Moreno, and 6th, you have her in images, Blandine Lirondelle. Blandine Lirondelle, last meters for her, arriving to the finish line. And now there are a lot of things happening. Let's see who finished in the top 5. We were reading that Francesco Pupi, by finishing first, is moving, of course, into the top 5, and if we are not mistaken, Francesco Pupi might finish 2nd. When now we see Anders Jarek, Johnny finishing 3rd. That's the huge surprise of the race, because he wasn't in the top 15 of the race, finishing just in front of his friend and colleague Fred Tranchan. So let's recap. In the men, winner Francesco Pupi, you have him here. 2nd, Thibaut Baronian. 3rd, Anders Jervik. 4th, Fred Tranchan. And now we see Blandine Lirondelle. And now you don't have it in image, but he's arriving, Jean Margarit, who has finished 5th. What an amazing race also for the Catalan. He has finished 5th in the one race. Oh, a lot of things happening here, and we don't see Estienne. Hopefully he's not injured. But then here we have in the images the Catalan Jean Margarit from Mata de Pera. Really happy. He won a Skyrun, and now here doing a very smart race, starting easy and then taking his advantage in the downhill. He has managed to finish in an amazing and awesome 5th position. Hemos visto muchas cosas pasar. Hemos visto a Jean Margarit llegar en 5ª posición detrás de Anders Jarvik y de Fred Tranchan, que han sido 3º y 4º respectivamente, cuando ahora ya vamos a ver en imágenes la llegada de Blandine Lirondelle. There she is, Blandine Lirondelle. She's going to finish 6th in this the one race, and she will keep her position in the top 5.
You can go and sit. You can cheer if you made it.
Sigue el botón de participantes, llegando aquí a este punto final. En la raya del Canaúlte. Más corredores aproximándose.
Well, what a race. Thank you everyone for the nice comments. What an awesome coverage that we've been able to see. We've been able to follow that amazing race, 37 kilometers, 2,800 meters of elevation. We started at 9 a.m. here at El Hierro, 10 CET for most of you, and now it's almost 4 hours 47 of the race. The girls started at 9, so it's 4 hours 47 for the girls. The boys started at 9:30 at La Frontera, so it's now 4 hours and 15 minutes for the boys.
Pues sí, sí. Llegando, llega ahora Estian. Fuertes aplausos.
And now we have here finally Stian Angermund, and let's hear it. Everybody is cheering for him, recognizing the awesome effort that he has done. He didn't want to let it go, he didn't want to DNF, and it's been painful to see him running. It's been painful to see him suffering so much, but we are so happy to see him here. Well done, Stian. Well done, Stian, who obviously is still going to win the Golden Trail World Series, finishing just in front Bart Predwojewski. If I'm not mistaken, Stian is 6th, Bart Predwojewski is 7th.
Pero la verdad que tenéis una ruta muy bonita, tenía mucho, pero bueno, y muchas gracias por animar la carrera de parte de la organización.
El aplauso fuerte, grande, corredor español, que ha marcado el equipo La Sportiva.
Muchas gracias.
El aplauso fuerte, grande, corredor español, que ha marcado el equipo
Los participantes a punto de cubrir punto y final de llegada aquí de estas Golden Trail World Series. Dorsal número 4, Remy Bonet. Fuerte aplauso para él.
And now we are here arriving Remy Bonet, also pretty tired, who has arrived in 8th position, the Swiss trail runner from SALOMON team. All of them, you can see most of them are super tired. It's been a really tough race. 37 kilometer heat. You have been able to follow the whole life. You have been able to follow the steep climbs. You have been able to follow the really steep and technical downhills where a lot of these runners fell and took some pain and scares and some blood. But that's trail running. That's running in the mountains. That's the Golden Trail World Series. It's competition. And here you have the final standings, the top 5, the males rank. Francesco Papi winner. Do not take the time because that is the hour of the day where they finish. But that's the position. Francesco Papi in 4 hours 03. Thibaut Baronian second, 4 hours 05. Anders Jervik 4 hours 14. Fred Tranchan 4 hours 14, also almost together, and Jan Margarit 5th. We are going to wait a little bit more and see the top 10 because obviously it is important for the final positions of the ranking of the Golden Trail World Series, because as you can remember, the top 11th they get money, so it's important to see the arrival. And remember that we were also 14 runners, 14 male runners and 15 female runners. And let's see, I think we can have an interview with Thibaut Baronian, the runner from Besançon, who has finished second in the race.
Otro nuevo participante aproximándose a la línea de meta.
All right. We're still on the finish line with the second place finisher of the day, Mr. Race Management. We saw you at the start, really laid back, barely in the top 10. It's like, okay, well, this is not Thibaut's day, he's taking it easy. First downhill there did have many images because it was hard with
when
the
we see arriving Johan Maujard, and then let's see if we can listen to Thibaut Baronian.
Thibaut is back! So what happened there?
Ouais, c'est vrai, en bas de la première descente, je pensais que c'était pas trop mon jour, j'avais pas trop d'entraînement depuis la saison. J'avais bien géré les 15 premiers kilomètres, et dans la deuxième bosse, j'ai pris mon rythme et je voyais que ça revenait, et puis je passe en haut avec Rémi, on était 3 et 4, donc je me suis dit vas-y maintenant garde ce rythme, vu l'état des eaux, je me suis dit si tu gardes ce rythme ça va aller. Et en bas de la troisième bosse, on se battait, dans toute la troisième bosse on s'est battu pour la gagne. J'ai pris un coup de moins bien aux éoliennes, vraiment sur le sommet de la bosse. Et puis voilà, Francesco et Stian sont partis, m'ont pris 45 secondes, 1 minute. Et puis Stian était en travers à Valverde au ravito. Et voilà, j'ai pas revu de Francesco, mais ouais, une belle course bien gérée. Je suis vraiment content parce que c'était inattendu, complet.
Thibaut was explaining that he took it easy at the beginning for the first 15 kilometers. The first climb easy, the first descent also not pushing, but then eventually on the flat and on the second climb he was just keeping his pace, and so that he was creeping up on everyone, and that he actually had managed his race well, and he got to the top with Rémi Bonnet in 3rd and 4th position, so then they were both fighting for the podium. And then later on, he was with Francesco and Stian trying to go for the win. And then Francesco and Stian pulled away from him a little bit. And then when he went through Valverde, he saw Stian on the side completely done. So he's like, okay, passed him, ended up second, and super happy with the race today and the race management. Obviously, second place. And we saw you were in 7th position overall. Francesco was 8th, and so you two now, we're going to blow up the whole ranking because Bart was super bad and moved really far back, so there's going to be a lot of changes. So where do you think, take a guess, where do you think you are now?
Je sais pas, peut-être 4.
I have no idea. So we will do the math and we will find out. But congratulations, Thibaut, well done, second place today. So I'll go back to the studio to say you goodbye. So I'll be back with Albert to do a wrap up. Yes, we are back. See, this is me running to the tent, and this is me back to the tent. This is how it works in the live coverage. What a race! I mean, do you see people coming in? Everybody is absolutely murdered. And so, look at the top 5 ranking: Maud Matisse, Nienke Brinkman, Anaïs Sabrier. And then they switch to the men's. We didn't have it, but yeah,
we did it already. Yeah, we talked about the men before.
Yeah. Okay. Good. I don't know what else to say.
I don't know, I was watching you interview the athletes in the finish line, and I was thinking, they were like pretty naked, in blood, with the scars, super tired, and that's exactly what trail running and the Golden Trail World Series are.
and this is a true final where everything happens until the end. I mean, Stian, who could have believed that he would not even be in the top 5? Like, to just one mistake and everything goes, it's just so fast. And then Francesco Pupi, Timo Barognan, who were like 7th and 8th, now gonna move really back up in the ranking. Anders, who yes was playing the downhill segment but has an incredible race. And you guys who were on the YouTube sharing the comments, you said like Anders is apparently running an incredible amount of kilometers when he's not flying his helicopter.
Yeah, and also Odiles Fischer, Daniela Moreno, a lot of things that we didn't know that it was going to happen. It's been amazing. Again, it's been amazing to follow it. We have seen people falling, we have seen people twisting her ankle, people smiling, people suffering, a lot of like nice comments. And I don't know, it's amazing.
We couldn't have dreamed for a better final here in El Hierro. El Hierro. Sorry, I just keep getting that wrong. But yeah, thank you for all the people of the island who got involved to make this Golden Trail Series final happen. Thank you to all the volunteers and all the staff as well who got involved to offer the exact same amount of support at every aid station. And you see on the images, people from the same team, Team Matrix, like hugging each other, celebrating their finishes. This is what the sport is all about. We hope you enjoyed it. Thank you so much for being with us. Thank you so much for all the comments. It was great to have you there, knowing that you were there, following your feedback. That was amazing. And I don't know, what do we say? See you next year?
Hasta el año que viene.
Hasta la próxima año. Thank you so much.
Bye bye.
After a roller coaster of a season, the best elite athletes in the world have battled. Champions have been crowned. New talents have risen. And the hunger for victory is bigger than ever. The Golden Trail World Series is going to the Canary Islands for the last event of the season. The one race has been exclusively created for the occasion. 37 kilometers of hard and raw volcanic rock trails with 2,862 accumulated gain. The final event of the season has all the ingredients to give us the biggest showdown of the year. See you on the 16th of October in El Hierro for the grand finale of the Golden Trail World Series.